Yo.
Yo. Why you slid in here real fast? You got a lot of practice doing that.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? Dude, I just woke up.
Oh my god.
I literally woke up a minute at like, what is it? You messaged me at 1:13. I woke up at 1:14.
Wow.
And I feel hella bad because Ray's been asking me at like 10 in the morning if I want to play Valo, and I'm never awake. And like I wake up and she's already got 5 people, and I'm just like, oh shit, she must think that I don't want to play Valo.
No, she just knows your priorities, and she should accept that. She is always going to be second. Maybe third.
Dude, I literally went out to dinner, drank, and gone to karaoke the last 2 nights, and I'm gonna do it again tonight.
Yeah, I didn't know you were a fiend for karaoke.
Dude, I sang Bohemian Rhapsody so many times, Scarra. My throat hurts like hell.
Oh hell yeah! That's how you know it's good. So like usually after 3 a week is when like people's throats like die.
Yeah. Well, tonight I'm fucked.
You know what? But when you're with friends, it'll be fun. You want to practice right now?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, you have to sing the high part.
I actually don't know Bohemian Rhapsody off the top of my head. There.
You don't know? Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, God,
no, yeah. We're not doing it. Yeah. No. Just kidding. Just kidding. We're not about to do some fucked up shit to your throat right now. No, sir.
Okay, have you played the 2s yet?
I have not. I heard it's really fucking fun though.
Okay, well, you're getting a crash course. Just pick whatever the fuck you want.
Whatever the fuck I want. Right.
Yeah, and if you like to play tanks, like everyone gets one ban, and I would ban if you're playing tanks. I would recommend banning like Vayne or Kale. Or Kane. Kane is like giga annoying.
I heard Kane's a dickhead.
I always ban this character because I think it's cringe.
Oh yeah, I'll ban Kale.
All right, so you get a summoner called Flea. It's like Ghost for 2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Just put it where you would put like your non-flash ability.
Got it. I put flash on D.
Same.
Nice.
Just like everyone
keep telling me like F for flash. I'm like, that doesn't fucking matter. Why does that matter?
Just literally play whatever.
All right. This is one.
What if I do?
I'm gonna play this bitch.
Oh, okay. I was gonna play something hilarious. Oh wait. Okay.
Oh, wait. I heard 80 is kind of hard to play in this.
Oh yeah, but though I'm an assassin.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I know that there's plants that when you shoot them, you get like healing and shielding.
Okay.
Or something.
Yeah.
Oh, no one banned Kane. No one fucking banned Kane. Oh god.
It's fine.
Is it not Jover? I just need to peel like fucking hell for you, right?
Yeah. Okay. So what happens is we start the game. You'll buy. I think it's the item called Guardian Horn, but you get like the option to buy items.
Got it.
And then you
Guardian Horn. I remember that from ARAM.
Yeah, we alternate between buying items and then buying getting augments.
Okay.
Yeah, everything else is pretty easy.
Okay.
Oh, and there's plants. There's normal blast clones, and then there's health plants. There's only one in this map in the very middle, but hitting it gives you like 20% of your health back. So whenever it's up, you just want to hit it.
Oh, this is the Kane team? I'm on this Kane like fucking swimmer, bro. I'm on him. I'm on his ass. He's weak as fuck. He's weak as fuck. Fuck his ass up. Nice. I'm stunning him.
Okay.
Stunning. Just don't let him hit you. Don't let him hook you.
Okay, hit the plant, hit the plant, hit the plant. Just walk to the plant. All right, now beat the crap out of him. Oh, he's gonna walk to the edge and try to hook you out.
Yeah, he's gonna try and flame me, huh?
Nah, now it's just you beat him up, man. Someone said meta pod battle. Oh, hit the plant, hit the plant.
Oh god.
Oh. Oh god. Okay. The fire burns.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. We won.
Bitch! Bitch! Get on my fucking face. Automatically fire a boomerang at a nearby enemy. Is that like Naru's boomerang?
Yeah.
Permanently gain 1 ability power. Your attacks reduce an enemy's damage by 15% for 3 seconds. Oh wait, shrink ray seems fucking good for me, right?
Even the attacking the boomerang thing is pretty fun.
Okay.
It just like throws a boomerang randomly.
Dude, is shrink ray not good or?
It's also good. It's also good.
Okay. I was thinking like.
But I'm playing for. I'm going for lethality jinx.
Oh, okay. Which means what again?
Which means I'm going to, like, you're just gonna see me spam the zap over and over again. Like this ability is just okay. There's plants here, and here.
Okay. Do we use them when we can, or like?
Yeah.
Or just...
They give you. Oh, okay, back up. You or this. Okay, I'm just gonna hit this one. They're gonna hit the other one. You can. Like, you get like a shield that like decreases. Oh. He hit the other one. All right, now the plants are off.
Come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh god.
I'm gonna go for this plant. Oh shit. You're good, right?
Define good.
I'm just gonna harass the fuck out of Zanny then.
I'm on my way. I'm
on the Annie. Oh wait, hold on. They do so much fucking damage. I'm on the Annie still.
Okay.
This guy does so much damage. What the fuck?
Oh.
Wait, why does he do so much damage?
Oh, he just does that. He has 40% crit chance from his stupid.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Also, hitting the plant reduces your cooldowns, including, and this is the best one, including your whatchamacallit, your ulti.
Oh, I see. What the fuck are ghost crawlers? Oh, you can walk through walls with these?
Yeah, it's cool. You don't need those.
I feel like I don't need it. Yeah. What are we up against?
Boots?
Is it mostly 8? No, it seems like mostly 8. I'm gonna go Merc Treads.
Okay. Okay, I'm just throwing the ulti at the very beginning, okay?
Okay, set Morgana.
I'm gonna throw it here.
Run it. Stunning his ass?
Okay, I'm gonna get the plant. The plant. Get the other plant.
Do it.
Ulting? Oh, I fucking missed. Oh, that's kind of embarrassing.
On him. Nice. It's fucking Jover for this guy.
Ooh, let's go. Fucking beat the shit out of this guy.
Beat his ass. Yeah. Beat his ass. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, yeah. And now you get your mythic item, whatever you want.
It's saying I should go Shirelia's. Is that right?
You can go like the immobilizing thing.
I'm gonna go Even Shroud, yeah. That's the one where they take more damage. Yeah. Damn, they take more damage and do less damage. I'm with it. All right, who did we lose to? We lost to Annie Udyr comp, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like the Kayn Thresh combo is really good, but they're not that good. Like the players.
Yeah.
That they are unskilled.
Oh, okay. So this is a set. If you kill it, it it W's in the direction of the enemy.
Okay, you know how it W's in the direction of the enemy?
Yeah.
Does that mean that I can get hit by it too, though? If like...
Yes.
Oh, okay. See... Oh shit. I got the... Oh shit, never mind. Kane's still alive. Stunned him. Oh. Yeah.
Hold on, you want
Oh, yeah.
You have a plant.
I might be dead here. Oh yes!
Not on my watch.
Accidentally did that on purpose.
Stunned him. You got this. Oh, you're so skilled. You got this, Scarra. No problem. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Fucking hair in my mouth.
Oh, okay. Well, this looks like pretty bad. But I guess this is fine. Yo, you get 2 rerolls, but it counts rerolls for every time.
Oh yeah.
So there's prismatic augments, which you'll know.
What the oh yeah, because the color. It's kind of like
TFT.
TFT.
Those are the ones that are like crazy.
Wait, every second I automatically root nearby enemies for 1 second. Would that be good for me?
If you stay on them, it's really good.
Yeah. Okay. Dope.
Oh yeah, flash is if you use it, you can't use it the next round. Oh, you see that little root?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ult fucking down here.
Do you ever use buy pots?
Yeah, you should at some point.
Oh wait. Oh god. Wait, that did 0 damage. Oh, he used Zanya's. I'm on the Annie. Actually,
What the fuck?
no, I'm running. Oh wait, what? It didn't hit the blast cone! No!
Oh god. Okay, I might have messed up there a little bit, but it's okay.
No.
Let me go see what I buy now.
I'm gonna play Knights. I'm gonna buy Knight's Vow for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
Is Morgana set? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting more move speed every round because I get move speed based on ability CDR.
Oh shit. Morgana ult on me, which is fine.
Oh, you rooted them.
Yeah, I'm rooting. I'm rooting, tooting.
Oh my god.
Dude, you're the fucking goat.
Wait,
you're
your
the fucking
CC
goat of all
is
time.
so good.
Hell yeah. I just need to stay tanky and keep them off you, and you're chilling. Sorry, what was your answer about the pots again?
Yes, they're very good.
Okay.
You can buy them kind of whenever. You have one that gives you health. And that one's really good for you. And the ability scale. You don't really need to buy the AD one. But generally, like you can, if you think the matchup is hard, like this next match one is kind of difficult. I would suggest maybe buying one. Like
I bought 2 health pots.
Oh, it only works once, so you just buy one.
Oh,
I think it refunds your other one, or you just it doesn't.
No, I don't think it did.
Oh. I'm literally playing this character like an assassin.
Wait, no, we shit on these guys. I'm on him.
Hold on.
I'm trying to keep them off you.
No.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh,
okay.
Fuck.
All right.
Pick me
no,
again.
you know what? It was It's okay.
Wait, I got owned there. Wait, hold on. Do I need to build? Oh, I need to build armor. Oh, okay, I got it.
What's defensive maneuvers?
What does it say?
Oh, cast both summoner and cast both barrier and heal on your teammate.
Yeah, you cast it on me. It's actually pretty good, but it replaces your like ghost. So just keep that in mind.
Fuck it.
Oh my god, I have so much ability haste.
Nice. All right, this is the one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's these guys. We've never beat them before.
No, we've never lost to them. Is what you meant to say.
No, that's actually. You know what? Yeah. Ow.
You can go for the plant. You can go for the plant.
Yeah. I might get fucked here. Oh, I'm super fucked here.
Just run to the other plants.
Oh my god. Oh, I got baited. Alright, Scarra, you 1v2. They don't know who they're messing with. They don't know they're messing with the greatest.
No! No!
Okay.
Alright, I need some armor pen.
What am I dying to? It feels like I'm dying mostly to magic. I'm gonna go force of nature.
Oh, if you feel okay.
Or what do you think I should get?
Anathemas.
Wait.
I don't know if you've ever used it in League, but it's a chain that makes
It's not letting me sell it back anymore.
Oh,
or like not for the full value.
Yeah. Once you attack the dummy, you can't sell it back. It's okay, Sam.
Wait, what? Why does it work like that?
Because it's the same way League works. Or don't get hit by the dogs.
Don't get hit by the dogs, Roger. Oh.
Let's go.
Alright, fuck this bitch up, fuck this bitch up, fuck this bitch up. You got this. Nice.
Oh.
Nice. Where the fucking goats?
Oh, you already know. Wait. Oh, there's only 2 people left.
Oh, what? Really? Oh, it's
you
the
can
guy
sell your lethality item if you want to.
What's my lethality
or your,
item?
your guardian thing.
Oh, okay. And then you said, what was it? What was it called?
Anathemas. Yeah, anathemas.
Got it, Roger.
At the start, you have to click it on the thing that does the most damage to you. Which I think is actually... Do you think it's Uhudi or Annie? They both do a fuckload of damage to you. Just click it on one of them.
Okay.
Alright, just go kind of slow here. Yeah, just stop this idiot from getting on me, because he is kind of annoying.
Yeah. Plant. Oh, honestly, we just need to do this. It'd be cringe as hell. She, Zanya's? Nice. I'm on his ass.
Oh, yeah, I'm hitting him from, like... Oh, my God.
Dude. Oh, we know how to play this now.
Nice CCJ.
Yeah, we know how to play this now, man.
Oh, not
should I gain 1,000 health but deal 10% less damage?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Right? Or I have 2 rerolls still. Should
yeah,
I
you could reroll if you want
else?
to look for something really good.
I'll look for something else. Gain 300 item haste. Your abilities apply on-hit effects. Gain hugely increased health regen, which is further increased while low on health. Ooh, that seems kind of nice. But I'll reroll again because I'm crazy. You in a combat launching from a cannon? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Gain
that
200
was funny.
attack range. Reduced to 100. Gain 20% crit chance and 30% lifesteal. Dude, I don't. Dude, okay, these are way worse.
Yeah, that's good. You're learning. Okay. Literally stop anyone. I think I can blow up anyone that comes.
Yeah.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
The Annie went on me there. She had flash? That sucks.
Bro. I need to flash you sooner.
No.
NT.
I didn't think she flashed from the bush.
Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know that skin was like animated.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
What the fuck? That's cool. What the fuck? That's so cool, actually. Wow. Nice.
Okay.
That was fun, though. I did 1 tier. Let's go.
Yeah, there's like rating for this, but it's like hyper roll rating. So you start from wood and you end in with gladiator, like from WoW.
Okay.
All right, get out. I'm gonna play.
Yeah, sorry. I'm messaging Anita real quick. She wants to play League with me, but then I feel like this would be like the perfect mode for us to play.
The perfect mode. Dude, if you guys did for her, like, that's no problem. I get it.
Bro, no. She's having a spa day with the ladies.
Oh, well, fuck her. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, fuck her, dude.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
Actually, though, it's fucking, I don't know. I feel like they looked, the League team looked at Valorant and was like, you know, there's not enough e-dating opportunities.
That's
here.
what I'm saying. And this one's so funny.
Not enough eating opportunities in League, and now there is, dude. But like, okay, this should just be a permanent mode. I don't know.
No, I think it's gonna be. They spend a lot of time. Yeah.
Okay.
Like they're gonna look at player interest, but assuming enough people play it, it should be a permanent. It's good.
Okay.
It's very good.
Wow, I'm surprised no one bans Kane, despite him being so OP.
Oh, yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Like, I feel like you have to... People build him wrong, like, all the time. So it's not
See.
What do you want? What do I play?
Do you see Rakan being good?
Oh, like, anything that can CC is going to be good. But if you pick Rakan, you don't do a lot of damage unless you go AP.
I see.
So if you want to do that, that means I have to pick something that does a lot of damage.
I'll play Kale.
Oh, shit. Okay, wait. I'll play the front line.
Never mind, I'll play Malphite.
Oh, okay, we can play that.
All right, I'll play Malphite.
This is gonna be so funny.
Asol.
Are you gonna play full AP?
Nah, I'll play tank, and then you play AP.
Okay. So we have very low damage.
Really?
Yes, but it's okay. We just kite it out.
Okay. I'll be your papa. I'll take care of you. We can do double AP too if you want.
I think double AP might be better.
Okay. I'm down.
Oh, okay. Which one do I want?
Probably Guardian Shroud,
yeah,
right?
That's really good. I think playing full tank in this mode is really hard unless your other player is playing like a Kai'Sa.
He's like Omega damage.
Yeah. Like a lot of DPS. You need like Vayne, Kai'Sa, Kale. This comp is super OP. The Kai'Sa Lulu, that one's gonna be a little annoying. This shows that people actually want to twist the tree line. This shows not. No, it does not. Twisted tree line is, I'm gonna be honest, complete dog shit. I played that map and I was like, oh, whatever, man. This is the mode people use to get the most XP for leveling their accounts.
Okay, I don't fully understand what he does, but
yeah, don't worry about it. We're just gonna go on.
Oh, he goes through walls? Or is that
we go for play. Go for play. Oh.
Yeah.
Hit it once.
Are you Sir Charm?
Yeah, we're chilling.
Oh, you're in there. Dude, this fucking dragon bitch is so annoying.
Alright, the things are probably gonna spawn soon, so I'm just gonna back out here. Okay, so the things are spawning. Let me go with this one.
I'm gonna grab the bottom one. Oh, I should have probably been with you, huh?
No, it's fine. I think we're bound to lose this one, because this is like really.
Yeah,
lame.
we scale. We scale.
Yeah, we scale.
Also, I forgot that they changed to Asol.
Oh, he's kind of good in the new one.
He's so annoying.
Okay, what is this?
Your attacks fire a bolt and an additional. Wait, attacks like auto attacks? After using. Okay, these are kind of bad.
Yeah, feel free to reroll if they come out being kind of meh. I think I'm gonna go roll.
I'm gonna just do this one. Where it's like when I immobilize them, they burn.
Oh, okay, good. Wait,
So
your
I
character does not immobilize.
Wait, really? Oh, I thought
It's-
immobilized was like CC.
It
No?
is, but it's like hard CC. It only works on your ulti. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna shit and piss myself, Scarra. I'm gonna shit and piss my. This is where my lack of league knowledge is burning me.
Just camp the middle thing.
Yeah.
Go on the Kaisa. Just fucking chase this guy. Fuck it. We're not even gonna target the other one, okay? So stupid. Or hit the plant, hit the plant, hit the plant.
I'm going top side.
Ah, this really feels kind of. They also are scaling. Hitting the plants. This is the dumbest fight. I don't even know what I want here. What are their comps?
We're gonna play against Pantheon Jax next. Which means I'm gonna go Merc Treads, because fuck that.
Wait, it doesn't show my items. What? Oh, now it does. What?
Okay, so stun and snare are like, is that immobilizing?
Yes, stuns
Slows
are
don't count.
immobilizing, snares are immobilizing, knockups are immobilizing, but not slows.
Technically, okay, a dictionary definition of immobilize, slowing would count as well.
Oh, we can just camp this. We can just camp
Oh, he's ulting, he's ulting. Oh. The fuck? Okay,
So we just go to the other ones.
sure.
Go to the one on the bottom. We'll just ulti them off you real quick. Take this one. Oh, hold on. Be careful, be careful.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Good flash, good flash. Oh, no.
No, you got this though. You got this. They're so low. They use everything on me, but they don't realize that the Big Daddy's still up. Big Daddy's still alive, and he's not playing. He's not playing. He ain't playing, motherfuckers. Oh yeah. Now you just need to kill one more. Easy. Oh my God! Look at the fucking tech. Look at him dance. Oh, he's here. Oh, he's burning. He flashed. Oh my God! And that's why they pay him the motherfucking big bucks, baby. Should I go Iceborne? Oh no, I'm going AP, right?
Yeah. If you want to go tank and you're more comfortable, you can do that.
Okay, I'm down to go like Jock Show or some shit.
Okay,
or like,
okay.
Or Hard Steel.
Yeah, Jack Show is pretty good.
Is Jock Show pretty good?
It's up to you. If you want to go full damage, you go Night Harvester.
You know, I'll go Iceborne Gauntlet.
Okay.
I think that sounds pretty good. Oh, it's these fucking cringe lords. Do you want me to just go in?
Yeah.
Oh, just fucking beat his ass up. Beat his ass up. Beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him up.
All right, hold on. I'm just.
I'm kiting. I'm running.
I'm running too. Hold on. I can slowly get more stats over time.
Okay.
Or health overtime, I guess. All right, we can go in. We can go in. The thing's coming up now. Oh, wow. Okay, hit the plant. Hit the plant. Wow, she does damage.
Nah! Okay, goodbye.
This is a map gap.
Map gap. Map gap. Yeah, that's just that. Ooh, spawn a battle sled? Oh, that's a battle sled.
You're gonna kill us. But if you want that, it's fucking hilarious. It is really funny.
Dude,
It's it's like
my
this.
augments suck ass, and I don't want to reroll here. I'm gonna use it. Battle sled.
Okay. You put us both in the sled,
Okay.
and then yeah, no, we're just on the sled, and then you crash us into them, and it like stuns them.
Oh fuck yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get on
the
it.
Kaisa, okay?
Yeah, we're going on the Kaisa.
What? Wait, what? I didn't make it right to a wall.
I want Lulu. We're on Lulu.
Just kill the yeah. Just kill Lulu.
I want Kaisa. We're back at Kaisa. We're back at Kaisa.
I'm going back on Lulu.
Okay, yeah, we're going back on Lulu. Yeah, fuck this bitch. Fuck this bitch. And now we're back in Kaisa. Yeah.
Beat him up. Beat him up.
Oh yeah, hold on. We can just show. She has to come to us.
Oh, I'm so thicky. Uh-oh.
Oh, I messed up.
Don't leave me alone with her. I'm taking that.
Okay, I'm gonna just fucking take this plant. Oh, that was not a...
No.
Oh! She still had ulti!
Who still had ulti? Him? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do I take Seraphs? Probably not, right?
Alright, this is
Cosmic Rabadon?
This might be a comp diff, you know?
No. We got the sled. Don't worry. Get down here. Get down here.
Oh, shit. Right.
Wait, it took off. It took off without you.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm the ulti.
Kills us. Oh, he died. He died to the Lux Laser.
That's so funny.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Nice! Oh my god, that was actually 3v2, dude. Holy fuck.
What the fuck is going on?
Lux Laser, man. Holy.
He literally okay, so most of the because we're tankier as opposed to doing damage, we want arenas that have like things.
Right. We want it to do damage for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair. True and not false. Wait, how do you know how much? Oh, I see. You have your health on the side. All right, no way we lose to these jackholes again.
Okay,
right?
wait.
All right, get in.
Whew.
You're driving, right? You're driving.
Yeah, you're driving.
Dude, this sucks. This map's no, like you can't turn fast enough. It's like a mouth.
Okay, we're going for this
it's
one.
fucking,
We're going for this one.
It's like Scion. You can't turn fast enough. I'm not clicking hard enough, man.
I'm still going, guys. Fuck this.
All right, fuck it.
Oh wow! How can we always fight them on this map where it's like impossible because
I don't know.
They get plants. Like they get 3 plants that we can't contest. Oh, it sucks.
Oh, it might be Jover, bro.
Nah, it's fine.
Dude, he can kill the plants so fast too.
It's
Lord.
okay. I don't like this.
What's phase rush again?
I don't like that. Oh, I like none of these. Oh, I just rerolled to something terrible.
What's phase rush?
It's when you hit them and you move faster. I don't think you want that.
I'm gonna do Searing Dawn then. My abilities mark them and then they take extra damage from you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, Kaisa Lulu is pretty strong, huh?
All
right, you drive this time. You drive this time.
Okay, okay.
You going first?
Oh, I'll get it first, okay? Fuck!
Alright, see? Not so easy, right? Oh. Yeah, I'm dead. The set killed me.
Yeah, wow, that hit me.
I think I killed the set too, but it was aiming towards Ari, but killed me.
Oh, yeah, that does happen. Okay. Oh, I made a mistake. I should have chose a higher damage character.
Dude, no, I made a mistake. I said I was going Malphite, and then I switched to, or I said I was going to go Kale, and then switch. So that was my bad. I run it back. I'm learning.
Okay. Oh, okay, I'm gonna play some Atori Chill.
Does your chat know, like, if I bought the League Battle Pass, does playing in this mode, like, apply to the missions of this?
I don't know.
Any knowers? I'm gonna actually play Kill this time.
Oh, you're gonna play Kill. Okay. Then I can play a tank. Oh, someone said it does.
Oh, it does? Dope.
When we did this mode is like the perfect mode, essentially. Oh shit, do you wanna...
Oh yeah, who am I banning? I might just ban Acel here. Fuck Acel.
Alright. There are certain things, like you want to get augments that say increase your range or give yourself a level.
Got it.
As soon as you hit 16 in this mode, you are fucking God. And I just need to peel for you.
Got it. I will be God. I am God, eater of gods.
It's Rammus time.
Is it Rammus time?
It's Rammus time.
Is it Rammus time?
It's Rammus time. Dude, I said something. I want to just say this, okay? We're doing a you laugh, you lose thing, okay?
Okay.
And
I mean, nothing gets you smirking like racism, so
that's what I'm
with.
saying.
That's
so I might have made a video and snuck it in, and it was like a little bit racist.
I mean, everyone's a little bit racist.
Yeah, so like, I just want you to laugh really loud when it comes out in video and you watch it, okay?
Don't worry. I will laugh my fucking ass off.
Okay, great.
I'll be like, oh my god, yes, oppression of a particular group of people.
Oh no, don't worry,
favorite.
it's Chinese.
Oh,
it's not as racist if it's the same. It's like it's my people.
Yeah. It's Wait, which one do I start with? Do I go Guardian's Blade or do I go Guardian's Orb?
You go the one that gives you attack speed. So it's like the...
I don't see any that give attack speed.
Oh, fuck.
Can I just go Berserker's Greaves?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Attack damage. Oh, wait, that's Guardian's Hammer? Guardian's Hammer.
Yeah, it's the one that gives you
attack damage, attack speed, and lifesteal.
Yeah, it's really good for you. But the thing is, it's worse for a couple. We're gonna lose till 6, okay? Our comp is just dog.
No. I don't know what you're talking about. I think we're the goats.
All right, I'm not even gonna go in. I'm just gonna sit on here. Okay, and then we're gonna you gotta hit this, okay? Just you might want to just run. I can't really peel them here, okay?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, this is gonna be just really embarrassing.
No, we're doing great.
I'm gonna farm these guys so hard later. Don't you even worry. Like,
yeah. For sure, no doubt. Yeah.
Like, don't even stress. I'm gonna literally own these guys.
Yeah, that plant like moved me 3 inches, man. I'm gonna be honest. It moved me from like fucking here to here.
If you're directly on it, it can move you just up and down.
Oh, is that what happened? That's probably what happened then. What the fuck is taking the other group? Oh.
You can spectate them, which is it's fun too.
Let's see. I see it. Oh, that guy's fucked. Oh, no, he's fucked.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Gain 50% attack speed. Every 4th attack deals additional magic damage. Gain the ocean soul that grants high health and mana regen. Do I do attack speed?
What was the first one?
Gain 50% attack speed.
Yeah, that one sounds sick.
All right.
This one looks interesting.
All right, Scarra, protect me. I'm scared.
All right, we're not an actual character until later.
Okay, got it. There's Zyra and that dude.
All right, hit the plant, hit the plant. Oh God, we can't even hit the plant.
We're dead.
This looks really bad for us now, but we're scaling. Don't worry.
It'll get better, right? This happens to everyone who plays Kale this mode, right?
Yeah,
Scarra?
yeah.
Good lord.
The thing about this game mode, even if you lose every single game mode, you're still guaranteed to get to 3 augments. You would just die after the 3rd augment.
Okay. Okay, I'm level 6 now. I'm stronger. Okay.
You can buy your boots.
Okay.
AD, AP, oh. All right, I think you're 6 now, so you can.
Yeah, I'm 6.
Are you ranged?
I could do. Yeah, I'm technically ranged, but not really.
Yeah, you're not like a unit I think.
Think of me as like a thresh. I think.
Oh.
Maybe less.
I'm just full of salvation. Come get it, friend.
If Pantheon gets on me, it's Jover.
Oh, you be careful. You need to be careful. I messed up. Okay, let's go. Hit this. All you. Hit that.
Dude, my cooldowns are like super long too. Just kill one, Scarra. Kill one. Get yourself some gold. If that's how this works.
These guys stopped fucking. I gotta go.
You got the gold. You got the gold. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Zyra, fucking, what's his name? Zillion is also quite annoying.
Yeah, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Do I go shield bow? Like, what do I go? Do I go Ginsu's?
You go Rage Blade for sure.
Rage Blade, okay. Wait, we're fighting him again? Oh, wait, different guys.
Yeah, don't worry. Okay, we are gonna use Pike to our advantage to win this, okay? Hold on, I'm gonna hit this.
Hit it. Oh, shit.
Okay. Oh, Zyra's stunned, okay? It's okay, we can take it slow,
Whoops.
Okay. Now I'm gonna taunt this right after. And now you can get the plant.
Oh, wait.
You can hit the plant.
Yeah. Oh wait, are you dead?
Okay, okay. Oh, he's gonna get. Oh, okay. Oh, so close. It's okay. It's okay. Now we got it.
Gain fleet footwork and gain crit. Getting crit and lifesteal. Your attacks infinitely deal burn. Permanently gain 1 ability power when you hit enemies with abilities.
When fire's on you last there. True power. Also known as my union mandated break.
Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you let your W Park Titan Hank? What? No, trust me. We just gotta make it to 11. Oh, these guys will run. We gotta run. They have double black shield. It only lasts for 12 seconds. So just chill, just chill. They when they go on this. Careful, careful. This is just run. Oh, okay, we're good. We're.
Multi you?
Oh. Okay, now you go get the other plant. Go get the other plant, and then you can just hit them. Oh, okay. You might have your ulti up again soon. Just.
Nope, 65 seconds. My ult is super long, even with the fucking bullshit.
Don't worry. As soon as we got our stuff, we're gonna just own them.
Wait, I got all 3 of the fucking plant.
Oh, it'll give you like 30% CR, 30, 40.
Okay, yeah. My ult is still like 50 seconds off. This is fine.
Yeah, it is fine. Trust.
What's my second item here? Wit's End?
Uh,
Or do I go like Kraken Slayer, Mortal Shield Bow?
I think you go. Where do you go? You should only ult yourself, by the way.
Oh, really? I can ult you?
Yeah, don't worry about me. Unless it's like,
Okay.
fuck. I
Because
think
you were taking damage, and I don't like it when you take damage.
you go Nashers. Yeah.
All right, Scarra.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3.
All right, these guys we own. Just let me handle the beginning, okay?
All right. Oh, fuck. Dude.
Oh. It's okay. We're chilling. These guys.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
All right, this is a go next thing. I think this is a go next.
No. This is what we want. Trust. We're 11 next round.
11 next round. Yeah.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah,
Who
we
are we
got this, man.
facing? Oh, we're facing them. Okay. hold
What's
on.
after Nashers? Do I go Pork?
You can go Wits actually, or
Wits? All right.
or Gunblade even.
No worldwide item would be complete without purchasing items.
All right, I'll go Gunblade. No.
Remember the Gunblade can
He's an active, right?
yeah, it's a slow reactive.
Are ready to fight.
All right. Don't touch the dog.
Yeah.
Don't pet the dog.
Oh, he pet the dog. She pet the dog. We're chilling. You can just grab these if you want.
Oh god, the dog's on me. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You hit it after. Don't worry about me. I'm just chilling. You can wait. You can wait a little bit. I mean, I don't think they're gonna do anything.
Oh, you're tanky as fuck.
Head toward the center.
Yeah, we're just chill. Oh god, these stupid dogs, man. You can go in on them when you can. Oh, okay. You can kill him. You can kill him.
I have no range.
Yeah,
The
it kind of.
fucking dogs killed both of them.
That's so funny though.
What the fuck?
Okay, I'm not doing battle sled.
Good lord. I almost also took battle sled.
Well, I kind of like this one.
Wait, the fucking dogs. The fucking dogs are dogging.
Okay, we're at 2 life, so you should just pot whenever you can.
Okay.
If you're under 3,000 gold, you're hitting a pot. All right, you're due. We need to make it to 16 for us to win.
Yeah, I have 300 gold, so.
Okay, yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. Just okay, just chill.
Chill?
Remember?
So
Oh, careful. You're fine. You're fine.
dude, of course.
No other way.
He's gonna jump on me.
No, it's fine. You're fine. You okay? Good job. You get
Running.
the thing in the middle. Get the thing in the middle.
I think if I go on the thing in the middle, they'll jump me.
Oh, I am a little getting owned. Oh no.
Oh, it's Jover.
Oh.
All right, you know, I'm not playing kill. I don't know how to play kill. It's okay.
Oh, the one thing I don't like about Samira is whatchamacallit. It's so her ulti doesn't count as her hitting you, so you don't get a thorn mail her.
Oh.
Alright, I think Rammus sucks, by the way. I play Rammus, I'm like, huh, this character kind of doo-doo.
You know what? That was a practice warm-up round that doesn't mean anything to anyone.
Yeah, no one's even counting that.
Yeah. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Okay. How hard is Samira? All right, I'll take that as your answer.
She's not bad, but you have to alternate ability, attack, ability, attack. Does that make sense?
That's way too fucking hard. Yeah, never mind.
Because she's like Dante. She's like a Devil May Cry character. So you have to like
the style character,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Like what characters do you want to play? I don't
know.
Anything that you play normally is good in this game mode that I've seen you play. Like any unit that you play is good.
So I can play Brand?
Yeah, he's good. He's fucking awesome.
All right, I'm gonna do Brand then. Fuck it.
Okay, and then I have to play something that helps you and doesn't completely grief you. Wonder what doesn't completely grief you. Oh, I kind of want to. Yeah, Urgot's giga good. I'm thinking what I want to do.
Dude, the Soul Fighter skins are so sick.
You trust me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you trust me, right?
Yeah, Scarra.
Yeah, you trust me, right?
I mean, you know, I wouldn't have questioned your pick until you started saying all this shit. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
You're making me worried. You're making me worried about it.
Could someone give me an AP Trinity?
Oh my god, is this gonna be another, like, ignore the fucking Tryndamere, go on Brand?
No.
No? Yeah, I'm fine. No problem. Whoa, this skin's fucking sick. What is that?
The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do help them move.
I'm playing a Giga Cringe character if I went AD, but I didn't go AD.
Oh, you're going AP?
Yeah, someone told me
what
it was good.
What does damage on your AP?
My E does like a 1-to-1 scaling.
With I don't know what your E is. I'm gonna be honest.
My spin and my heal
Oh.
skills.
Oh, this is the.
Oh, it's cool. I'm just not going in. I'm just not going in. We just hit. We hit. I hit this, and I'm going for the other plan. Okay.
My abilities are on cooldown. I hit a stun for once. The guy's low as fuck. Nice.
Okay, I'm waiting for the other plant. Oh, you beat him off. Beat him off.
Beat him up. Stunned.
Woo!
Nice. Nice. Let's fucking go. It's taking them so long. Come on, King Thug Shaker. What are you doing, bro?
Oh, you want to save flash?
And he seems so fucking annoying
if
in
it
this
doesn't
mode.
turn the round, because it goes on cooldown for your next round. So like I knew we were gonna win. Even if I died, we would have won this, right? Yeah. So you don't want to just flash because it's like, wait. I'm gonna re-roll this. This one's interesting.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that one.
That was
Oh
pretty
my.
boring, but pretty good. So
Scar, I'm gonna cry.
what did you take?
I took one where it's like when I immobilize an enemy, I gain 4% of my health back, but like I only have one stun.
Don't worry, they need it.
Oh my god, I meant to re-roll, not pick the fucking augment. I'm being chased!
Hitting the plant. Hitting the plant. Yeah, dude, just fucking beat the crap out of these guys, man. These guys don't really do damage yet for a bit, by the way.
Congratulations!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh fucking yeah.
Oh, you're feeling the damage now?
I'm feeling it now, even with a useless fucking augment. I have one stun, like every 7 seconds. That can give me 4% of my health back. It's gonna clutch up for me, I promise you, man. It's gonna clutch up.
Okay.
Zanny's fucking dead.
Actually, she could.
Nah,
totally...
she's dead. She's dead. She's fucking dead.
Oh,
She just walked into the fire and flames. And now my first item. Wait, it's not my first item.
It's your first boots. You buy Sork shoes here.
I already bought Sork shoes here.
Oh, you buy your
Guardian Shroud, I guess.
Yeah, if you feel like you're gonna die, and you buy the. It's good. I think Guardian Shroud is generally better than the alternative.
Yeah, I think with the amount of damage that these guys can potentially put out, Guardian Shroud's to play. I'm also going to drink a pot here.
Oh, drinking a pot here is like, it's not bad. I actually think it's really good. But remember, drinking a pot is 700 gold. If you win, you get 700 gold.
Right.
Like, it's always worth it if you can guarantee a win. Oh, you cannot walk up here.
Oh fuck, I'm dead.
It's fine. It's fine. Take the plant when you can.
I fucking died. Right, I forgot. Ult. Any ult.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay, because you're gonna guarantee me this dub, right? You think this Echo can do shit against you? Yeah, kill this fucking bear. We hate bears around here. Kill the environment.
By the way, it's always better for me to go because I can invulnerability the last phase.
Yeah. That's true. Does your slow scale off AP as well? Yeah, burn. Yo, my god! It's fucking Jover! Oh my god, that's my king right there! Oh, fuck yeah!
Team Krug.
Do I go Leandries here?
Yeah.
Do I go... Okay.
Liedri's fucking crazy.
Do you think Mordekaiser just ults me?
Yes. Be.
Okay. I'm a try and... Oh wait, this is not them yet. Okay, so if Heimer puts turrets down, just kill them as soon as possible, ASAP, or run... Okay.
You just kill him. Just kill him. Just
Molting.
kill him. Yeah.
Dead. Dead as fuck.
I'm just gonna kite. All you for a little bit. We're chilling. We're chilling. I can come back
I'm
soon.
running.
I can come back soon.
Yeah.
The plant is very soon. He's coming down now.
Okay.
Head toward the center.
Oh.
Nice.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever played.
It's working. Your abilities apply on-hit effects. I probably don't want that. Gain the first strike and Dark Harvest Keystone runes. What's first strike? Oh, is that when I gain gold when I hit them? You know, I'm just doing okay boomerang. That sounds fun.
Yeah, no, it's fucking. No, mythical is a bait a lot of times, unless you get it really late, because it's so much gold.
Ready to fight.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
Well, careful, careful. Oh.
Oh yeah.
I hit the plant. Oh, it's fine. You can go up for the other plant. You go. Oh.
Oh god. Oh god, Annie's Tibbers is so annoying. Dude!
What is going on?
Fire's closing in. Watch out. Our winners are Team Krug.
Fucking, I was just chased by Tibbers that whole fucking time.
You have to be really careful. Like I have to go in ahead of you because it is like a pain in the ass, essentially.
Yeah.
How do I do this? Is it Shiv?
Yeah, honestly, I'm down to let them, like fucking run them down as they chase me around, because I was still able to do some damage.
Mm-hmm.
Who are we playing against next? Mord? Mord. Oh, maybe I should have done fucking Zanya's. Fuck.
Start.
Oh, he ulted you.
It's fine. I'm good. I'm good. Are you okay?
Oh, I couldn't flash to you. Fuck. Nice. Oh, you win these. You win these.
The ring is closing.
Okay, unless he keeps grabbing the fucking plants like a cringe lord. Oh, wait, what the fuck is your range? Okay, never mind. This guy's cringe as fuck. Do you have your ult still?
Yep.
Oh, this? Oh, wait, no. This is way too dangerous. Oh my god. You are the stall king, man. What the fuck? That's not okay.
This is so funny.
That's not alright. Fuck you. Dude, look at you standing there so menacingly until he dies. Yeah. Holy fuck. That was amazing. Is this Annie? Annie Gecko? Or Echo?
Oh, so it'll highlight in red the opponent we're facing next.
Oh, I see. Are we going for this dude on top?
Yeah.
Where's Annie? Oh, I see her. I'm gonna go for this plant.
Oh, just kill it. Okay, I'll kill the bear, I'll kill the bear, I'll kill the bear. Kill the plant, kill the plant.
Oh, fuck. Okay, you know what? Fuck him.
Trin, I hope you stub your toe.
Hello. What about me?
Oh. Died to kill a woman for 42 months.
Damn, you won't let them play. I love it.
Yeah, I'm just and spinning.
Fuck it, they're a trend abuser.
This Trin is so annoying.
So mean. Says the guy who one shots with his ult. Whatever, dude. Lack of self-awareness. Ooh, 60 ability haste sounds pretty good.
Item haste, bro. What items do I have?
Yeah, 60
It works
ability
on
haste
static?
sounds kind of nice.
What? Does it really?
All right, 2 people are about to die.
You lied. Wait.
All right.
Wait, you lied.
Run it.
We're chilling. Oh,
Hey.
no, we're not. All right, yeah, get this. Oh, it hits me.
No.
Shouldn't have worn such combustible clothing.
No, it's fine. Fine, someone just griefed me, no problem.
Who griefs you? Me?
No, my chat was like, this thing that gives item CDR works on fucking Shiv. It does not.
Oh.
I got giga griefed.
You should ban that guy.
That's what I'm saying. Oh. Oh, so the wolves, I think, do the most damage in the game.
Yeah, wolves. I don't know what that means, but okay. Who are we going against next? Highlighted in red, Annie and Echo. Okay, I'm going Banshees. Does Banshees negate Annie ult?
Oh yeah, good call, good call. Oh, we don't play anyone.
Oh, we don't? Oh, well, oh.
No, we saved the pots in case you had any.
Okay.
And shoot fire.
Oh. Gee, boom. Come on, Lux. Fucking hit him, dude.
You see Annie? That literally was with Banshees, by the way.
Jesus. Okay.
Just buy some stuff, you know, no problem.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Oh, Zephyr over Boots. Shit, you're right.
Kind of just feels like I got a free item. That's kind of nice.
He already died once, so he's got nothing to fear. Rising up in
Pot stack? Wait, really?
Don't target us first, you fucking dickhead. Oh, whoops. Did I ult the fucking bear? On me. Oh, shit. No!
Wait, how did he live?
He has, I think he had guardians?
Oh.
Get shit.
Not. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a goddamn second. Why the fuck did I die there?
The fighters can do what now? I guess all that training really is paying off.
Alright. Run it. We just need to beat him once.
Oh yeah, don't worry, I got it.
You got it? You got me? Because I've been missing every spell, bro.
Oh, you might have to back out for a little bit. Oh, I have to go back for. Hold on. The plant.
I'm getting zoned like crazy. Oh, you just... Don't die. Oh god, I'm just taking so much fucking damage.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
All right, you hit. You hit.
Okay. Alright, you know what? You fucking won that entire game. You won that entire fucking thing.
No.
And you got grief.
It's a two-man.
No.
It's a
The two men were your
two-man
fucking abs,
team.
man. Your fucking pecs. Okay. I was so not even a fucking threat, dude. That guy was like, yeah, I didn't care about you. I think fucking Trenton.
No, you did 37,000 damage.
Yeah, okay, man. Okay. I want to try Mundo. People are saying Mundo's okay.
Oh, he's so good. Dr. Killer will have 42 months.
I'm down.
Iros TFT welcome back for 3. Silly Waffle welcome back for 27. And Slave the Balls welcome back for 48. Thanks for resubbing.
Dude. Time is at 2:30. Okay.
Hilly's.
You said he had to go at 3, right? So probably LG.
19 months. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try Mundo. Moondizzle.
He's super good.
Who am I banning? I'm banning.
You should
banning
ban
Heimer.
You should ban stuff like Vayne or Kale, because your character is very.
I'm banning Kale. I'm banning Kale. I just have like a personal issue with Heimer, you know?
Yeah, no. Heimer's really good. The only way you can ever lose with Heimer is if you don't buy your mythic item.
Oh.
They banned Mundo.
Oh. Son of my
What
dick.
else do you want to play?
I don't know, dude. There are some hot suggestions real quick.
Any of the characters you typically play are good. Or
Can I play Morgana?
Good. Not Morg. That character is kind of hard. If you're playing Morg, I have to play.
What about Karma? Can I play Karma?
Yes, but you have to go the more support oriented. But yes, Karma is very
fine.
good.
That's fine. I'll just play. I'll be your shield mommy. I got you.
These guys banned. Oh, these guys are okay. That Shaker Heimer is gonna be so annoying.
Oh yeah. Does the trinket reveal invisible dudes or no?
Yes.
It does. Okay.
Did Call of Duty work? No. I like the ribbon skin all of them because I like the ones that people don't use. I think this one's the worst, so people don't use this one. Dude, I fucking ooh. I think when you Wait, hold on. Let me go look to see which one I'm supposed to take with
Pummel
this.
each other for our entertainment. You gotta love it.
Whoa. Guardian's amulet seems cool. Kazakh's Riven. Wait. Oh, I just realized you can play against mirror comps.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
What high-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items? I love money. Time's up, fighters.
Oh, hold on.
Burdens of the past.
Fight!
All right, all right.
Never falter.
I stunned them carefully. They go on you.
Sky and
Learn from your mistakes.
Wait, why can't I use spells? The fuck?
Oh,
Sa, Kiri.
I stunned them.
Dude, I can't use spells. Am I lagging? I think I'm lagging.
Wait, what do you mean you can't use spells?
Like, there's like a lag time between when I press my spell and when it goes off. Also, I'm rubber banding on the screen.
Are you good now?
Spirit
Nope.
is not lost.
Focus.
Yeah, I'm lagging.
Oh,
A lot.
What happened? Just your internet?
I literally have no idea, but like all my abilities and spells are rubber banding.
Oh, that is
Okay,
not
I
good.
think I might be good now. Yeah, I'm good now. But that was super weird.
I've wandered.
Good thing you own them. Also, there's a good thing that Riven went Guardian Horn.
Yeah, I don't know.
Commercial.
I don't know what he's thinking.
Oh, shit. Which one's better?
Can I say he don't know you, little bro?
Yeah, go for it. Which one's better?
What conflict awaits?
No, I'm gonna defend your reputation. I got you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wait, so he knew it was me and said nothing about me?
No, he said thanks, Peter, bro.
No, but he said, "Hey, Scarra, big
No,
fan,
no,
you're
he
great."
said thanks, Peter. Like, thanks.
This guy's fucking dead to me. We're shitting on him.
Sa, Elisa, Kiri.
Can't mean the plants.
Peace.
These gonna be like a really stupid.
Extended battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I do way more damage to them, but it's gonna take a while.
To serve the greater good.
Oh.
Sa, Elisa, Kiri.
Alright, I'm gonna take the plant. You can take the bottom plant right now.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Focus.
Oh, that's. Oh, I didn't know where it was.
Can you shield me? This might be a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Never falter.
Yeah, I'm getting.
Nah, that's okay. That's okay. That was a fluke. We won.
I'm having lag issues.
CC.
Peter, I care just as much about you. He's a fucking stream sniper too. Ban him. Ban his ass. I mean, just kidding. I think you're really cool. What's your username by any chance?
All right, break's over. It's fighting time. Start.
All right, I got this. We got this.
Sword mirrors its owner.
Focus.
Okay, take the flowers, man.
On you, maybe?
Sky and Kiri. There's no one never falter. Latriano.
Ring is closing.
There is no other.
Snared.
Hit the plant.
Oh.
Focus.
Got
Oh
him.
God.
No, you're good, dude. You're so good. You're so good.
Do I go? Which?
Do I go
way?
mandate here?
I don't remember. I think you go. Someone tell him what to go.
Yeah, tell me what to get. Tell me what I'm doing. Do I go Moonstone Renewer, Shirelia's Imperial Mandate? Moonstone. Okay.
Do I go this?
Oh, can they see me use the potion?
Yeah, you can see like in your inventory and stats. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, they have the hotter ribbon skin, so I'm a little worried.
What?
Yeah.
The time to talk is over.
You got this. Oh, what the? Got him. Dude, I'm still lagging, but we're still owning, so it's
Yeah,
all good.
we you know how it is.
Yeah, I respect the Tree Boy comp, though, you know? They really, I like the theme.
Yeah.
Also, fuck Heimer, so. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh? Oh, shit. They're so low. Wait, it's so winnable. Come on, Pike. Dude, Pike does not care for the trees.
That's what I'm saying.
It's fucked up. Using the ability heals you. Okay, so I actually see this being good for me here. Or gain.
Usability
Wait.
heals?
Using the ability heals me for 2%.
That's
Or is that
okay.
2? Or gain summon Aryan Arcane combat.
That one's good.
That one's really good. Okay.
Yeah, that one's pretty darn good.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I still don't like understand like how impactful.
Dude, don't worry. Some of these are
Keystones are.
like huge baits. Some of them are just like you don't even know what the thing is.
Come on, let's get back to the fight. It's a dog. It's a knife. It's a knife dog. That's right.
What conflict
The
is
Fury is
Oh,
joining
the
the
Fury.
fight.
Ooh, I'm going down bots.
Oh fuck! Didn't mean to do that.
You can just like, oh,
Oh shit!
hit the plant, hit the plant.
Dude, these fucking turrets.
I know my purpose.
Oh wait, fuck. Yo, Nefiri fucking owned me, man. I was trapped between turrets and Nefiri.
Oh,
I couldn't do shit that round.
I was like, what happened?
Yeah, literally, turrets, all three. My auto attacks are hella slow and weak, so I can't kill the turrets. And then Nefiri's dogs are in my asshole, man.
Oh no. Yeah, that's okay. That's good.
Word from our sponsor.
God fucking damn it. Did I go Mikhail's? Or staff? I'll go staff of flowing water.
Yeah, staff sounds good.
And wait, how can you tell who we're up against next?
The whatever it's highlighted in gold.
In gold? No one's
This
highlighted.
thing,
Oh,
like
on the
orange. Yeah, yeah.
on the map. I see. Roger that. All right, we won't lose to these guys again. Oh shit. I have shield for a little bit.
I'm gonna heal up real quick.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do.
Never falter. Scarra TFT.
Shield me! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I was shielding you off cooldown, man. Do you not trust me?
Oh no, of course I trust you.
Of course you trust me. Of
Alright,
course
who are
you
we
do.
fighting? Oh, we're fighting those guys.
I think they're pretty easy, right? I feel like Shaco Heimer is like our hardest matchup.
Serpent is not bad into that. Fuck it.
At most tourneys, the fighters get money after they win the whole thing. Here, we do things a little differently.
You know, I think they're pretty easy, but let's make them even easier.
Yeah.
Choose your own path. Peace. The time to talk is over. Cannot die.
Never falter.
Like I said.
Holy.
It's just too easy. It's just too easy. Holy fuck.
By the way, I'm pretty sure once I hit MR items, there's no way I ever lose to the 2 trees. The Rivenheimer though is kind of really hard.
I mean, Heimer Shaco?
Yeah, Heimer Shaco. That one.
I mean, if you go magic resist, aren't they just both magic damage?
Yeah, but they still kind of own. They're still
Oh,
kind
wait,
of
never mind.
annoying.
Shaco's not magic. Oh, I got Jeweled Gauntlet, Tap Dancer, and Slow Cooker. Am I looking for a different one?
You're looking for Wind Speaker. Is
I did
this
not get Wind
work
Speaker.
on my queue? Reroll it.
I did.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I didn't get it. I got Thief's Gloves, Goliath, and True Shot Prodigy, which both look worse than what I had before.
Oh, reroll it.
I can't. I ran out.
Oh, that's fine. Just pick whatever.
Should I remove my current items and gain random items each combat and bonus stats and item damage is increased by 30%? That sounds awful.
That sounds terrible.
Alright, I went Goliath.
Oh, that's good. But it means you will never die.
I'm gonna be your dommy mommy, okay? I'm gonna give you uppies. Come here. I'm giving you uppies.
It's smaller than
Wait, did he die? Wait, no, he didn't. Wait, did he?
No. This is the most broken augment on Riven ever.
Wait, you're unkillable.
I just make Earthquake.
Wait, I fucking rooted him into bullshit. Wait, we're so fucking strong now. Why are we so strong?
Oh, wait, we own.
Wait, what did you get?
Oh, I got this. Press tab, hold tab, and hover over my Earthquake. Every time I Q or E, it does like 1,000 damage.
Yo, I'm gonna do mandate so you do even more damage.
Yeah,
to them, okay?
do you see this?
That is insane. Wait, Goliath is low-key good on me.
Oh, you'll never die with Goliath. It's so you're so tanky.
Yeah, I'm like hella tanky. I could peel for you, and like also I could see my booba better now.
Oh yeah, that's the most important part.
Like, look, listen, I'm up to your face. Like my tits are in your face.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
All right, wait. What did these guys take? Zanya. Oh, I have to go on the Kazakhs.
My spirit is not.
Wow, you just run the after.
There is no one. The time for talk is over.
I'm just gonna go for the other one, man.
I'm gonna just harass him.
You and him. Can
He doesn't do damage to
kill
me.
You?
He doesn't do damage to me.
Wait, your W healing is like 1500. Yeah, melee champs can't beat me with the earthquake. It did 1600 this time. He just kills himself.
Gotta make sure I get my credit for killing him, you know what I mean? Wait, we're like impossible to kill now. We're fucking crazy.
We're against these guys? Why they spell it that way? What about...
Okay, so Malachi went AP. Oh, they both went AP. Okie dokie.
Choose your own path.
This guy's like, okay, good luck, okay.
We're not gonna need it. Oh wait, shit. Wait a second.
Wait, I'm dying.
Wait, where are you dying? Never mind, you're not dying.
Oh, wait, the first ulti Q into Earthquake killed them.
Wait, you fucking shit on them.
Dude, the earthquake, the earthquake scales off my AD too. So I just, All right, you want to do one more?
Yeah, run it. Fuck Lily Peachy, honestly.
That's what I'm saying.
Retweet.
RT.
I'm retweeting my own tweet. I'm being that guy.
Dude, you gotta be your biggest supporter, man.
Yeah. So that way, like when people try to like ratio me in the future, they could just like tweet out like, "Oh, this guy likes his own tweets,"
Yeah.
and I die of cringe.
Now you can try Mundo.
Mundo. Okay. Who am I not canceling? Who am I banning?
Damn. God damn, it's too early, man.
Sorry. I've been banning. Not
It's
canceling.
too early.
Silly goose.
Oh, I wanted to play Poppy. Someone was playing AD Poppy into me yesterday, and I literally was getting one shot off the rip.
Really? AD Poppy?
He slams you into a wall. You can't dodge. The whole map is walls. He hits Q ulti, and you're dead. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I didn't know she was capable of that much damage. That's crazy. All right, what Mundo skin you want me to go?
Oh, what about Mundo?
Mundo? All right.
Oh.
Nothing gives me more serial killer vibes in this game than Mundo.
Who do I want to play? I wanted to play something stupid. You okay if we do a stupid ass comp?
Let's do a stupid ass comp. Fuck it.
Okay, you pretty much go Heartsteel into Titanic, and if you hit any of the health or health regen things, you want.
Okay.
Because we need some more damage, so you definitely need to go Titanic. You're literally gonna go like Heartsteel, Titanic, and then you'll see what you buy. If you ever get the augment called Critical Block, you won the game.
Critical Block.
Yeah,
Okay.
that or it's like it's not called that. It's like it lets your crits reduce damage you take.
Okay. Do I go Guardian Horn?
Yeah.
Just, I'm a serial killer. Look at me.
You
Tell
are
me
a
I don't have
serial
bodies in
killer.
my basement. Oh, I heard Zach is really cringe in this mode.
Yeah, but he's not like giga good. Like I think he's.
Okay.
It's only like because he has a res, so you can never beat him in overtime. But like if you're not getting there, like not okay. These guys are. This is such a lame comp.
Okay.
All right, but it's okay. We can, you just wait for me to set you up. Okay, I'll be sitting in this bush and I'll try to I'm going for
I
Twitch.
hit
Going for Twitch.
I'm zoned off from you.
Still on Twitch. Oh, can you? Oh, I don't know. Here, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna depart.
Yeah, okay.
I'm picking up the plants. Hold up. Do I take too much damage?
Oh God! Remember when you told me not to take too much damage?
Oh, careful. Oh, okay, maybe.
You got this. Oh no, I fucking missed my cue. But you got this. You're the greatest of all time. Don't let him Oh. Oh, you got this. You're a better gamer. Nice!
Oh, the last auto attack.
Oh my God, you're the fucking greatest of all time. Mountain Soul, Frozen Foundations.
Reroll.
Reroll, okay. Blunt Force, Midnight Express, Frost Wrath.
I don't know what's the first one.
First, Blunt Force is 10% attack AD.
Do any of them look good?
I have the one where I root someone every 7 seconds if they're nearby.
That's not bad. Yeah, you can take that.
Okay,
one.
I'll just go that. I don't want to use all my rerolls here.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like, if you get the prismatics are the strongest, and if you reroll, like, you want Goliath, the thing you got last game, because you get to like 10k HP. All right, so we are going for. Doesn't matter. We're just going for plants. Plant. Hit the plant. Not run.
Running.
Run to the other plant. Oh god, I'll hit this plant.
I think you just hit it.
Careful.
Yeah, I'm running. Oh no! Nice. You got this.
Oh yeah, I do, because I got a plant.
Oh, you think you're gonna get the rest of that plant, bro? Okay, you got most of it, but it's fine. Oh yeah, burn his ass.
The problem is,
yeah.
I have to kill him before he gets to the finals.
Oh, nice. Does he burn from that shit too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he does. Oh, fuck off.
Oh god. That's what's amazing. It's not that good. It's really shit after the first mission.
What boot should I go here? Steel caps?
Oh, steel's kind of bad in this lobby.
All right, Mercs.
Yeah, that's probably or the one that
Ghostwalker?
No, the thing that makes you not take slows as much.
Oh, Swift.
Yeah, that's really good in this lobby.
Okay.
Remember, your
plotting
ulti
here.
heals you more when you're lower.
Got it. So I should just ult when I'm low.
Yeah.
And not die.
Or if you want to ult early and then camp the. Okay, this guy gets packaged immediately, so like, we're not gonna kill him in the first engage, okay? Unless this guy messes up so bad. All right, I'm out. Careful. I'm getting plant. Okay. I think he's getting the other plants. I'm getting the other plant. Careful. Oh, you can run this plant. Get the last one.
Running. I still have ult. I'm ulting.
Yep. Careful. Oh, I misclicked. I'm shit.
Got the fish boy.
Wait, I fucking misclicked so bad there.
Let's go. I live this time?
Hell yeah.
You're not real. None of this is real.
What item do I go? Heartsteel?
Yeah, Heartsteel to Titanic is the build you want to go this game. Okay, so Heartsteel is like you want to hit both characters once every round, ideally, and the round lasts
Like,
really long.
Does it matter like auto or
No,
ability?
it only works on auto.
Okay.
So the way Heartsteel works is after you're next to them for a while, you hit them for a damage that hits and gives you health.
Got it.
Honestly, you don't even need to worry about it. It kind of does it by itself.
Okay. Just if I just play as I'm
Normally,
supposed to play, then I'll be fine. Okay.
Just be careful. These guys are actually very giga annoying. We're looking for Twitch, by the way. No way I missed it, man. Okay, we're going to the other one. I'm famous for playing this character and never hitting an ulti.
No,
Every time I hit an ulti, you get 300 gold.
I don't know. I never hear that about you personally.
Oh god.
I hear you hit every skill.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, we're popping off, man. We're killing it. They call me the best Mundo in the west, in the West, I guess. Oh, chauffeur, feel the burn. Okay, I want to reroll, right?
Yeah.
Goliath. Do I go Goliath?
Oh yeah, that one's OP.
Oh my god.
Is this it?
I'm massive. Okay, this guy also got Goliath, but it's all good.
This doesn't work the way. I think this is bad. I think I should re-roll this.
Fighters can do what now? I guess all that training really is paying off.
Wait, does your ult still give us bonus gold?
Yes, only if I kill with it.
I see.
Oh my! I could do some sick combos now that have. Hold on, let me watch.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I was wondering what I was dying to. I'm gonna grab this. Coming. How do you trigger Samira?
Oh, you got to CC them, which you cannot do, by the way.
Yeah, I just realized. Oh,
Can we kill this guy?
trying.
He just go.
He
over
might
them.
TP
Go-
over.
Walk over.
Walk over.
Oh, he's.
Oh, he's here. Get his ass. Nice.
I got 2 ultis.
Wait, where's the bonus gold?
Oh, you got it. I'm pretty sure. I'm positive you got it.
Dude.
There's a cat.
Wait, so I go Titan Heartsteel into what? Thornmail? Titanic Hydra?
Yeah, Titanic Hydra.
Oh.
So
okay.
look out of this. How much damage do you do per auto?
Oh my god.
So you just auto E, and that's your normal trade pattern.
Okay.
And then you do like giga damage.
God, I'm so thick and big.
I think you just go like, I don't know, Visage, and you're good to go.
Okay.
There's a cat here! Sorry, there's a random cat here.
In your room? Or like...
Just in general. I'm just going around here.
Yeah.
Careful, yeah, you still have ulti?
I already used it. Like it's on right now. Holy fuck.
We have to hit him before. You just oh man. Because if he goes into overtime, he just owns us.
Yeah, I was just like, they chunked me down pretty low in the beginning.
Nah, it's no problem. It's no problem. Let me think.
Unlucky.
Thank you for the radio yesterday. Oh, no problem. I hope you had a good stream. What do I do with this?
So I want to recast my W, right?
Oh. Yeah. As long as you're next to a champion, you want to recast.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Where's the cat? Okay, I'm going in here. He one-shot me. Oh, God.
Wait, he one-shot you?
Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, you killed him. Oh, you're good. You just go to the plant. Just go to the plant. Just go to the plant. You're fine. You're fine. Fine. Yeah, you're good. This is going to take a while, by the way. Hold on. I've been trying. Dude, I'm literally. One of these. My biggest worry is that one of these days, I'm gonna just. Jody's not
I'm
gonna
the greatest of all time.
That was
What can
sick.
they do to stop me, Scarra? Not a thing.
Nothing.
Your slowing effects reduce move speed by an extra 100. Does that help? Or I gain red and blue buff permanently.
The slowing thing is broken because it works on
Okay.
every one of your Qs.
Okay. Running it.
Oh yeah, but you are like giga strong. Trying to think what you're actually supposed to build. I think you build like I think you build Thornmail
Thornmail next? Okay.
and then Anathemas.
Roger that.
I hate this comp.
This is the one we lost to, right?
Yeah, but we have to kill what you call it every time.
Who? Oh yeah, Zach.
No,
The set?
yeah, hold on. I messed up. That's what I'm chilling. I'm just healing.
Okay. Oh, you fucking dicked on him.
No. You did so much damage. They can't do anything. But we only have this team. Yeah, you just get Thornmail and you're good. You have to use the coin, by the way. I gave you gold. Yeah.
I can't use the coin because it's in my inventory, taking up my last slot.
No, can you press
to buy.
6? Can you like? It's like a usable item.
No, I can't. I can't use it. It won't let me.
Can you sell it?
No.
That's awkward.
Yeah, it won't let me sell it. I can't buy an item. I'm just gonna sell my guardian horn. Now I could use it.
And then
Wait,
yeah,
now it won't let me use it again.
it's
Oh
fine.
fuck.
He loves fighting almost as much as he loves his mom. And he sure does love his mom.
Oh my god. Wait, I couldn't get out. Okay, wait, I griefed. I'm dead, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I can't do shit.
Okay, wait, now I'm gonna try something different. Okay, that was bad. I understand that was bad. Let me run
what
it
item
back.
what item should I go? Anathemas?
Yeah. Well,
Or like Force of Nature, or like Gargoyles, maybe?
can you get Knight's Vow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's better. Because I think the only way we lose is if I die like that.
Okay.
Okay, you.
I had to walk up first, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Go on them. What the I killed him? Oh. I killed him without my ulti. Oh.
Sure. My augments are kind of bad.
What did they get? Hold on, let me go look. That's awful.
My autos reduce my cooldowns by 1 second. Which I think is okay.
Oh. Okay, you run at them, we're killing Twitch.
Okay, I will try. This Twitch does actually a fuck ton of damage to me. Oh, right here, close. Oh.
Be careful, careful.
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm dead.
God.
I'm dead.
No. Alright, we still got one more. Alright, I'm not gonna lie.
I have a lot of money, but I don't know what to use it on. Do I remove boost of swiftness?
You can do that for. Wait, are you dying to physical damage?
How do I check?
You can remove boost of swiftness for like Tabby or something.
Okay.
Just buy pots here. Buy pots.
I hear your track.
I'm unironically gonna all-in this Twitch instantly, okay?
Okay.
Actually, I'm not useless. It does this different in this game mode. It makes your ulti stronger.
Let's make it one to remember.
Just run them, trust me.
What's that? No, they weren't.
Yeah, just you can hit the plant. You can hit the plant.
Oh, on you.
Oh, I missed. Give me 3 seconds. Okay, now just run at them. Just literally run at them.
Okay, good.
Oh. Wait. Can you hit the plant? Oh, it's fine. Oh my God. Wait. I missed my flash stun. I'm actually a griefer.
You res them so much health. Fuck. Just one more auto. Fuck me. Alright, you're heading out, right?
Yeah, peace.
Peace.
GG's.
GG's.
Let me go play some mats, guys. I need to go pee. Oh, I can't believe I missed my E flash. I think I moved too fast for my own self. I am not gonna lie. Lily just bailed on me. And she said, I can't. And I responded, every day being an incel is easier. It's her fault. Now, I need to get some water. I'll be right back. I'm coughing too much, guys. I'll be right back. Man. Anyone spotted the cat? Is it still here? The cat does this thing where it hides under my bed. And like... Lily passed? What did she do? She passed away? No way. That's so fucked up she would do that. Where's Lily? Oh, Peter. Lily can't play. Yo, you still free? She... Here the 4, right? Oh yeah, get back over here. Have you seen this more... Well, it's like Scarra hater? No, never seen them in my life. Yo.
Bro. Listen, you had plans with Lily at 3 and she's AFK?
No, she's just...
I wake up the minute you fucking text me asking me to game and I get on. I didn't even brush my teeth. I just rolled out of bed. My breath is stanky right now.
Trust me, I know. Last night we were just in the house talking about how we should be incels. Like we are incels. And she's just like, no, you shouldn't be. And she's turning me into one today.
Listen, I'm just saying, like, if you don't want me to be an incel, stop giving me reasons to be an incel.
Why, she's my first, second, and 13th reason why.
Holy shit, that's what I'm saying. We can't let these women get away with it, man.
Not even once.
Not even once. The audacity.
All right, what do you play?
I don't fucking know. Can I play set?
Yeah. Sets. We got Set's really good.
I'm just gonna ban Kale again.
But with Set, you have to land your W. If you whiff your W, it's like, oh shit.
Then I'm useless, right? Well, don't worry. No, I have never once missed a skill shot in my entire life, and that's why I'm a pro player. Just like how you've never misplaced a ward in your life, I've never missed a skill shot.
True.
True. Okay.
Oh
wait, I don't have Soul Fighter set. Fuck.
Okay, you know what?
I do have Soul Fighter set.
There are so many things that make this character OP, by the way.
Urgot?
Yes.
I believe it.
There's one where every time he auto attacks, he gains move speed, and so each of his W's is auto attacks, so he starts moving at like 1,000 MS.
The idea of a crab running that fast makes me laugh.
There's another one where if you get the Fiora ulti, since it goes on every side, it procs all of his shotgun knees, and so it just like instantly hits them for like, I don't know, like 70%.
All right, this is gonna be good.
Oh, I don't know.
We're gonna run it.
What's the optimal Urgot?
My Q makes like empowers my autos and makes me move faster, right?
Yes. You want to do Q after 2 auto attacks, ideally.
Okay.
Or you can start with it.
Got it.
The attack speed doesn't affect my thing, right? It does not. I should do... Wait, it literally gave me the worst ones. What the heck?
We're against Kaisa Shen first.
Yeah. Dude, this is the new Urgot skin. It's called Fright Night Urgot. I've never
It's animated.
seen this before.
I think all the Fright Night ones are animated.
Oh, cool.
Like, you know how like the Annie one is, like I told you about earlier?
Wow, this one looks sick. Oh, okay, he missed me. What? Hitting the plant, hitting the plant. Oh, no, that's fine. I go to the other one. I'm going to the other one. I'm going to the other one, okay?
Yeah.
We're still good. We're still good.
I'll go for this one down here.
Yep.
I hit it.
Okay.
I'm running. Oh, fuck. I might be dead here. You got this, though. Bring out your incel energy, Scarra. Yes!
Let's go.
That's my favorite incel, baby. Right there.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're starting off with fucking... Okay.
I don't think I want
Wait, which one do I want?
You're looking for Goliath.
Okay. If I don't have it on the first reroll, should I reroll again? Ooh. Okay, so unfortunately...
You're okay to reroll all 3, because like...
I did. I rerolled all 3. I didn't get shit.
Oh.
Should I get Earthquake, your dash, leap, blink? No, none of these. Your attacks reduce your cooldowns by 1. Your healing and shielding also increases the target's armor. Okay, I did.
Which one?
I did do the reduce cooldown.
Yeah, I think that one's fine.
Okay.
You might want to go more of like a Bork build this game.
Bork build. Okay.
I don't know. We'll see.
I'll leave it to your chat to let me know what the fuck that even means. I'm gonna go for the plant up here. I'm not close to you, okay?
Fine. We're chilling.
Oh, they're separated.
Hold on. We probably have to go for... That's fine.
Oh, that's Swain? Okay.
We're chilling. They went back to their plan. We probably have to go to ours. I'll go down. You go up, right?
Oh.
You go to the
They're
other one.
bullying me.
That's fine. They can't actually take it from you. All right, I'm down to just roll up on them.
I'm on the swing.
Oh.
I tried my best, Scarra. I tried.
Oh, I don't think I win this. It's okay, it's okay. I have literally no damage, man.
It's all good. It's all good. Do I go play the steel cap against this group? No. Maybe Mercs.
It's kind of okay.
Maybe ghost crawlers? Mercs?
It's Mercs or the other one. It's whatever you think. I think they're both good options.
I'll go Mercs. I'll go Mercs.
At most turnings, the fighters get money after they win the whole thing. Here,
Dude, my blade waltz I just took is absolutely useless because
Really?
Because my shotgun shells recharge at level 13, so I have to wait till
Oh, you have to wait till 13.
It takes a while. Ideally, we want to go on Riven here, but we can just like secure the middle first. Go on Riven. Go on Riven. I got it. I got it. Ah! Bah, 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 bah.
I'm gonna take his ass.
Blade wall.
Taking you down! Oh.
that's some
You gotta steal my thunder, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
I was about to take him to Pound Town, but now there's no one to pound.
Oh, well, that's...
So now it's just Town, man. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Oh, what did these guys...
Yeah, I think Swain, whatever the fuck her name is, gonna be the most annoying combo, I feel like, right?
Yeah.
I think everyone else is pretty doable.
When you press tab, you can look at some of these augments. That Circle of Death augment from that Cho'Gath has is like so insane.
Oh,
like,
what the fuck?
Not on Cho. That's awful on Cho, but
on like others?
Yeah, Mundo, OP. You just kill them in the ulti.
Yeah, you just burn them to death, right?
Yep.
Do I go Gore Drinker here? Stride Breaker? Stride Breaker gives me a dash, right? I guess.
Oh, what's a Meteos?
Oh no, it doesn't.
Stride's pretty good.
anymore.
It gives you like an AoE slow.
Okay.
Okay, I'm stacking this round. Okay, I apologize.
I'm going Gore.
I'm just stacking this round because I went Heartsteel,
Okay.
so I don't have Titanic till next round. But
Okay, it's all
we're
good.
killing this girl.
We're killing Kaisa. Yeah.
Where will they run when the whole city burns?
You wanna grab this?
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, go through it. Yes!
Nice!
All right, I'm gonna get
Go for the bottom one, yeah.
I want to just wait because I want to stack Heartsteel.
Okay.
How long can I stall for this? Fuck, this guy just...
perfect round win.
Do you just sit on to pull my blades? Yeah, maybe.
Sacrifice for the cause.
Does this work on W? Someone please let me know. Does it?
Oh, great. Whatever.
Does it work on Titan? Like the
Alright, when I do damage to them,
is
they
it like double prod? It
they,
doesn't, right?
do less damage.
Wait, what'd you say?
They do. I have shrink rate. They do less damage when I hit them.
Okay.
So I'm kind of like a utility set.
Set has joined the fight.
Look, it's me. Oh, nice hit. Nice hit.
I'm just gonna keep doing it at them, okay?
Flash. Oh fuck. Oh, I'm dead here. That fucking kills me. You got it though. No problem, no problem. Just have the power of set on your side. Just kill his ass.
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck was that? You're dancing. You're prancing. Nice try.
I don't do damage on Titanic. Next round, next round.
Dude, the set, I killed myself.
Oh god, I keep hitting the set. I'm like, I hope to god it hits someone.
I'm gonna go Titanic as well, actually. I
Oh,
think
it's
that's good, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Or should I go like chem tank?
No, you can go Titanic. Just to hit people for damage. It's fine.
All right.
All right, now
I'm ribbon, right? All right, dope. So we stun people for it to trigger this?
Yes. But yeah, you definitely want ribbon. Oh, I got her. Oh, baby.
Oh god.
I'm going for the other one. Oh, you own this guy. Oh, you don't even need my help. Boop.
You fucking said that I don't need your help.
Yeah, I mean,
and you just bust your fucking kneecap on his face.
You don't need
You
my help, but I
bastard.
mean, just boop.
You fucking
You know,
bastard.
it's like a boop.
Yeah, you know, if you say the boop that in that cute way, then I forgive you. I like it.
Oh, who are they playing against?
This fucking guy in your chat saying, say it was for stacks. I can see, I have your chat open, man. I can see through your lies. I'm gonna go Death's Dance next.
Okay. You can go
What would
Bork
you go?
as well.
Bork?
If you want to do
Okay,
some
Bork.
weird build. Because the thing is, killing the Swain is probably going to be really hard without you having Bork.
Got it.
But it also, like, you're probably going to need resist. It's going to be a weird one.
Okay, so maybe Force of Nature after or something?
Yeah, we'll see. I think Fawn is not that good. Like, it's better to go, like, Anathema than Fawn here.
Anathema? Okay.
Yeah, or, I think nerfed that item a lot.
Fawn?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just killed.
Oh, they got hit by the dogs.
Oh, I got hit by a dog. Hold up, hold up.
Oh, I fucking died.
Oh my god. I misshot my ulti.
Come back, you can't see us. I see you.
Can you go Bork? Bork doesn't really work on range that well. I'm gonna reroll this. Oh!
What does Banner of Command do?
This is actually pretty good. It
Is it
makes
worth
me
it or
do 10% more damage and health and stuff. So it just depends.
Does that sound good to you?
It's like decent. It's not bad.
I just have one that gives me more AD, ability haste, and lethality, and I have one where I have more health but do less damage.
More health but do less damage is pretty good for you.
Okay.
Go on, Riven. What the
Ow.
fuck? Wait, hold on. Can you... We got the other one.
I answer to no one.
We're gonna start stealing the plant. Fuck it.
I'll grab this one. You took all three. You son of a bitch. Oh, I got him. I got him. I got his ass.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that combo? I ulted
That
him
was
into the
sick.
Lux thing, and then you ulted him right after.
Yeah,
Dude,
that was so
fucking
good.
sick. Holy shit, the wombo's there. Alright, I'm going anathema.
Oh, let me think what I want. Do I want this? Guys, what do I want? Okay.
Oh, the Swain Ilaoi combo has not lost yet. Holy shit.
Oh, this sucks.
Yeah, I think I might just have to anathema Swain, right?
Yeah. We also.
Oh, we're not fighting this round.
Oh, okay, cool, good. We need something for Grievous for this Swain.
What applies to Grievous? Do I go Thornmail maybe?
But I don't know if he'll
Yeah.
even auto attack you. He might just auto. Maybe I have to go the Moral Reminder. Yeah, I know I'm the still starter item, bro. We wait till next round. Chill.
Oh wait, they're losing.
Are they? Oh, they are.
Yeah, the Cho just fucking ate the Ilaoi. I think they win. I don't see how they lose here. Wow, is it really just rock, paper, scissors?
Cut to commercial.
Alright, what am I getting here?
I will get the Moral Reminder.
Okay. I'm gonna buy
Oh shit, maybe.
Death's Dance? What should I get?
Worldwide high-stakes tournament without purchasing
Shit.
performance-enhancing
Maybe. Chainsword. What the fuck is Chainsword? This?
Sterix? Would Sterix be good?
Yeah, you know what? Sure. Derek's not
Swain
bad.
does the most damage, right?
I actually think
Or is it
Alawi does
pretty
more
even?
damage than Swain. You have to kill her first. Like, for sure.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I got fucking destroyed. Oh, fuck him up, dude. Fuck him up. You don't even need me, man. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. It's like I'm still there with you, you know?
Yo!
Oh my God, you soloed. You actually soloed.
Oh, God. We get one more?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Do you have Shrink already?
Yes.
Oh, do I want Shrink? Yeah, I think we can do double Shrink. Shrink's pretty good. Oh, we're not fighting. So there's no orange thing, so we're watching them fight.
Got it.
Dude, I feel like Titanic is just like I just get so much HP from Heartsteel and other items.
Oh, you got the fucking Chem Punk sword? Nice.
Yeah. Shrinko Meccano. Oh?
Oh shit, I kind of feel like the Ribbon team lost their opening.
Yeah, no, because Ribbon.
Oh,
doesn't
and the
have ulti.
fucking Cho'Gath is...
Oh, wait, right here. Oh, never mind. Ribbon has the ulti. They need to kill. Oh, they focused the wrong guy.
Cho needs to eat... No, Cho 8!
Oh? Wait!
Wait, this is winnable for them. Oh, wait, hold on. I think they still win, right? Why does Ribbon have so much fucking health?
Why does Swain have so much health? Wow. Well, that's so good for. I feel like this.
I think we still beat that team though, right?
You could sell your MR against that team. I think.
Magic resist.
Yeah. If you have an MR, you don't.
Oh,
need
I
it.
don't have it. Oh, Merc Treads.
Oh, well, I mean that's actually okay.
Yeah, I think
I'm buying 2 hats.
Survive this city
What are hats?
You'll see the 4th juice, the Kappa juice. It gives you a hat, and every hat you buy stacks.
Do you like my hats?
Yeah, you have so many hats. What the? There was a way to get infinite gold on PvE, so there was like an Ornn that had like 100 hats.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I'm gonna go for it.
Oh, fuck.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm gonna go for a thing. Can you go to the top right real quick?
Yeah, I'm going.
I don't want to take it from you because you actually have.
Ouchies.
We're good. We're good. I mean, I have my
Alright.
ulti again, so nothing.
I have all my
happened.
ulti again too.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Going the other way.
Oh, we have to get plants again. Hold on. Can you get the bottom plant?
Yeah, I got it.
I miss my ulti. I cannot help you. I cannot help you.
No, it's okay. I'm good.
You don't need my help. Okay. No! We're the best.
Let's go!
Yeah.
It's to is. It's to is. Dude, settle is so good for this mod. Holy shit.
Yeah, because people get so much health, and your ulti does percentage damage. So you get ulti, and you ulti them outside if you want. So you're just like, oh, fuck.
And then I fucking W'd and killed the fucking ribbon off of that. That was nice.
Yeah, because like you eventually get to like 5k HP, and then your W does 4,000 damage.
Yeah, I'm just chilling, man.
True damage.
Oh, I got a Nefiri champion permanent. That's kind of nice.
Nefiri is kind of interesting on this mode.
Oh yeah, I've heard. I don't really know how she works. I just know she summons dogs.
She's really easy. Like what you do is you press like W like just dashes to the target, and then E like kind of jumps a little bit, and Q like is like you throw a skill shot at someone. Like you just
Can I try it?
Yeah, sure. But like you'll be the glass cannon. So I will
Okay,
play
maybe
something
not.
to
I
help
don't
you
like.
out.
I don't like glass cannons actually.
Oh,
I'd rather
you are
tank.
Giga glass cannon.
I'd rather tank. I'd rather be tanky. A tanky spanky boy.
Tanks are so busted. They're just easy to play. I think the best characters are
they
not
ban her
actually
anyway.
tanks. Most of them are
they
like
banned
highly mechanical
Wait.
champions.
Oh, is Orange just banned in this mode? Oh yeah, he's temporarily disabled. Okay.
Oh, it's because he can get infinite gold.
Oh. Okay. Weird. I don't know. How's Tom Kench?
Great.
All right, I'm going Tom.
I'm trying to think what I want to play. The Kench and the Bird.
Yeah, the bird and the fish. My
The Bewitching Anivia? Is it? She turns into a bat? Wait, that's a 6 skin.
Yeah, turns into a bat. Little bad boy.
Oh, Tom Kench's Q range stacks with size. Oh, that's kind of sick.
Oh, so if I go Goliath, my tongue will. I could eat people out from across the map.
Yes, and if you go Iceborne, which increases your size, it also does that. But you might want to go.
It's a beautiful day for a series of increasingly intense 2v2 battles.
Oh, wait, hold on. What am I playing? Okay. How easily can these guys get on me? Not easily. Not easily. Okay.
And the hush falls over the crowd as the fighters exchange.
Dude, I'm an actual
I mean, I just need a fucking peel for you, and I'm chilling, right?
Yeah.
Dude, can you tell your Riot friends to make this in-houseable? Like, dude, this game mode would be
They
so
didn't
fun
even
in a
have
custom.
it test worthy for our show match. It broke during the rehearsal and the actual show match.
What? But why? I don't know how to deal with turrets as a melee.
Watch them squirm.
All right, we chill. We can chill. We can chill. We're going after that guy. Get ready to get the plants. All right, do you have your W up again?
Nah, 4 seconds. It's a really long cooldown. All right, it's up.
Oh god. Oh god. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's not okay. It is not okay. You know what? Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Going. Oh shit.
It was not okay. It was not okay.
Yeah.
No, I need 6 to kill these guys, man.
Yeah. We had to sack that round. There's no way we win that one.
How much CGs? Yeah, I just need to wait. Oh.
Automatically fire a blitzcrank hook every 12 seconds at a nearby enemy champion.
It's hilarious. Take it. It's so fucking funny.
Extendo
Is
arm.
Mythic actually good?
I feel like against that team, it would be very helpful if it grabs the Heimer, you know?
Is Mythical actually good on this character? I don't think it's good. I don't think it's actually good. I think it's actually kind of greedy.
Time's up, fighters.
He gave me welcome back for 21 months. Rolly Edgy Luden. It's like but I would not even want to buy more than 2.
I dream of eras past.
You over there. Can you hear me? Not you, but me.
Okay. I'm just. Oh. Oh god, she's here with me. Aha. Or am I not?
Oh, I'm on the bird, the deer bitch.
Well, I'm. Oh, the book! Oh. Alright, if you get the thing that shoots a boomerang, there's a thing that lets you shoot it way faster. Like all your things. I think it's Apex Predator, it works on that. So if you get Prismatic and you can just shoot a blitz hook every like 3 seconds. It's so funny.
That does sound funny.
But yeah, if you get one that shoots a boomerang, I think it's a boomerang one. That one.
Oh yeah, we have our ults now, dude. We're chilling. This looks like a Merc Treads lobby.
I'm going damage. Yes.
For me, I mean.
Yeah. Agreed. Oh, it's called quantum computing. Okay. We will slowly burn these guys. Okay, I need one item to kill the Mundo, but. Man. That's good. That's good.
I'm running.
Oh, I have an egg. Hit the play.
So are we scaling?
Yes, I need one more item, man.
I can't fucking deal with the Malzahar. His fucking minions block all my Qs, so it's like.
Oh, well, I just
the fuck do I
silence. I keep getting silent, but now I'm good. Dude, now we win on all our fights. Trust
Did you say Iceborne makes me bigger?
You can go Iceborne to help slow.
Or Heartsteel.
Or Heartsteel for more health. I think Iceborne's really good.
Okay, I'll go Iceborne.
It's like every time after you use an ability, you just auto for like an ice field.
Okay, we're scaling.
It's a dawn. It's a night. It's a night dawn. That's right. Neferi is joining the fray. See the maiden.
Winter wind, guide me.
Oh
Go
shit.
up, go up.
Oh. I'm going up. I'm going up.
What change will this world bring?
Dude, your hook? Oh no, I'm dead.
Wait, did my hook fuck you?
Yeah. I was trying to kill the other guy, and it got. It's fine. It's fine. I think I misplayed that one.
It's okay. It's okay. We're scaling. We're scaling or
Yeah,
something.
we're scaling. We're scaling.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Courage of the Colossus. Gain a shield scaling with max health after immobilizing an
Not
enemy
what you
champion.
want.
Okay.
You're looking for
Mad scientist? No.
Does this work? No. You're looking for that thing that makes your item cooldown or your augment cooldown go down.
Not Circle of Death, right?
No. You can go Goliath if you can't find.
Dude,
anything
it gave
else.
me the same augment again. Courage of the Colossus.
Oh.
These are all bad. Oh, these are all bad. I don't have anything that immobilizes, right?
You do. You can immobilize with E or your W or whatever. It's fine. It's not terrible.
It's
Because
terrible.
your W and you can stun them with Q.
This corruption before.
Oh no, wait. Oh wait, hold on.
Goodbye, world.
No, just run back.
I'm gonna grab this.
I bring the storm.
You got this, right? I mean, I got this.
You know, I triggered my shield 5 times, so maybe it's not
No,
useless.
it's good. Oh my! Would you get the stun? It's really good.
Wait, I actually fucking triggered that shield like 6 times.
Jesus. All right, how do I want to do this?
Damn it, Mundo got Colossus though, or whatever it's called. Piece of shit.
Monsters,
Goliath.
really terrible choices, man.
Tournament would be complete without purchasing performance-enhancing items.
Wait, does the demonic work on my augments? Because usually that item is bad. I was thinking about getting the book. The book is interesting.
Oh god.
Oh. The hook. You
Yeah.
fucking griefer.
Dude, you just need to learn to
You
play
hooked
around
the
the
doo-doo
hook.
into me. How do I fucking play the game, man?
You need to learn to play around the hook. That's not my problem, okay? Also, I don't do enough damage to these guys.
Yeah, but you also don't really die.
No, I'm definitely slowly dying.
Maybe try hitting the other one.
That's a good point. Oh, the fucking hook placed him on the other side of me.
Oh, it's fine, it's fine. I really wish I got Jewel Gauntlet. Oh, that would have been so sick.
You know? I shouldn't have gone this fucking hook.
No, it's good.
No, it's not, Scarra. It's copium, dude. I don't know what to get. I might just go Sunfire.
Knights is really good.
Knights? Alright.
good.
Wait a second. Knights is good because it protects you.
Yeah, I need that.
What a selfish bastard. Why don't you just fight for yourself?
All right, if he's as long as he's in my thing, I'll just slowly kill him.
Oh, whoa. Don't step in the dog.
Oh.
Oh my god, you're taking so much damage already. And when you take damage, I take damage.
I'm just
Alright.
Oh, he took so much damage. He flashed on me. God.
Oh god. Dude, holy fuck! I'm dead.
Oh no! No!
Did we die? Are we out? We're out. Scar, run it back. That was bullshit.
You gotta go.
I gotta go?
Do you have to go?
No, I don't.
You have
Fuck
to go at
it.
4? Are you sure?
I wanted to get ready at 4, but
No,
like
no.
I could get ready. No. It's like the thing I have is at 5. It's fine. One more.
Okay.
One more.
Okay.
Can't end on that fucking game.
Who's a VA? I don't know.
Also, I lied to you. I did brush my teeth already. So I
was gonna say. No way. There are some days you forget to brush, right?
No.
Really? Like
Never.
It happens
It's
like
because-
maybe like once a month for me, where like I'll go to sleep and like I'll be so tired I'll just like pass out or something.
Nah, it's because my mouth feels so gross in the morning that like I cannot forget. Like it's impossible for me to forget.
Fair,
You know.
That's fair. Cobra, what about for 105 months? Give me the ASO game. Oh, I got you. Wait, maybe I got you. Let me think. He's gonna get free stacks. And a lot of things get free stacks, you know. Oh, okay. I want to play Poppy. Can you play something that does damage? Or actually,
does damage.
you can play whatever. I don't think I need damage. I think I'll do the damage.
You know what does damage? This dog.
Oh, okay.
No, you just need to tell me how it works.
You should buy the lethality item really quick. Oh man, maybe you might want to buy the. Does he skill attack speed? He kind of does. No, just buy the lethality AD item really quick and then start practicing his abilities. They're really straightforward. The W is he targets a person for a sec and then you jump to him. Okay.
Okay.
And then, the E is like a little dash.
The most important thing is for Peter to land both Q hits.
Yeah, the first Q and the hit enables the second Q, and if you hit the second Q, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Okay. As someone who's never missed a skill shot in his life, I could definitely land 2 Qs in a row.
Yep.
No problem. No problem, Ossifer.
All these fighters, so tough, so powerful, so ready to pummel each other for our entertainment. You gotta love it.
So what am I buying? The lethality item?
Yeah.
Okay, I admit it. I'm lost. You.
All right. So you summon dogs as well. When you get your ulti,
Okay.
you want to ulti first and then go in. Okay. That's it. It's pretty straightforward.
Oh, they're 2 tanky boys.
That's fine. It's fine.
The hammer does most of the work. I just swing it.
I can't click the plant. All right, we're going up. We're killing the whatchamacallit right now though.
Mumu. Okay.
I cannot click them. Oh, easy. That's your W.
Oh, I missed.
Some things are too important to give up on.
I'm gonna go for this plant.
Yep.
You know, I hit most of my Qs.
Yeah, you did awesome.
Yeah.
What is generate to browse for items? Bro, I don't know, man. I don't know how to do it normally.
Try that again.
Ooh. Your abilities can
No.
critically strike, gain 20% crit chance, Thief's Gloves, Wind Speaker's Blessing.
No.
Is there a specific augment I'm looking for? Chatters, what augment am I looking for?
The fighters can do what now? I guess all that training really is paying off.
That one? Jeweled Gauntlet? Okay.
Wait, what did you get? I think you want the one where like, oh, I don't even know.
I don't
Anything that
fucking
lets, like, you dash a lot. I agree. It's really good for you. Wait, I don't know how to actually crit with this correctly. I don't know. I need collector.
I chose the first one because I was running out of time.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't even know what you got.
I deal damage in an outer slash around me. Oh.
Just go for the plan. Just go for the plan. Don't even worry about this shit.
Never fall.
Go for the top left. Go for the top left one.
Okay. Dude, these guys are really playing fucking Yumi in this, huh?
Oh, she sucks. Don't worry. It's just like I don't have. I'm looking. That's fine. We
Separated from you? I'm going down. I'm grabbing this.
Yep.
Just gotta do it yourself.
Yeah,
Guess who landed both his Qs?
Yeah, trust me, this Yumi character fucking sucks. Can you kill it? I don't want to waste my flash, man.
I got you. Wait.
Oh!
Not even close.
Oh! You gave me a fucking heart attack there.
Says the guy who didn't want to use his flash?
True.
Wait, what boots do I go? This character gives me 0 recommended items.
Oh, you can go.
Do I just go Berserkers?
You can go Zerkers or you can go
Berserkers.
Mercs is really good in this lobby.
I sure do a lot of walking.
I'm gonna just look to one shot. Okay. Can you W? Hold on.
So
W
I ult
Victor.
first before I go in?
No, yeah, ulti and then W Victor. Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Fine.
About that. I'm taking so much fucking. Oh, it's Victor ult. No wonder.
Oh, I didn't do enough damage. Oh, it's fine. We one shot him later. Don't worry about it. You got. Oh, so CC stops your thing.
Yeah. I didn't realize the Thresh was hiding in the bush like a little bush baby. I don't know what a bush baby is. I'm gonna be honest.
That's okay. I'm playing the long.
Oh, you can also body block. I didn't know. Okay.
All right. What item do I go? Chat, I need your help because this game is not giving me any suggestions.
You can go Dustblade.
Dustblade? Okay.
Yeah.
Heel to the face.
The dog bone. Thank you. You're banned.
Oh, someone said Eclipse is good too. I think Dustblade and Eclipse are both very good.
As far from home as she can be, here to prove herself once and
You're
for
waiting for me to give up? You might be here.
Are these guys both playing tanks?
Yeah. Is it Amumu? Yeah. We beat these guys first round. Oh, I'm not close to you at all. Where are we going on first?
I'm just chilling. I'm just gonna get plants. These guys are.
Shielding.
You can go on whatever. Honestly, we want to kill a Mumu, but we probably need to use Lux to win this fight for us.
Really go for a nap. Hold it right.
No, I didn't get the ulti off. Okay. I think you're good. You're good. You're good. Just don't get. Yeah. Oh, you own. You own. You own. Nice.
Dude, I'm the best Nefiri NA, and if anyone says otherwise, it's because they probably have seen me play League of Legends before. Let's fucking go, dude. These are pretty bad. Dude, my summoners or my whatever augments are not great.
I don't know if Blink is good. Is it good? How much move speed does Ghostwalker give me?
I had to go Ocean Soul, bro.
Oh. Really? What are the other ones?
It was like get a free juice and like.
Juice is not bad.
Oh, well, fucking tell me next time, even though I didn't tell you which ones I got. My augments are really fucking bad. It's okay. It's okay.
I am like a scaler.
I didn't know the free juice was OP. Okay, good to know. Next time.
I don't know about OP, but it's just like, it's decent.
I mean, Ocean's okay, right?
All right. Yep, we still with. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Ow. I'm scared.
Wow, he hit me there.
Know what I could use? A cart.
No, the plant. You probably have to hit the. Oh, okay. You have to hit the other plant. You have to hit the other plant. Or.
Where's the plant? Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Oh, I'm trapped in a
no.
shit. No!
It's fine. We're scaling.
You know, I got mine. I got mine.
Yeah, we're scaling. Don't worry.
I got mine. Someone said Duskblade? No, Prowler?
Yeah, Prowler's super good. The way Prowler's works is like, it's after you press like your dashes, you do an extra, the next auto does more damage.
I see.
Character
So
is, like,
my
all
W,
dashes.
yeah, okay. Wait, so is my combo RWQQE or something?
RW, yeah, pretty much. Okay, hold on, hold on. Oh wait, we gotta use plants. We gotta get plants. We gotta get plants. I cannot believe. Okay, hold on.
Wow, I got shit on.
Wait, let me just look at this. Okay.
Never falter.
The Yumi augment, the quantum computing,
Never falter.
is crazy.
Peace.
It's like the only augment that makes Yumi good. Wait, I didn't know that Yumi thing did 8,000 damage that round. What?
Oh, she has quantum computing?
Yeah, that's why I was so confused. I was like, how am I taking damage?
Oh, wait, I have quantum computing too.
Yeah, it's fucking good.
All right, what do I go after Prowler?
Wait, hold on, let me think.
Do I go Serpent's Fang maybe? Reduce the shield? I feel like there's a decent amount of shielding in this lobby.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's really, really good.
Serpent's
This
Fang.
lobby.
We do things a little differently. Scarra has stepped into the
I'm gonna try to one-shot this guy, okay? We're just
Oh, wait,
gonna go.
is this the same team?
Yeah, we're just going on victory ASAP, okay?
Okay.
He one-shot me.
Yeah, I'm dead. Wow.
Man, okay, I should just dodge that.
Well, that was good. No, that was really good.
I just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I need.
We're popping
advantage.
off, man. We're popping off. What? These all suck. I have lantern. I got lantern for you.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Every step is one step closer.
Wow, this is the only Yumi build that can work, by the way. Holy moly.
But then it's not gonna work because they're gonna fucking die here. Fuck you, me. Wait, maybe not.
I think they.
Wait, she heals so much. Oh my god. Dude, what?
I'm telling you. Do you have Serpent's Fang?
Yeah.
We can kill her. If I get a stun on the wall, just all in her, okay?
Okay.
Don't even worry about plants. Just one-shot her.
Got it.
We'll be back after a quick break.
I'm gonna go GA. Or no? Should I not?
I will
I don't know
also
what to
go
go
GA.
then. All right, GA.
High-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing performance-enhancing items.
I hope the hero likes me.
Oh, we're not even against them. We're against Victor Thresh.
Oh, I should have got Banshees then against this matchup. Fuck, it's my bad.
Yep, it's even heavier than it looks.
I'm in the loop and you can go right, okay?
Okay.
Guess I'm going this way now.
Can we go? Can we go?
Yeah, I'm looking. This Thresh wants my dick, though.
Oh, I missed.
Let my GA pop. Oh.
Got him? That's all you
Oh,
want.
my
No, if I can get to hit the plant, you'll be good.
I fucking missed again. Oh, wait, I'm gonna die. I fucking am an idiot. I misplayed that.
No!
I don't know how to play this guy.
Oh, dude, I just had a hard time getting in.
You know, that was an even better one to end on. I gotta go now. Thanks for the games.
All right, goodbye.
Peace. Tell Lily I'm an incel now.
Same.
Peace.
I'm gonna go play some ads. Fuck. I thought it'd be so easy, man. I'm having trouble with like the way I played against one, it was a lot easier, but I think it's because there needs to be the guy has Vanish, and that thing was OP. Viewer games? Oh, I'm sorry. That does not happen. I apologize. Last play my sub game in 2020. Dude, I'm seriously that whatchamacallit? Yeah, the augments are huge. Because Yumi isn't even a character without that augment. That augment allows her to do like giga damage. And it's like usually because the way she plays is because she's just you don't have enough damage to be other comps. And we got really bad augments after the first one. Lit. I don't really care what happens here, I think. I don't know about Singe. I feel like Singe really sucks. Because nothing scales his poison damage is the biggest problem. You cannot make his poison do more damage without like AP or that one really rare burn augment. The game mode is solved. Shut the fuck up, dude. To the Gladiator games, bro, no one cares. Like, saying the game is solved is like, the game has been out for like 2 days. Not even everyone who's good at the game has even played. Also, there's like obviously there's some cops that are really good, but it's like say it's solved in 2 days is really stupid.
Now, before we begin, a quick shout out to our sponsor, Poro Cakes, the only cakes guaranteed to give your pet Poro a good night's sleep and keep snoring.
I think I want to play AP version. No one cares.
On the Rings of Wrath,
Like,
we streamline the shopping experience at your convenience.
If there's no way that everyone has figured out all the combinations, the best combinations or counters to stuff, it's not even close. I'm out.
Congratulations, a well-earned win.
I kind of like this. Yo.
I don't know how they do it. If I had to choose between 3 equally game-changing abilities, I'd lose my freaking mind.
How much damage does this do? Wait, hold on. Let me go look. Did it tell you? Is it?
All right, break's over. It's fighting time.
The magic
Fight!
calls to me.
Fire's closing in. Watch out. Killing spree.
Kapow.
Perfect round win.
I'm not for Sorks because I'm just looking for damage here, right?
No worldwide
Kinda
ice
weird.
tournament would be complete without personal
I don't normally bannable. I mean, you can get banned for anything. What? I've banned people for just having bad vibes, like just straight up. You could, I mean, if you're really insistent on your opinion, and I think your opinion is not a good one, I want to be sharing, then I feel like, yeah, it's very easy to be banned. Goodbye.
You lose.
Wait, is this an AD augment?
Cut to commercial. Cut to commercial.
Oh, I should go. I need Everfrost, I think. Is it Everfrost? It's probably Everfrost. It's definitely Everfrost. Well, what is Nighthunter's do? I just missed.
Falls over
I want to get a lot of ability hits.
Legal tender for objects of indeterminate worth. Round start.
He still has ulti, right? Wow. That's some damage. Oh! This guy's dead. Oh, he has ulti up again. It's OP.
Our winners are Team Scuttle.
This is actually pretty good. Man. Calm.
That's really gonna spice
Oh my
up
god,
this
I
fighter's
got it.
throat. Time's up, fighters. And action.
Oh, my hook killed me! My hook killed me, man! I hope I get the boomerang augment soon. Ability haste. I mean, it's just
He already died once, so he's got nothing to fear. Rising up into the arena. Aye.
yeah, I'm the best.
Flawless.
I have 2 hooks. I didn't know my E had an AD ratio. That's AP ratio. It's 0.25. Wow. My 2 friends with one trick Ken and Poppy. I play Ken and Wukong. Interesting.
Back after a quick break.
I think a lot of comps are good.
At most turnings, the fighters get money after they win the whole thing.
How much ability haste do I
Things
have?
a little different.
52%.
Begin.
Okay, it's winnable now. I think.
Round set.
Okay, this guy.
Team Minion is no more.
What is slow click here? This is so good. Oh my god, I have the boot. I have the god augments. I'm missing just True Shot Barrage, but I have Boomerang.
Precisely. Start! I remain focused. That's some S-tier fighting. Our attorney's gracious benefactor put a lot of money on these fights, so make it worth his while.
Who are we playing? Oh, we're not playing against anyone. Nice. Dude, isn't this team comp impossible for us to beat? I sell this and I buy voice staff, right? I have to. He has died another day? Oh my god. Wow.
Frog eliminated. The magic calls to me. Come on, let's get back to the fight. Samira has stepped into the ring. As long as it takes.
Not again.
Wow, he died to the fucking... Dude, the Zach Bird augment is so good. I haven't seen one, but that seems like an incredible tank augment. Like, you just can't kill him fast enough because he's got the res. Oh, what a crazy one. Travis Boyce, welcome back for 6 months. Thanks for subbing. Have you played Tournament of Souls? What is that? I don't know what that one is. Okay, I think 80 Blitz. I had the Giga Blitz augments. I don't know, man. Minigame on the event? Oh, I have not. What do I want to play? Oh, I can play Nasus. Okay, in my opinion, this character, not good. But obviously, everything that's not good can turn great with enough augments, right? So I'm hoping for some augments to make me better. I think he gets 50 stacks per round, but it doesn't matter because the thing about Nasus isn't really a great character. Like when you play him in League, he's like a mid-game scaling unit that ends up getting outscaled later. Especially given some of these like ridiculous augments.
Now before we begin, a quick shout out to our sponsor, Poro Cakes, the only cakes guaranteed to give your pet Poro a good night's sleep and keep snoring to a minimum.
Is there anything that gives ability crit? But like aren't these all bad? Do I even want AD? Feels like AD sucks. I could just do Guardian Point, I guess.
No worldwide high-game tournament would be complete without purchasing performance-enhancing items. Round start.
For beauty. A little something from Targa. Never a dull day.
It's fine.
Fire's closing in. Watch out. Round over. You lose.
I mean, we scale. It's no biggie.
Shucks.
Can your Q crits? It cannot, right? So this is a bait, right? That Jewel Gauntlet? It can? It does? I don't think it crits.
And action.
The basic, I don't, but not the stacks. I got griefed so hard. Every game I just get griefed, bro.
Nobody bet on me.
Rest easy.
Yeah, that's the stacks are free. You just play the game. AD, APAD, fucking not a real comp. Unless they get the burn prismatic augment, okay. Might be a Hearthstone Atmos game. You're right.
At most tourneys, the fighters get money after they win the whole thing. Here,
So I'm thinking, how do I get crit with this character? Why do I even want crit? I don't know, man. I feel like I'm getting baited. I don't even know if I want crit.
melee.
Oh my god. They got both plants. This game blows. Do I build hard steel ammas?
We must serve right. Bask in the glow.
I feel like I don't do any damage there.
A little something from Tara.
Whatever, I just have a dead augment. Fuck it. Could be worse. God, I could have had this augment. Easy. Wait, he owns. Oh, this is the best mode for, oh, never mind. He owned it.
Can't stop fighting.
Cut to commercial.
Wait. Oh, my build is actually good now. Oh my god. My build turned from shit to good. How much does Ammas give me on just buying it? I don't have any health. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just buy Ammas. The augment gives me 20% crit, and it gives me the ability to block based on crit. It's so OP. I just... Whatever, man. No. I should have waited on my ulti timer. My bad. What does he have that makes him move so fast? Oh, movement equal to ability. Wow, this guy got such a broken one, and he slows 100% more, so I can't get out of his W. Oh, it's bad, man. Senna's really interesting. I feel like Senna might be darn good. What is Ammas? I'm done.
And a hush falls over the crowd as the fighters exchange legal tender for objects of indeterminate worth.
So the stacks, she gets stacks every round. Similar to how Nasus gets stacks every round. Yeah. Alright, pretty good. 71% is probably all the crit. I don't need a crit cap. Probably good thing, and then I just go for. I don't know, we'll see. Pretty cute, yeah, but it's not like with the stacks. It's just the base, which makes it god awful, by the way. Can this team ever beat me? Don't I have like the most like I think that comp is only possible if you get prismatic augment that burns people, right? I don't know what to build. Now is like a really weird thing. Now I'm just so confused. What did people normally build with this character? Spear? Wait, is this the same? Oh. Oh, my third ulti. No problem.
Our winners are Team Crud. That's a wrap for Team Poro.
Oh, I'm down. Do I really go VT? We don't play anyone. $800. How much tank reduced so far? Last round they reduced. Wait, where am I? Total reduced 4,000. I can't get last round because I was too slow. Dude, look how fast this guy moves, man. Wow.
Team Minion eliminated.
I walk through the ages.
Zet has joined the fight.
My My teammate is stupid. He killed the fucking set and then killed himself. I should have waited a whole breaker, man.
We're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Some things must remain.
I'm dead. Well, we got he got the move speed augment. That was pretty good. I can't believe Wither doesn't slow down his move speed. I guess 30% of 900 is still just not that much. It's just like, or like I think 70%. It just makes him normal. Like, it, like it's still slow, but like yeah. Got him. What am I playing though? I kind of want to play something stupid as a tank. Like something you wouldn't expect that would be a full tank. Is there something that scales off of health that does also damage? It's only Maokai. You know what? It's like, I want to do this. Proud and Morbid, I have not. I should have maybe done Sona. That would have been. Arc. What do the comps look like? It's fine. Why it's Cancer? I think Malphite's pretty not great in this game mode, unless you're against certain matchups. Maybe I feel like the story is super reliant on augments. Oh, we'll see.
Now, before we begin, a quick shout out to our sponsor, Poro Cakes, the only cakes guaranteed to give your pet Poro a good night's sleep and keep snoring to a minute.
Come play with me.
Rengar tank is really good, actually. Talon tank, yeah. Rengar tank actually has tank scaling.
A little longer and rest.
Okay.
Come on, let's get back to the fight. Brawl.
Who are we playing against?
Come play with me.
It's you they see.
Where are we going?
Watch them squirm.
Easy peasy.
Who will win? Who will die? Stay tuned to find out.
I'm kind of down.
It's a bold strategy. Let's see if
We're
it
gonna
pays
look
off.
for an explosive initiation.
Ready.
I'm gonna full AP then for sure.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's find some friends.
What?
Where are we going?
Wow. I can't believe I lived there.
No worldwide high-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items.
Do I want Night Harvester or isn't Night Harvester always bad? You want the pen, right? You definitely want the pen.
Melee.
Come play with me.
Oh, this hurts. I mess up so bad here.
Resist their fate.
It's okay. That's it. My bad. Fuck, I wasted flash too. So bad.
They reach for you.
Does he have another ulti up? That W hit him? No way. You kind of want 5 pen. Pen is so good.
For you, I won't take 2 days.
On the ring to grab, we've streamlined the shopping experience for your convenience. As far from home as she can be, here to prove herself once and for all, it's love!
You know, you couldn't have shadows without light. Let's find some friends.
The ruins of these isles rise to smite you.
Perfect round win!
Ooh.
Come play with me.
Wow, all of these comps actually are Emax better second. That's crazy. Blaze Ghost don't feel like it.
And action!
I'm just gonna hit the plant.
Let's find some friends.
The ring is closing.
Won't you join them?
The battle is over. What an incredible display.
Yep. But let's curse. I've never used it. I think you need a crit augment with it. Like Joel Gauntlet makes it good. But using it by itself feels a little bad because the active is a shield element. Maybe it's OP? Hard to say.
Time's up, fighters.
I think Bloodletter's this is the crit item, right?
Start.
Oh no, I have no idea which one's the right one.
Go. Take what you will.
Okay.
Rings close. Head toward the center. That's some S-tier fight.
What a funny game. What else do I want? Sonya's?
The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do help him win.
Return and fight.
Zanya's Banshee's Void, essentially.
Where are we going?
Go!
What the heck? Oh, I'm dead. Whoops.
See the maiden.
Let's get.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Oh, this is really interesting. I get so much ability, but I need. I need some way to. Oh, this item? Seems okay. Situational.
Come play with me.
Begin!
The mist takes all.
Behold the horrors of the eye.
Come play with me.
What? I died in the bubble? Oh, I can't even Zanya's, man.
Oh, defeated.
It's alright. I will buy my fucking Void Staff because these
Let's
guys.
find some friends. Okay.
This is weird.
See the maiden. She comes for you.
Oh man, just die instantly. I should have zonked that. We're dead. Well, you all build damage on tanky units because building damage is the only way you should play this game. If you're building tank on tanky units, you probably are losing. You need unless your ally does enough damage to cover it, you need a amount of damage to beat teams. And most of the times, if you build tanky and you have two tanky units or two bruisers and one of them's built tanky, you just have no chance of winning automatically. Building tanky in this game mode is terrible unless you're a tank that can scale off health. I'm gonna play Smats. The exception is certain augments, but banking on those is really hard. Generally speaking, you only do that if you get the augment early. But a lot of the other stuff is like you just build. 50k Mundo I faced looked pretty good to me. Yep. I said unless you can scale health. Whoa, what's a character that can scale HP? Mundo. Wow. It's like you didn't listen at all. Never lost his full tank Alistar. You probably play with a unit that does high DPS. You can do full tanks, but your other alternative has your other teammate has to have a lot of damage. Not just damage, but DPS to win fights. So if you're playing with Alistar, you're probably playing with Kaisa or Vayne or Kale every game. Which is fine, but that's just how it is. Hugh won with the circle? I don't know about that. Pretty sure against certain comps that is literally not possible. I mean, Urgot I know is good. I don't really like playing characters I know is good. There's just so many things that are boring, and I'm like trying to figure out what is not boring. Bard is weird because I don't like he doesn't work, right? He literally you can't scale anything on him except for his Q. You know, I'm gonna try Senna. Oh, I need to do damage. I don't know how to build Senna. I think you go Rage Blade then if you're going the highest damage build. I do not play this character. I think it's Rage Blade.
The whole world is watching, fighters! You ready to show them what you're made of?
I'm not running from them anymore. They're running from me.
Begin!
All this pain, it's not fair. Only a man stubborn enough to fight me.
Whoa, my. Five.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Out of the lantern. Let go.
Well played, well played. He played this really well. Question. Do I slow with my Q? Something slows that's not just my W, right? Because this could set to be really good if it works the way... Does Q slow? Oh, then fuck, it's super good, right?
Wait to see that augment in action.
How many stacks do I get around?
Melee.
Let's do no. Oh. I think it's fine.
Is it just me, or is it getting hot in here?
Did you say that slow on your Q to compensate? Yeah, that's great. Like, I'm telling you, the slow's really good.
Our winners are
Wow.
Team Scuttle.
Nice job.
Death? Yeah, we're acquainted.
What do I do for my boots? Okay, let me go see how much CC is on this one. I mean, I think I just need to do damage, right? This one's Rickers, I think. Yeah, I think Alistair's really good.
Death doesn't
You did.
leave scars.
But I kind of want to go. I want to go crit setup for sure, right? You get 10 per thing. Okay. Well, you get crit chance per. Oh my god.
2, 1.
I forgive. No one else has to. Keep it simple.
Too old these that fight.
Perfect round win.
To be
Wow.
reborn. Am I still me?
I kind of want a Rage Blade. Is it bad? Rage Blade Hurricane?
All right, break's over.
Nice.
Imagine if I had a real weapon.
Okay, I think Hurricane's a kind of a grief on this, because it's like, is it really that good? And you-
Start.
I'll pass. Died again.
I just trained my ass, man. as good as you'd think. I'm wondering if this is better.
Come on, let's get back to the fight.
Oh, retake duration increase, nice.
Round start.
I'm here to save them all, living and dead.
Ah, I fucked up.
Getting up from that one, folks.
Every day I fought for my life. Why should today
Does Hurricane work in this game mode? Fuck it. We'll see. This is a McDonald's build? What do you mean, bro? This is the best build. Jake, what do I build after this?
He loves fighting almost as much as he loves
life
his
should
mom.
teach us not to
And
fear
he
the dark?
sure does love his mom. It's set.
I died instantly. It's fine. Eventually, I'll have enough, right?
The ring is closing.
Yeah, I don't crack it next. Don't worry.
everything that's happened, I just want it to matter.
We're skilled. We're good to go, right? Wait, when is the amount of stacks really good? A 100? It's 80? Was there some range thing that makes it really good, right?
Brawl.
Carry this to call them out.
Our winner
Oh god.
Scuttle.
It's really not that bad. Dude, I keep thinking the blitz hook, and I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself with this blitz hook, aren't I?
Zet has joined the fight.
That's the-
That monster wants to hear me scream. He can keep waiting. By the time I'm done here, down will be easy.
Okay, is there a way for me to beat this matchup? I guess I just have to focus down the Aurelia first.
Life won't let me go.
Nah, I think I got it.
It's hard to hold a hand when it's done.
No way, man.
Rings closing. Head toward the center. Ow! That had to hurt. Imagine. Team Scuttle has been.
Oh. The spacing is kind of hard. That one was rough. That was very rough. I felt really bad about that one. Should I have Vi? Yes. I think. I know what's good. I just am trying to figure out what's fun. And usually those are sometimes very different. Very, very different. Like, I have a feeling Garen sucks ass. But maybe with some augments, it's pretty good. Maybe I'll try Singed. I think Perspective is a fun quiz. Yeah, it's probably really good with Fizz, but I played it with Riven. It was OP. Like, super OP. Like, do you like the new TFT game mode? Haven't even played it. No really desire to. Tapek thanks for some of this stream. Like, in my head, I'm trying to think what is the most fun I can have in a TFT game mode. And it's like 3-star and 5 costs. But, like, I've done that before. Like, this is something I haven't done before, you know?
Welcome to the Rings of Wrath. On the Rings of Wrath, we've streamlined the
Super,
shopping
what about playing that
experience
much?
for your convenience.
There's one augment I think is super good with Singe, and a lot of the stuff I'm just like, eh. Is this game of AP mix less important? No, it's still pretty important, but it's like you can work around it. It's like you can work around. It's like there's ways you can work around it, you know. Guardians Amulet, what the heck? Oh, no. Oh. Oh, if he just turned to auto the creep. It's okay. Close. We're both characters that don't super do well till I have more levels. I don't really want to... Channeled for 12 seconds, 24% damage. A lot of damage.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our hitters are Team Minion.
Okay. Is this gonna be the Nazi? It's not.
The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do help him win. Fight! On my way.
Quickness, the big man.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Ooh, I'm charging up. Be careful.
On my way. We'll be back after a quick break.
Is it Leandry or Riftmaker? It's probably Leandry. What am I saying? Of course it's Leandry. The lifesteal in this game mode is like the biggest grief ever. Raleigh's next, and then I go, I don't know, Mask. Helm.
Guns and swords. This fighter can do it all. Here she is, Samira.
Wow, I'm dead. But even with my... Huh? I just die like that? Interesting. My bad.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Does this work on my ulti? Go for dot. Does this work? Oh, it's high. Not just built for tank, right? She got blade waltz?
Begin.
Wait, my Q didn't go off?
I hear you. The ring is close.
Huh? My E didn't go off there. Wait, I'm so confused. Whatever. That was my bad. Shit. Okay. I don't even know what happened there.
As the fighters exchange legal tender for objects of indeterminate worth.
It's nearly time.
I'm in the Shadow Realm. I'm pretty sure we auto win this game, right? What?
To shake or not to shake.
I almost soloed these guys. Oh, I am sad. Yeah, once I got the augment for damage, I can just go full tank, which was my plan, but blow. I'm gonna go play some ads. That sucked. The interesting thing was the Mordekaiser chauffeurs his ally into the evil realm, which I didn't. That's actually crazy. That's such an insane combo. I feel like that last Singe game was an example of how I expect Singe games to go. I will say Warrior Routine just seems like a bait. Unless you're playing a comp where you're a range champion, Warrior Routine on a melee, you lose a lot of positional advantage doing it as a melee. Tia's not gonna be good. Okay, every character can be good, for sure. The problem is like just someone more consistently good than others. I mean, every character can be good with augments. You just need to get the right ones. Oh, the combo? No, that sucks ass. You're playing a global comp in a map that is the size of a cup. Like you don't get the benefits of the global. Like the value of the global is better when the map is not a circle.
So tough, so powerful, so ready to pummel each other for our entertainment. You gotta love it.
My prey now.
And action.
I hear you. Your false to shake or not to shake.
Rings closing. Head toward the center.
Easy peasy. I blew flash here. I don't think I needed to, but that's whatever.
It's nearly time.
Oh. Do I even get mana? Lantern might be okay.
Fighters get to what now? I guess all that training really is paying off.
What did roll? I don't think it's good.
Melee.
Well, this comp is terrible for us till 6.
To shake or not to shake.
The ring is closing.
To shake or not to shake.
Got you.
Defeated.
That's okay. This is one of those things where it's like, we should need 6, man. I need mercs. Do I need mercs? I don't really need mercs for this matchup. Mercs is really not that bad.
It's nearly time.
Got you. My prey now.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I didn't get him. Oh my, that sucks.
It's nearly time.
Fuck.
Had to hurt.
It's okay. Once we get Leandries, we can actually solo people. Okay. I think.
Begin.
Oh, that freaking hit me.
Perfect round win.
Wow, he takes the lantern and then he gap closes. Wait, lantern's broken. I told you guys.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Does this stack multiplicatively with my ulti? Or is it just like a meh? It feels like a meh. How do you guys feel about this? Feels about CC makes it easier, yeah. It felt broken. Try it. How much do I get with it? 1,000 base health regen. Okay.
Round start.
Doesn't kill him. Boom.
Killing spree. Congratulations. A well-earned win.
This comp looks really hard, admittedly at least. Like for them to win, I feel like they have to be like pretty good.
Stay tuned to find out.
To shake or not to shake.
Let me go see how much it regen. 400 HP. It's kind of an average one. I think it's as good on like full tanks, but for me it feels a little bit worse. Okay. I need to go to augment next because it'll determine my item build. I don't really know what to go item wise here. Maybe it is force actually.
Has joined the fight. Is it just me, or is it getting hot in here?
Oh.
That's some S-tier fight.
Okay. I played that real well. Real darn well. Maybe it is just force.
The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do help him win.
I think move speed is a stat that scales really strongly with Sin. Even though the item got nerfed, it's like okay.
No
Wow. Just died like that. Did she hit core yet? Oh, she is not building the right build. Alright, it's fine. Max would only be good if I did an AP teammate. It's okay. Happens. I think some AD. It's probably gonna be Now? Yeah, dogs do so much damage. Infinite burn, please. Oh. It's okay. Oh, this is actually pretty interesting. That would be a lot better if you remove the nonsense. No, it's trash. If they ever did that, then it would be a terrible game mode. Why, no one from my chat should ever be balancing the game. Yeah, the Samir one is really unfair if you don't have this hard CC. Okay, that person I can't see the fire dog passive. Yeah, Rye just hates you. That's normal. It's not a big deal, man.
No worldwide high stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing performance enhancing items.
Not that it's broken. Oh, I know. I use it like every game. I'm not gonna buy it till next round.
Time's up, fighters.
Here for move speed? Yeah. Oh, we're not playing next. Nice. I feel like Kai'Sa's only OP when you go AP. If you don't go AP as an AD character, she's not really that good. Wow! That mid damage was kind of extreme. What does she have? 70 AP Infernal Soul? Interesting. Yeah, I feel like her best build is the Nashor's Rage Blade. And the non version of that, the AD version, is like, eh. It's still a good champ, but not as good. She could auto this, by the way. She probably should be doing. Oh, never mind, she's dead. Oh, wow. Well played.
We'll be back after a quick break.
Anathemas. What does damage in their team? Wow, these both do fucking shitloads of damage. They just shit out damage. What's the other AD carry dies, the other becomes completely useless? And that's fine, because ADs do more damage. That's just a trade-off for the comp. I forgot to do the math with someone. Whoop. That's a. No. No. Kind of done with the guy the other day. This 40% crit damage shrink. Oh my god. Oh, yep. And she's dead. Let's fucking go. The fire did really well this game. Like the thing about AD plus support is like, yeah, if you're playing support that doesn't do damage, then your AD has to do all the damage. That's just a trade-off. Go play some mats. Oh god. Play this as Corky? Oh, I Corky's OP. I just killed myself on the first round. Playing Corky. It was hilarious. Or the last round. It was hilarious. I always just ban Master Yi. I don't like to play against that character. Times that we not tried, I'm probably like 120. There's just some characters I don't want to play. Like Ashe does not feel very fun for me. No offense to any Ashe players out there. Oh, this is maybe a Shaco game for fun. I don't think it's very good, but it's fun. Oh god, sorry. I feel like I have a little bit of allergies right now, so blowing my nose. Oh. Someone went Shaco Timo, other one Shaco Pike. That's really good. I like Shaco Pike more than Shaco Timo. Oh, funny enough, random aside, I think AD Shaco is underrated. I have not seen one, but in my head, I think it's very good. I don't know if that's a good selling point for it, but I feel like...
That is unless your opponent's in call first.
Nah, I'm definitely gonna do it with Pike. If I had a Teemo, maybe I would do it actually. Is Shaco's even good? Oh, I don't think Shaco's that good. It was before they nerfed it, right? Will be better 3v3? It's way harder to balance 3v3. I feel like I see a lot of the same problems here. I think... I mean, I played a lot of WoW 3s. I'm telling you, it wouldn't be more balanced. It would be fucked. By the way, there's no way in hell we win this first round. This is the worst round for Shaco. So when you play this character, you kind of just understand that you throw away the first round. I'm trying, man. I'm doing my best, man. Let's check the players with lethality first item to it. Oh, I mean, that sounds about right. He flashed. That's fine. Oh, do I want ability haste or do I want airy comet? I think ability haste is way better. 60 is 40% level 1. Yeah, 60 is a lot. AB Shaco against Gwen Allow, you barely did any damage. That's wrong. Because when you play Shaco against melees, that's when you, like, that's when you're peaking. This guy, holy moly. I like this comp. We're just being dicks. And we don't really ever fight one-on-one. We're just really fucking annoying. I like that. Oh, what the heck? I'm down for Storks here, actually, because I feel like I have enough ability haste. I don't need to do any. Yeah, this is just to get this people off. Also, the Kale Alistar is a comp that's really hard to get to the point where you're going to be good, right? Because you need to not lose all your rounds before Kale gets to 16. You're only guaranteed 13 levels, you're not guaranteed 16. This Oh, the blind is so annoying when it comes to taking plants. This is a really annoying comp. I think I just want Leandry's before I take this fight again. Oh, he's going lethality. Oh, that's an interesting one. No. We're much better being annoying. Oh, they won. That's so good for them. I think Leandry's. Like, your character isn't really a character until you get level 6 in Leandry's. Then it's like, oh, well, I can play the game. How much does one Shaco box do? I didn't even get to see because it didn't attack. Wow, that's weird. Okay. 100. I am down for.
That's right. No Fury is joining the fray.
I messed up. I messed up so bad.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Nice.
Our winners are Team Krug.
Wow. Oh, nice try.
Word from our sponsors.
Is this infinite duration or not? Oh, I wish I got this earlier. It might not be too late. Caitlyn would give her traps? No. But I might play lethality Caitlyn for fun though.
It's so good to meet you.
Wow, you reached me over here? There's no way, right? Wait, that felt really weird. Do you have scopes?
Winners are Team Krug.
Oh, he does have scope. Oh, damn, that's so good with him too. What do I even do here? Oh, I can try the right. No, I want to do the other thing. I don't like these. I'm gonna try this.
Great benefactor put a lot of money on these fights, so make it worth his while. Begin.
Oh, I got O's. Nice.
Head toward the center.
Nice.
Winners are Team Krug.
What am I getting here? Let's go with this. Last item death trap here. I hate demonic. I think demonic sucks ass. This is so late. I want to re-roll this. That's way better. Yeah, kind of buy hat juices though. I'll see how many hats I can get.
And swords. This fighter can do it all. Here she is, Samira.
A little bit closer.
Nice.
winners are Team Krug.
Here's ulti. I got a little scared there,
Minion eliminated.
but probably Zanya's here. All right, I'm not gonna lie. This looks a little grief.
The joke's on you.
Let's see how many hats we can get.
Time's up, fighters.
What the fuck is going on? Oh. This comp is so strong.
Say goodbye to Team Scuttle.
Now you
No worldwide high stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items. I love money.
Look at my hats. Killed out at 15. Rip. Oh, we both have so many hats. The hats do anything? Are you serious? Look at them. They're their own.
Naughty and her pack are ready to fight.
a little bit closer.
Woo! Is it just me, or is it getting out of here?
Oh, he wasn't able to Zanya's there. Does he have this? He has this. He does not.
Up from that one, folks.
Oh, wait, welcome back for 26 months. Thanks for subbing. I understand why TFT is good now. Yeah. Wait, owns. Oh, this owns.
Fighters can do what now?
All right, wait, hold on. I think I gotta get a hat. Wait, Ori, you should play this game mode. You're gonna love it.
Let's make it one to remember.
This is the best game mode. No. Yeah. Is it fun? Yeah. It's super. It's like the best game mode they made. Wait. Am I dead? We were at 18 life, right? We're fine, right? He has the thing where he gets zoom after the dash, right? Oh, equal to ability haze. That's so OP for this character. What's his point? Oh shit, we lost. All right, well, at least my 17, like my 10 hats look kind of cool. Yeah, I feel like Urgot does so well into Shaco because the W just insta-kills the boxes. Kind of wild. Yeah, that's the other Shaco. Yeah, you already know I'm the best Shaco in my room. Hey, Ivern. Ooh. What about something even more cringe? That's not my pick. Oh, Connor, welcome back for 23 months. Thank you so much for your resub. Oh, that is awkward. I need something that does damage to work with this. More consistent damage than... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, he picked this? That's fine. Did you come in to see what playlist or song you're listening to? Oh,
Welcome to the Rings of Wrath.
no. Got nothing for you, buddy.
And a hush falls over the crowd as the fighters exchange legal tender for objects of interest.
It's an autoplay. Got nothing.
Once you've seen the truth, you can't keep it in the lie.
Brave enough to oppose.
Whatever they bring,
We're chilling.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Oh. Well, I guess we have to kill this guy anyway. It's fine. I scale, you know?
You lost.
I had worse beatings in prison.
Oh. Is this good with this character? TG?
Ooh, that's really gonna spice up this fighter's approach.
I'm not going back to the dungeon.
So what does TG do again? I get bonus. I get 30% more stats?
The bluer the blood, the sweeter.
Oh, we can just chill for a little bit.
That'll leave a mark.
What?
The ring is closing. Run over. You lose.
Whatever. We're level 6ers, you know?
And now, word from our sponsor.
I'll beat it out of you.
God, dead mans?
No worldwide high stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items. I love money. Break.
I mean, is this good? Am I always an item up on people? I mean, that's pretty big.
I used to be locked up, but I didn't care for it.
But what happens when I get the 6 items? It's just fucked? I have Orn items. Oh. Oh!
Our winners are Team Crud. No
That's a
one
TG
live
diff,
stream
yep.
tournament would be complete without purchasing performance-enhancing items.
I have Guardians Blade, Bloodthirster, Trinity Force. What the fuck? Sure, I'm 80 this game.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cavalry says sure, man. Wow, I didn't fucking kill him? That's crazy. That's my bad. What to do?
Not getting up from that one, folks.
As long as I draw breath, so does the revolution.
Shirilia's Shojin. Okay.
He already died once, so he's got nothing to fear. Rising up into the arena.
Yes!
Team Crud.
We owned.
It's not dense.
Did he gets this one? Oh. That guy's dead. Wow. He owned. Oh, he has Goliath? Interesting.
We'll be back after a quick break.
Always hit the ground running.
Bro, Chemtech Ghostwalker?
Get money after they win the whole thing. Here, we do things a little differently. Dawn Fury and her pack are ready to fight.
Cannot be caged.
Look out!
I will be the monster they think of.
Fuck! I even had. Oh, that was so. I was feeling in that one. Oh, I got Death Cap Everfrost.
Only sheep need a leader.
Alright, break's over. It's fighting time.
Actually, a decent amount of ability haste.
Swords, this fighter can do it all. Here she is, Samira.
Eventually. I think I found you there.
Woo! Yeah, dude, the brand's doing his best, man. Sometimes shit just happens, man.
Got to commercial. Got to commercial.
Did I get this time?
For you to shut up.
This is okay.
The fighters can do what now?
The fuck is
I guess all that
this?
training really is paying off.
Stride, Locket Gargoyle.
Round start.
The mage shall
No. Wow, this guy just owns us with this build?
Team Toro has been eliminated. The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do help him win.
Dude, you guys think this argument's good?
Time's up, fighters. As far from home as she can be, here to prove herself once and for all, it's love.
Oh, we got pummeled, man. Wait, he doesn't do enough damage to kill these guys? Oh, he didn't go Leandries. Oh, that's probably why he didn't do enough damage. Not Andrew, welcome back for 20 months. Thanks for subbing. Cause I was wondering, I was like, wow, I feel like we don't do damage. Okay, okay. How do I phrase this? TG is, he can maybe get away with it on like a unit that can, I don't know, man. You do, partner? That's all right. Yeah, Jax is probably pretty good. Get a couple of things I can use ADAP. Dual reviewers? No, I hate you guys. What? Nice try. Tread Rise. Oh, I don't feel like spamming my brains out. Check up. That's fine. How do I? Like, you are just asking for others? Yeah. If you're on EU, why are you asking for players in my chat? Just chill. the Corkster. One Tarek player? It's fun though? No, I'm saying you're taking away from the stream and the streamer by trying to put your own agenda of wanting to play with viewers. That's why it's weird. Like, usually I just time people out for doing that. It's like going to another streamer and being like, yo, can you watch my stream? Isn't that a little weird?
Fighters, show me your gloves! Oh, not all of you have gloves? Oh, that's right. It's a fight to the death kind of tournament.
Dude, what weapon is that? That let his E do on the hits? But like, what do you build when you're being able to do on hits? I feel like it sounds really good, but I don't know.
All right, break's over. It's fighting time. And action!
Why would he flash out, bro? It just walked up because of one. Oh, if we just control the plant here, there's no way they ever win. That's okay.
Defeated. We'll be back after a quick break.
Punch the stars.
Oh. Maybe this is a attempt to do.
I don't know how they do. If I had to choose between three equally game-changing abilities, I'd lose my freaking mind.
I feel like Rage by Corky is complete ass. But it might sound good.
Brawl.
This guy pinged one and went on the other, huh? So
Never end. A little something from Targa.
Is it just me, or is it you?
yeah, let's go.
Bigger.
We're level 6. We're level 6. So the hurricane.
You've been KO'd.
Do I just buy Storks here still? Whatever happens, you always buy Storks here, right?
On the Rings of Wrath, we've streamlined the shopping experience. for
Actually,
your convenience.
I'd be a Zerker angle if I'm going Rage Blade. That's probably fine.
Audacious bravery shield. Galactic hyper barrier.
The rocket. Oh, we can start with this.
Up the mountain we go.
Come on, let's get back to the fight. Begin.
Oh, my Q didn't go off because I misclicked. Unlucky. Oh, I messed up. Oh, my key, my rocket didn't go off. User goes everyone. Yeah, but sometimes I just don't feel like using it, okay? With Ghost about it there, eh. The thing is, the package didn't work the way I thought it would work there.
At most tourneys, the fighters get money after they win the whole thing. Here, we do things a little different.
I'm trying stupid ass board this game. It knocked back really far there. I've never seen it knock back that far before.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Another fight, shorty! Courageous Giga Guard! Lambo Torpedo!
Ring close. Head toward the center.
Look what they did.
There's no way I don't do the damage with a full rage blade stack hitting this shit. There's no fucking way. I don't know if we can ever win this matchup, by the way.
Limbs hurts, don't they? Fight on!
He has another ulti?
We must serve life.
Ring is closing.
No way. I count to 1 life? He has double ulti augments?
Cut to commercial.
Oh my god. That is fucking ridiculous. Where am I playing next?
And a hush falls over the crowd as the fighters exchange legal tender for objects of indeterminate
Action!
Time's up, fighters.
Oh my, I forgot to pick a package. I was literally just like, I'm missing something.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Oh, she's dead.
Run over. You lose.
That was my bad.
Break's over. It's fighting time. Fight rises up into the ring.
I lost vision. Oh, we're fucking 8th place.
Frog eliminated.
Okay. That did not seem like it. Go play spats. Yeah, I tried to pick something funny, but I think I need the silver augment to do on hits for it to be fun. Darius, interesting. Someone banned Darius? What the really? Azater Kagui-wan, I want to congratulate you, but my first reaction is to say, wow, you guys are cringe. I think you guys got, GG, you guys got pretty good augments. Rook's underrated? I mean, he's a bruiser. I don't think he could really be underrated.
Look at all these fighters. So tough, so powerful, so ready to pummel each other for our entertainment. You gotta love it.
This is the same problem with Singed. She's probably worse than Singed most of the times. Oh, this is one of like the only demonic users in the game, I think. Am I lagging? I'm not. What the heck? I feel like my damage is really bad. It's probably fine.
I like talking to you, Dream.
Begin.
Every flower blooms to be seen. Your soul is blooming.
Yeah, fucking die, man.
Rings closing. Head toward the center. That's some S-tier fighting.
You'd lie it down to see.
He wins this, right? Mouse? Why did he? Oh, he went to be really safe. Sure. Mouse in this can just summon an infinite amount of voidlings. It's actually kind of crazy. Oh, I don't like any of these. Oh, this one looks kind of interesting this early.
Close your eyes so I can say hello.
I think it CDR boots it for sure, right? The phase rush is good, but
Have you come out to play? Nothing cries louder than loneliness.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dreams help northern gardens grow. I'd stay in the forest until I learn how to use doors. Find ourselves in our dreams.
oh my god, I actually lived there. Yeah, CDR boots.
At most tourneys, the fighters get money.
Depending on Conqueror to be strong, she's depending on a lot of things to be strong, man.
Things a little differently.
Every human has a little sparkle.
So AP reach rounds busted. I don't think I'm getting 20 AP each round, bro, but I will try. I hope I get the like some movement speed augment would be really nice, so I don't have to go Deadman's this game. 20 AP. I mean, it says I got 20 AP, and this only gives you 30.
You'll be safe with me, Dream.
Start.
I misclicked the plant. Fuck.
Do you think they'll remember me, Dream? When they wake up, do they remember themselves?
It's okay.
A curly mind quests towards possibilities.
Dude, something got this one. This is so crazy. Why can't I get this one? This was the only one that's like giga good. Remember with armor boots? He went full tank? Oh, no, no. He went this. Oh, that's fine. What?
How can I tiptoe? But I don't have clothes.
Wait, I didn't know you could even do that to go inside each other. That is crazy. I feel like this is actually pretty good. 30% more health, 10% less damage. But I think this was actually kind of good. You're right, you're right.
Better a sleepy head than a sleepy heart.
There's only one spear world. That is so funny.
Round start.
Close your eyes to open them. Oops.
Bro. Okay.
We'll be back after a quick break.
I'm surprised this one didn't go AP. She actually doesn't scale that well.
I just had the strangest reality.
Wow. Might get ulti up again. Oh, he got it, he got it, he got it. Nice.
Not good. Not good.
What do I build here now? I have to do void.
Was that me? Go! I'll face anything. If it's not looking nice.
Oh wow, I am solo life. I feel like I have enough AP. Do I want more? Oh, I vanished. Oh, I forgot. Oh shit, my bad, my bad. Fuck it, I want more. Give me death cap. I want even more. I'm literally just gonna one shot like this fucking character.
Master of every weapon known to humankind, it's the Mira.
A yawn is a smile.
I own them so hard there. I did a double sleep. Jesus.
Team Scuttle has been eliminated.
When they say good night, you think they mean it?
I have 900 AP. Holy fuck.
Well met, human.
It's so good to meet you. You know, you couldn't have shadows without light.
Is he AFK? Oh, he is. Wait! Did he bait it the whole time? Is he a genius?
Team Poro has been eliminated.
Oh, Mr.
On the
Reed,
Rings of Wrath,
you always
we've streamlined
trick
the shopping experience for your convenience.
I can one-shot Sona. Well,
to pieces.
20%.
Every
Rise
direction
up
feels
into the
straight.
ring.
Where you leave is always behind you. No wonder the humans are lost. When I'm quiet, I feel so intense.
Is it just me, or is it getting hot in here?
It does 760?
It's that time of the tourney when fighters unlock their true power.
Fuck. I should have
Also known as my
known.
union-mandated break. All right, break's over. It's fighting time. Time for the grand final.
Everyone is so loud. They never say what they really mean. Really mean.
Oh, I did not fucking... Oh, I did not hit both. Shit. Oh, well, I'm dead. You can beat Gwen without the. You need to kill Sona first. If you kill Gwen first, it's very hard. But I can just one-shot Sona, so. But I just messed up. It's big. I mean, she gets lifestealed, but like you can just kite out for a second ulti. It doesn't matter what her augment is. Just think about how the fight progresses. Like that's what I was saying. Like, who the fuck cares what the augment says? A non-44J takes a sub on this stream. Like, you're only killing Gwen in that situation if she plays like dog shit. But you can guarantee us like pretty much. Lily was fun though. Kane's kind of whatever. This is probably a really bad combination. He can't really do much damage. I need someone who can help me out to peel. But it's pretty good against this comp. And it's pretty good against this comp. So it's actually okay. Oh, yeah, honestly, yeah. I don't need help in this matchup, I guess. No one's really diving. I think if you don't know what to buy, by the way, you can always just buy this. I think this is the safest thing to buy. Like, this is just a very rare game where there's really not many people diving. Never kill swing catch? Oh no, I'll kill them for sure. Wait, are you serious? For sure I can kill that comp. My damage is not bad.
Explosion first, questions later. We're in this together. Shine bright.
Oh my god, what the fuck just happened?
What do you mean this doesn't look safe? I'll end this now.
Banish the shadows.
Next time, come at me with everything you got.
Stay there. We're in this together.
Bombs away!
Defeated.
My training paid off.
Oh! It's gotta be this, right? super tank. What did they take? Double true shot? Holy shit, they hate the nuts. They can win with their comp now. Oh my, this is so disgusting for that comp. Oh, whoops. My bad. Oh, not enough damage. This augment does so much damage. Like, it hit me and I lose half my life. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Is this magic damage? I think it is. So Sorks. Hey, what's up, Peter? Wait, you're not out still? I need augments to help me do damage. But I don't have damage till next round, I don't think. God, do I really build Ludens here? Ludens means I could never kill this team comp though. How much damage does this shit do? Oh, it's definitely holy shit. Using magic pen. Oh, I didn't even know I was zoomed in. What the hell? It's probably a true shot. I mean, sure, but I mean, assuming I don't really care about that. Like, I don't think it matters at all. Like, they'll always be true shot anyways. Really good. Super good. I need more damage. Oh, is this even good? Shit, this is kind of good. I feel like it's super bad, obviously, but it's fine. Now I can just go the entries. Oh my god, I didn't see the fucking Rise ulti. Okay, I just need Leandry. I think just being able to get 2 is good enough. I don't think I'm gonna need a 3rd one. Cause I still need to get Void Deathcap, right? Void Deathcap Zanya's. I really can't afford it.
See if you can handle this. Quit messing around.
Come on, let's get back to the fight.
I need to play Kale with this character, I think. But that's boring, so I would never do that.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
He actually flashed the 1v2? Like, how is he gonna win this, man? Rylai's rather avoid it. Never fucking buy Rylai's in this unit, man.
The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do.
Flash every round? Nope, every other round.
Time's up, fighters. He already died once.
Like, there's no way you should always say the day.
Nothing defeat. Rising up into the arena.
What the f— Oh my god. I can't, because this fucking map is so annoying, man. Like, okay, I need knowledge to ulti someone. Oh, that's fine. We won. Whew. Yeah, that was a really scary thing where everyone just fucking has True Shot Barrage. That's not good. Oh, everything looks bad here, so I guess I'm just taking this. Let me kill this guy for sure. This fucking thing is so stupid, man. Whatever we want. I don't have Void Staff to be able to deal with that comp yet, so it's like, okay. I need Void Zanya's here.
Falls over the crowd as the fighters exchange legal tender for objects of indeterminate worth. Alright, break's over. It's fighting time.
I didn't get any AP here. It feels really bad.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Go!
He gets vision of that? How? Where's he get the vision from? Who's visioning him? That's fine. It's because I hit him right at the very end, man. I can't even sell this, man. It's fine.
Didn't see that coming.
Was a guess? No. He just had a vision for me hitting him at the very end.
That's right. Nefarious joining the fray.
Don't worry, I got this.
This is a weird map. I think it's good for us, actually.
Feathers fly!
Double kill. Flawless.
Okay. He has Jeweled Gauntlet, crit chance, lifesteal on crit magic 10. Oh my god. Wait, this guy has like giga damage.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Killing spree.
You please not all in him here? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Perfect round win.
That's scary, that was scary. They both double flashed on me, so I actually think we win. Oh, here we go. I don't want to sell boots. Boots is like the most important thing in this matchup is move speed. Oh, I could sell Void for. No, they have MR. What the heck?
Time for the grand final.
They have double MR. What the hell? Who the hell said to sell my shit, man?
Anyone got a patch?
This is such a bad map for us, by the way, because she has Vanish.
Is it just me, or is it getting hot in here?
Oh, please, I need help. Oh, Sag. I think I was dead if I Zanya there. Regardless, it just sucked. It was just really out of position. Boo. We'll play Smats. End game is super easy if you just play an AD, but it's whatever. Ziggs is really hard. Even with someone like stunning them for me, it's like kind of difficult. Oh, I don't know what I want to play. I've done a lot. Like I feel like I've played a shitload already. And League has that same thing where you look in the fridge and you're hungry, but you don't know what to take, what you want to eat, but there's like the fridge is entirely full. Like there's 160 champions in the game, right? And I'm just like, I'm struggling right now. I'm like, oh, but which one do I want to play? I don't really know. Like, do I want to play this one? Do I want to play this one? I don't know. This is the only character I don't want to play. Let's play Vayne. Oh, I can play some stupid shit with Vayne then. Oh, I can go for the most stupid build. Someone who actually wants to play AD. Hey, Iron, that comp doesn't really matter for me, at least. I'm just hoping I hit like the super regen augments, you know. Like there's a chance that the game is just like super easy for me. Oh, Stanley had a sick Vayne at the event. Mechanical Beast. Also, the most broken thing is this. Because the 10% counts all of your health, you're commonly getting like 500 plus HP with the pot. This pot is crazy. If you're gonna buy a potion, this one's probably the best one to buy. The surprise of lifesteal crit works with ability crits. Oh, it worked with JG. God, you got some crazy augments.
Mundo cut vacation for motivation. Mundo pay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we auto win this game. This is the first time I've played an S tier comp since like the start of the like this. I don't know, man. But I usually don't play this comp. I should not have picked Mundo. I don't think this game will be very fun. I picked a really good thing. Might be fun. You know, if I get the right augments, I want to try the regen augments with the Circle of Death. That looks fucking awesome. Yeah, sure. What's good in this mode? I know, he's too good. That's why I don't play him. Wow. It's more fun to win with characters that suck. But no one's having fun. I'm having fun, true. Sometimes it does feel that way. I played Mercs this game. You Gwen's anything good? Yeah, she's not bad. She just needs a support, like a support to help her out. God, this comp is so brutal. There's some characters that can't really function well without like support. Example is like most ADs need support because they're usually all DPS and zero Like peel. We balance the game. I mean, they're already actively balancing it. Like literally day by day. There's really exceptions you can peel stuff. Kind of. Do I really want Mercs? Let me think. It's great against everyone but these. Do I think this comp is gonna be a problem later for me? I guess against. God, we're playing against them next too. Yeah, fuck it. They're not gonna be a problem. I am gonna go ahead and say they will not be a problem. She got scoped? God, okay, we won. I might lose this round because my boots suck against these guys, by the way. Oh my god. I ultied again. You know, play like boyfriend, I hope you win. Yeah, you better be scared, dude. Why did I say that? No, we'll win for sure. This comp is broken. Like, we'll win for sure. What's wrong with me today, man? Please, no, let me get a hit, let me get a hit. Oh, I wanted the heart steal. No! It's alright. Heart steal is shit. Oh, that's super good. For Mundo, it's by far his best item. Okay, wait. I need Celestial Body. I have the pieces. I have the pieces of the puzzle. I just need Celestial Body for my third one. It gives you 1,000% regen while below health. Or I need Circle Death. Yeah. This comp seems unwinnable for them. I blocked the ulti. Oh, never mind. That's fine. We'll win after. It's not a big deal. These guys don't know, by the way. They're just feeding me Heartsteel. fine. I got like 4 heart steal procs there. I pretty much won that round, actually. Aram Chen, welcome back for 9 months. Thanks for subbing. Do you have a forward game to keep it next time? Yes. I mean, realistically, if I bought this, though, I would have won that round, but it's fine. I guess I go Spear Visage into doesn't matter Anathemas. Oh, this one's kind of funny.
Also, chef, Mundo cooks the books. Corporate Mundo. Never merge.
Let me go grab this one too. Oh my god. Please.
Mundo think, Mundo grow rich.
What the heck? Okay, he has. I guess okay. It's fine. Oh yeah, here is Soul Siphon. Oh, he's just so much lifesteal with his build. It's fine. I just need to get Thornmail next time, and I'll be okay. This is the Thornmail, and then I'll go Thornmail and Anathemas, and I'm done.
Me enforce corporate policy.
Impure.
Oh, they thought they could kill me, and then I just did. I didn't ulti until like I was at 20%. Amos, it's not good unless you get critical block. It's pretty shit. If you get critical block, it's the best item in the game. But like without it, it's like, Wow, man. You're telling me this character. What is going on? Oh. Oh. Oh, dude, I got the same things, man. It sucks. It's fine. I guess I'll play. Like, I'll play for real. I think it's Lily. What did she get? Did she get OP ones? Oh, yeah, she got some pretty good ones.
Mundo climb corporate ladder.
Oh, I don't have Thornmail for this matchup yet. This is. Whoa. Oh! Oh, good job. Where did my life bar go? Oh, I just need Doorbell. I don't have armor. So she says so. He literally one-shot me, man. Yep. How's my lungs weak as hell? I'm not caring how much is the reflect, but I need the anti. I need the mortal reminder effect. Dude, this Udyr though feels crazy. Heartsteel damage, 600. Oh, it hit whoever. Oh my god! Where did Udyr go, guys? Once this team dies, I will go. Oh. The cannon is so funny. I think that that's an amazing thing that he ended up doing. Oh, I forgot I had this. Whoops. I forgot to press. This is my bad. If I got healing body, man, it would have been so good. 9,001 health? The Lucky, welcome back for 4 months. I mean, what did he get for 4th augment? Oh, Mountain Soul. That's actually kind of good. These guys got Typhoon. Wow. What the fuck? The worst part about all this is I would actually be okay if it wasn't this map. This is a really bad map for me, man. I fucking forgot my thing again, man. Oops. Oh no, I forgot my fucking thing. Oh, I could have saved her 2 rounds in a row. I messed up. Oh, that's not his fault. I keep forgetting. Sometimes I get a summoner spell, I'm like, I just forget to use it. It's my bad. Yeah, I can't believe that was the 3rd. That should have been the 1st for sure. Placemats. I mean, ba-bum-bum. Damn, I really wish it wasn't the Samira map. That map is... I don't want to play this. Pike is really fun. Pike is one of the most fun characters. I feel like there's a lot of skill expression and like the fights are very weird. What's that?
Alright, folks, let's keep these fights clean. No hair pulling, face smashing, or name calling. That is, unless your opponent's name called first.
It's smaller than the diagram. Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Never falter.
Come on, let's get back to the fight. Start!
Take their parts.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Wow, I did not hit that? That's crazy. Cool. Maybe it's not cool. Alright, we lost this round. Whoops.
Never falter.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Okay, wait a second. Oh, wait, hold on.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
The turrets are not in a great spot. No, he stayed outside. Did we win? We won! Let's go! No. This is so bad.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Always just change the rerolls work? Yeah, that should have been the first thing they did. It's like a really stupid system that TFT found out was bad, and then they never changed it for this. Yeah, more dog would never.
Yours is an easy grave to dig. I am real. I am real.
He should hit for CTR.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Where's the other guy? What the heck?
They made us.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Won't you join them?
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Oh no. We're not real characters till level 6. It's okay.
It's smaller than the diagram.
I kind of like ghost crawlers with this character.
It's you, my son.
Time's up, fighters.
Unless the rocket work in this game mode, yeah, she's pretty good. But she needs a specific comp. She needs damage.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Oh no. Yep. We kind of do need our first item though. Like without my first item, I don't really do damage. Oh wow, played it really well. I'm kind of down to take this actually. What you looking for? Don't remember, don't care.
Round start.
Simulated. Every part of it.
It's smaller than the diagram.
You're not real. None of this is real. Always down there.
Killing spree. That's some S-tier fighting.
Look at me. Why won't you look at me?
This actually seems better than Electrocute. No joke. I actually think it's, but I need the ability haste. This thing that's ability haste turns into move speed. That is the best thing for Pike. First I go in this game mode, it's not very good.
Begin.
No one forgets.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Now.
See the maiden. She comes for you.
Won't engage.
It's smaller than the diagram.
No one gets out. No one walks away.
Rampage.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
The ring is closing.
It's smaller than the diagram.
No way. He has mercs? Oh, he got out of that really fast. He does have mercs, man. I would not even look.
Memory incomplete.
At most tourneys, the fighters get money after they win the whole thing. Here, we do things a little differently.
Does it actually increase extra threshold? I hope so. If not, it's kind of wasted. I kind of wasted buying this item. Honestly, the stats are really good for it though. 60 AD, 21 lethality, 25 AP is a lot. Wow. He's up a full item. Check out any chance to check out Return. I mean, I'll probably play it, but it came out It came out the same day that 2v2's released. Pretty unlucky.
This never
Never fought.
You have a new task. They reach you.
Wow, she is not dying, huh?
An eternal ring.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Flowers.
Prowler.
No worldwide high-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing performance-enhancing items.
You were selling a deal for ER, really? That's interesting.
And we're back.
That felt a lot better, really.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This mind is not my own.
It's smaller than the diagram. Ah, the sweet smell of silence.
I'm chilling.
A ghost in the dark.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Ooh.
Not be moving on.
Oh. Okay, I can't think of any of these. Using abilities creates you infinitely stacking hit. That seems pretty good.
Time of the tourney when fighters unlock their true power. Also known as my union mandated break.
Never falter.
Start the game, just Q.
Seize a maiden.
Wow, they got baited to go on the karma. Oh no.
Never falter.
This is real. No, don't trust it.
High OP, yeah. Like, wow, these guys went 0-14.
Behold the horrors of the Isles.
Break you down for parts.
Sell and buy it. 700 gold to sell. 3,000 gold per item. Off by less than 100.
All right, break's over. It's fighting time.
Okay.
The simulation's more real than reality. Just the way they want it.
Brawl.
Go. Take what you will.
No way, man.
It was you. I know it.
Take shape.
Dominating.
I know your face. I know your face. I know your face. Remember me? I'll make him remember.
Does he have burn? Oh, he does.
Running dark. I'm always down here.
It wasn't enough? He got burned? No, he didn't get burned. What the hell is making him do so much damage to me? Huh. Is this Sunfire?
No worldwide high stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items. I love money.
From below.
Is it actually done? 900?
Come on, let's get back to the fight. As far from home as she can be, here to prove herself once and for all, it's Mom!
Focus. It's smaller than the diagram.
Never falter.
Oh no.
It's gone.
Never falter.
I'm not what I am.
Oh my god.
Brain function restored. Memory incomplete.
I'm not doing Battle Sled. These are giga bad. It's fine. I just missed my flash. I need to beat this team without using flash, so I can save flash to beat this team. Because if I don't save flash, I will never be able to beat this team.
Time's up, fighters! Rises up into the ring.
Haunting the machine.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Can't fucking hit it.
To destroy the curse, I use it.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Rings close. Head toward the center.
It's smaller than the diagram.
I died? No way. Oh my god, the Alistar just killed him. Wait, how did he get 458? Oh, does it work on every E-tick that he has? Because he has more AP than my full build Ziggs last game. And your goals are kind of annoying. Go play some ads. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It sucks because I never hit any of the super good. I feel like Pike. I got 2 ultis flashed with Pike, and it's so lame. I need to just hit the stun into ulti, I guess. Tantra roadmap for 12 months. Trezor, you're not interested. Oh, what about this character? Is this character ass? I think I know the answer to that question, but I'm gonna find out. Casting so bad he has stack OP for fights. That's really not why he's bad. I can tell. I've not even played the character, and I can tell you that's not it. Timo Heimer. Oh, that's a rough one.
We're coming to you live from the ring.
Probably because he's a scaling champion that is melee range.
Increasingly intense 2v2 battles.
Yeah, Vlad's OP. He took that? Oh, interesting. Ham Pome Bark.
Come on. Let's get back to the fight.
What the fuck is going on?
Prepare yourself. Joy will not falter. Now, Wolf.
Literally no damage, man. The champion is good? That's not true. Well, depends how they scale.
Ring closing. Head toward the center.
I literally, like, there's no way to melee beat 2 range at level 1 or like the level 3. Can stacks work? They get overtime. Oh, he wastes his life. It happens. Oh wait, is this even good? Does
It's smaller than the diagram.
I think I'm gonna try the crit. Item haste and go hard. So does that work? Because that sounds giga OP. I can't fucking hit it because I'm blind. Wow, that sounds insanely OP.
It's smaller than the diagram. Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
I'm on my way.
It's fine. Like, I can't even play the game until probably like level 9 or something.
That had to hurt.
About for Alistair, he knew what he was getting himself into, okay? Don't feel bad.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Feel good.
Not here, not yet.
If I don't get JG, I'm gonna grab the this item, Rite of Ruin.
Round start.
No way. I was not like you crit chance. What does it not say? You're supposed to have an equal chance to get equal to your crit chance to crit. It doesn't give me crits. No fucking way. I just have a dead augment, I guess. Don't worry, I'll get JG. I'm not worried. My teammate's not even worried. He knows we're gonna win. When he saw my damage on Thresh that round, he was like, holy fuck, we won for sure.
He loves fighting almost as much as he loves his mom. And he sure does love his mom. It's that!
It's smaller than the diagram.
The ring is closing.
God, why is it blind me, man? Why is he blind? Oh my god!
Let's see if it pays off for him.
How much crit do I have? 45? Don't worry, we won. Man, HP, that would not be what I want. He got Earthquake. Oh my. Ham, who is this guy? You sent a fucking assassin to my stream? Let's go. No. What is this? What is this? Oh, useless. I don't do damage. Trust me, it's not him that's useless. I actually need Seraphs. Fuck it. Yeah.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Seraph Zanya's crit item? Seraph Zanya's... Oh, you're right. I'm not gonna survive 2 rounds. I don't think I can get that.
Shine once more before the end.
Wow, why is my AP so bad? I need... Yes, we won! I'm actually scaling. Okay, what do I get last item? Dude, I really want Cosmic, but I fucking can't get the gold. Yeah. Do I die? I do die. I need the ability haste thing this round. I think I need Zanya's this game, right? Actually, maybe I don't need Zanya's. I run with no armor. No, I probably need Zanya's. Blade don't need it. I already have healing. I have so much fucking healing. This guy is so fast.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Items and crit, 20%. It's pretty good. Oh, I could have gotten blue for mana. Wait, you're actually right. Nah, I don't need mana. Mana's fucking overrated. Oh. Holy fuck. I lost. Fuck. Not Hampone Bark. Wait, he just tanked my fucking damage. Like, what? Are we dead? Might be dead. I have Void yet, man. One more round. Oh, no. No. I was so close, man. Fuck. Need Grievous? Hell no. If you thought at any point I was supposed to get Grievous in that comp, nope. Oh god, casting does not feel good, man. I even got hit like the nuts there. Presence game will fine. Ooh. His name's Coin Flipper. That's kind of funny. Come here like it. You don't know me. am not interested in Karma at all today. In my head, that sounds like if I wanted to play an Ultra Tank, I would just play something else, you know? EOP, not really, but he's just really lame to play against. I just don't like people. I don't like E players. I don't like playing against E, so we got 2 for 1, you know? I want to make Rammus work, but I feel like he's shit. I'm trying to think what combination would be good with Rammus. Do I try to go all AP? You get like King Rammus LPP? No, I had this before LPP. I played in beta. Yeah, is there any armor stacking augments that's not like Colossus?
All right, folks, let's keep these fights clean. No hair pulling, face smashing, or name calling. That is, unless your opponent's name called first.
Take is better in this game mode? Hell no. Not unless I have Vayne. Wait, there's 2 Kale players? Oh, I didn't even realize. Oh, that is not good.
Melee. Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Get a couple more boxes, you know? I can auto you down, baby. I'm strong enough.
Our winners are...
Yes! These look awful, man. I'm re-rolling. Sure. Dude, it's a phenomenal evil soul siphon. Interesting.
Begin.
Flame purified.
What the fuck are we doing, man? Boom. Oh, he went. Oh, he opened with Ali. Okay.
The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do help him win.
You seen Rammus Arena before? Yeah, you know, I'm kind of a avant-garde, as they say. Also, I didn't realize I'm against 2 Kales this game. I should have went AP. There's no way I can win with tank, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we're kind of chilling. That's cool. We're chilling.
Is it just me, or is it getting hot in here?
Is it Tank Lee? Oh, it is Tank Lee. I kind of want to hard steal this and try to. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it.
High-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items. I love money.
The most fun champs in league, Lee Sin. I don't know about the other two. That's so many Heartsteel procs, man. Wait, I got 140 HP. That's so much. Dude, why are these so bad? I think that's maybe okay. Do I ever get ability haste? I don't. My arguments are so bad, man. That bomber seems actually pretty good. Oh.
Head toward the center.
Fine, I got 4 stacks.
You've been KO'd.
I'm a little worried because this guy is 90 AP with his augments. Let me assassin now. It's just visual bug.
Bounty hunter extraordinaire, master of every weapon known to humankind. It's Samira. Endure.
He killed himself with my doorbell. I'm getting a lot of stacks though, like really good stacks. What do I build here though? Sunfire? probably Sunfire. I need to do a little bit of damage. But so I want to do a little bit more damage though. Well, who am I facing next? Oh, this team is kind of. You play Anathemas? Yep, it's OP. It's especially good against 1 DPS comps. Sunfire Abyssal. Sunfire is actually not bad with Shaco. Oh. 1400 damage around is actually not that bad. Damn, we just don't do damage. It's just because, like, I think we'll need to CC that.
Team Scuttle has been eliminated.
Sure. I need to get Anathemas. My augments are so bad. What did my teammate get at least? Decent ability. Oh, it's actually pretty good. Once he has a lot of AP.
Round start.
I am your salvation.
The ring is closing.
Oh my god, man. It's Kale. 2 Kales, man.
Not getting up from that one, folks.
Are we going? Oh, we're not fighting anyone here. But
Okay.
this is by Abyssal here. We're not fighting anyone here, so it doesn't matter. They're fighting each other, and then we watch, and then I sell this, and then I buy some. Or actually, I don't. Is there augment or gold next? I forgot. Well, augment saves is nothing. No, we lost. What? They're not even 16 yet on Kale. Like, Kale just beats tanks, and like that's why I should have went AP. He missed. Wow. Lucky these guys can win. Like double DPS should in theory be able to kill Kale. I have 8,000 HP, by the way. Spear Visage was what 2 after the augment? Oh, I think does not matter. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I actually think I should have went Titanic this game. I'm not even kidding. I think Titanic over going Sunfire was better here. Oh, well, well, well.
Our winners are Team Krug.
Be the best. What the fuck? Sure.
It's a bold strategy.
The other one doesn't even work because I'm not damage oriented, man.
Guns and swords. This fighter can do
Lock
it
brace,
all. Here
terrible
she
item.
is, Samira.
Almost never an item you want to buy. What the heck?
Rings closing. Head toward his death.
Unbeatable comp.
You lost.
I think if I had some augments, I could have made it work, but all the augments I got were so terrible for me, man. It's okay. I try again. Oh, what do I want to try this time? When you actually want to get out of one, no idea, man. I don't really care to get out too fast either. Does Shyvana always start with her dragon form? I already tried Silas, didn't like it. I'm like not really feeling any of these. Maybe this. I don't like this comp already, but I think I auto lose against 2 matchups, but it's okay. Make it work.
We have a special guest. lie. Soul Fighter! Just look at the power! It's glowing! Ouch! It's actually very bright!
These 3 bands team 10 would be a terrible idea.
Alright, break's over. It's fighting time.
I have a dog.
Focus.
Come closer. I will show you.
Fire's closing in. Watch out!
I'm not too ass pain about it. I think it's just really hard to win this duo, especially when I get hit at the initiation. Yeah, I'm like, eh.
So, I'm Atrox. I'm a transcendental being trapped
I am
inside
no more
Parkour.
than a soldier,
What should you?
no less.
Oh wow. Sorry, this is. Wait. That's what this is. It's this, right? I actually don't even know if it's this. Is it this? Oh, it's not this. Mystic Punch seems not bad. I don't get that much attack speed. Is it JD? That sounds interesting. Hopefully I can get critical block because I will be literally defenseless. Oh, I should have channeled that. That sucked, man. Wait, I'm okay. If I go Mystic Punch, I go IE here then, right? Pretty sure I go IE.
At most tourneys, the fighters get money after they win the whole thing. Here, we do things a little differently.
Focus.
Begin!
Gayana Kiriri. Never falter.
I need an item, man. I don't do any fucking damage.
Latrian only.
Oh, defeated. No worldwide high-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items. I love money.
President, don't worry. I'm used to people paying stupid shit. I played League for a long time.
Sa elasad kiri.
That seems like really too high.
Focus.
Come on, let's get back to the fight.
That's an insane karma augment.
Sa elasad kiri. Never falter. Gaia
Yep.
Latrian only. Never falter. Peace.
I need critical block, and I think everything will be good.
Latrian only.
He didn't use ulti Mantro W here? Wow, that was really bad, huh?
It's a bold strategy.
That's fine. I'm only gonna buy. Is it collector or do I buy? I just go collector into full lethality, right?
Sa elasad kiri.
Oh, Ham! Thanks for Ray. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm owning. Not really.
Never falter. Gaia Sa elasad kiri. Focus.
The ring is closing.
Gaia kiri. Never falter.
Nice.
Win.
Who am I playing against? Okay.
No worldwide high-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing performance-enhancing items. Fight rises up into the ring.
Look there, I'm not gonna buy it because I'm hoping I get one of the crit things that give me 20%.
Latrian only. Sa elasad
Wow, they just kind of ate me alive.
Gaia
Not getting up from that one, folks. Who will win? Who will die? Stay tuned to find out.
What do I buy here? Serpents? G8. That's Defiance.
Never falter.
Oh, you ready? Okay, yeah, I'm not after this game. Yep.
As far from home as she can be, here to prove herself once and for all.
Focus.
Oh, well, we tried. I should have played a little bit slower. Perfect timing. How do I exit?
I call upon the stars to bake my bountiful bread.
Okay, we got Rock there. I'm gonna play some ads and we're gonna go to play Legion TD with Albert. Where is Albert? Oh, I'm already there. This is a game, dude, I can't believe I lost so much today. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just play ADs today. I'm not interested in TD mode. Well, he's more interested in Legion TD right now. Play Legion TD on Warcraft 3 a little bit. Not a lot, though. Also, if I know anything about Albert, generally speaking, he plays a lot for like what he's good at. He might probably play TFT a little bit, but I mean, he's pretty much a TFT focused stream. So he has to play at least like 4 hours a day of that. Game in Center and Playwrights. They're sponsoring people and it's their free to play weekend. So, yo, where's Albert? Oh, I should probably grab some food.
Wait, come up one channel.
Got it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello. You finish your game? Oh, it's 2v2.
I lost a lot more than I thought, but it's really fun.
It looks fun.
I just like kill myself half the time. Cause like I don't know what I'm doing, and like there's like certain augments that are just like stupid OP.
Yes, I think a lot of the game is like if you happen to know the good combinations. But in general, if you like don't take it seriously, it's really fun.
Yeah, I try not to play anything that's good. I'm like playing the most random shit. And it's pretty fun. It's the best comp. Probably like Vayne or Kale plus X or Kaisa plus X is the most flexible comp.
Did you see the Yumi augment? Annie was telling me about that. The one where like you get to ride your teammate.
Yes, chauffeur.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, okay. I'm already warmed up.
Okay. Yeah, you're doing 2v2s. I'm sure that translates to Legion.
Yeah. I pretty much YOLO every game in 2v2 anyways, so like I'm good. Oh, we're not against red players? Bro, I was ready for some red today, Albert.
Oh, if we win our games, we might actually face some red players. Dude, I played off stream a little bit, and I was in lobby with purple players.
What is that? Sorry, I don't...
It's like Challenger.
Oh, so it's like Purple's the highest in this game, and then it's red, and then it's diamond.
There's probably something more in there, but I like randomly queued up into these challenger players while I was solo queuing, and then my teammate immediately was like, "Are you serious? Turn auto off." I was like, okay. I just like sat there and I got owned. And my teammate was just like playing a 2v1 where he was just telling me exactly what to do every turn.
Welcome
really?
to Nova.
No, it's actually insane though. Like there were so many times where he'd tell me to do something, I'm like, okay, and I didn't think it was gonna work, and then it just like owns them.
Wait, really?
He'd tell me exactly what to send at what times, and it's like exactly what to build, and I'm like, oh, okay. This guy's actually just 2v1ing.
Holy shit. Was he also purple?
I'm almost purple.
No, was he also purple?
Oh, yeah, I believe so. I was purple.
Alright, I'm playing a priestess build apparently. Oh, I didn't switch to Legion TD. My bad.
20 seconds.
So this game, amen. Me too, brother. Me too. Oh, you got a chain fist as well? Well, plays it higher up. Is it better higher up?
Consider it done.
Oh, wait. You always win with that, right?
Does my guy clear this?
Oh, he has some.
Take a Chad.
Oh, he has some good RG. Good RG. Dude, you just kind of scared me there. Depends on where you take. Yeah. I want it to take a little bit, right? Because it heals. I'm just buying Keen stuff while we chill.
Horizon.
I didn't get enough for it. You're fucking kidding me.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it.
Fuck. What are they playing? They're playing.
Let me check.
Some chain fist
Pyro.
and a. Wait, that's me. He's playing priestess, which he's literally playing me.
Wait, no. You're looking at your own board, Scar. Tap in space.
Oh, I did. He's two anglers. My bad.
We should try to make them leak on wave 6. So get your income in this round and let's save up on wave 6.
Okay. Do I not have a flying unit? Oh no.
Okay. Turn off your auto. Get your workers in, and we'll save it to bomb them on 6. By the way, for this unit, the priestess. Oh, build your stuff first. I'll tell you after. For the priestess, you want to build her like a little bit in front.
Yeah, I realize I'm not. Oh my god, it's because she's ranged and doesn't move.
Yeah,
up.
she's ranged, but she also heals. She's like the hardest unit to play in the game. You have to like be so meticulous about her positioning.
Oh, like Reefer. All right, I'm saving.
action.
Do I just... I feel kind of unsafe here.
Yeah, feel free to buy.
Oh, I meant to upgrade. Oh no.
Okay, Scar, we're gonna bomb them on 6. The
Yeah.
best thing you can send, I think, is some sort of damage. Something that does magic damage because he's all fortified. Brute is really good, and so is Hermit. And Imp is probably the best one if you can send it. It's 100.
What is the best one?
Imp, if you can.
Oh, I got it. Oh, I think I can do it. Oh, I cannot. I'm gonna do Hermit. Oh, this guy just said I'm doing keyboard. Just fuck this. Oh my, wait. I may have you?
On my way.
Oh, hey, we made him leak. Nice.
Oh, wait, but you leaked.
Oh, I got owned. I got absolutely owned.
I think I got you. I think I got you. Oh, we're good. We're good on that. Do I have
Wait, dude, I built the exploding tree and he actually just did nothing. Yeah. Oh my god.
Wait.
You actually like almost had me.
I almost had you. I almost had you.
Taste my sting.
All right. Do I just?
The next wave we should send on is 8.
Yeah, I'm not
So
gonna
just
do
save
it.
up. Do you know what to send on 8?
No. But you said
It's
want to
an
send
all range wave, so just send tanks. Usually dinos.
Okay, dinos. Got it.
Yeah, usually dino. I might leak here.
I might leak here.
Wait, that's not what we want to hear at the same time.
I received 80. Oh.
Send your dinos.
Right now?
Yeah, you can just like queue it up. Like even if they don't leak it, it's still like a good econ.
Oh, I'm gonna leak. Fuck. I was gonna build something, but I didn't have. I shouldn't have bought 5 workers that round. That was my bad. That was my bad.
I think I have you. I no longer think I have you.
You wait a little bit longer. Oh, I sent 2 dinos. Perfect. It's fine. I got 2 dinos in. Perfect timing.
Hey, sailor.
Good morning. Don't be hasty. My helmet.
Oh, I'm still really far behind. What do I do?
Ready for action.
Send whatever you can, whatever tanks.
Oh yeah, I said the third. I'm not even gonna look at my board. Well, I received 80 again. This guy's sending 80 every round to me. Wait, he owned my wave. What? I made him leak, but I leaked a lot.
Come on, make this guy leak. Make this guy leak.
Nice.
A small total leak. My opponent's about to bomb me. He's been saving for 2 waves.
Okay, my opponent just sends every wave.
That should be good for you. It's easy to deal with. And there's no surprises.
Yeah, but the way my units are thing, I need to wait a little bit before I can make it stronger. So I need another round.
Okay. Save for 10. We can send them.
Yep.
I'm hooked.
I let the dogs out.
It's not I, but we.
Okay, you said 80 to 120?
Command me.
Did I made this shadow guy? He owns.
You should probably send an ogre if you can next round.
Yep.
No.
Wait, do I send now?
Yeah, if you can afford it.
Oh.
Send the ogre. Wait, let's go. Let's go, Scarra.
Wait,
you can clear my wave too, right?
Yeah, I got you. Dude, the shadow dancer owns.
If he gets going, he's insane because he keeps Naruto cloning. Wait, let's go. That is a nice clear.
Taste my sting.
Command me.
I let the dogs out.
I said.
All right, send whatever you can. Make the wave really hard for them. I send a box mimic.
That's so close to leveling my. I think I have to level though. My.
If you need a little bit more money, you could like sell like a small unit.
Oh, I don't have it.
Oh, just build something. Build something. Nice, nice. All right, let's see if we made him leak.
This. Wait, where's my ogre? Is it beating people up? Oh, it's beating people. Oh, it's beating people up. I leaked, by the way. I can't. I fucking was off by like 20 gold, man.
Uh-oh.
Vengeance is ours.
Hey, sailor.
Vengeance is ours.
Oh, okay. Wait, I'm giga juiced.
Oh, really?
I bought battle scars. I got a dread knight.
Let me think about what we can do here. We're so far behind. I guess we just try to kill them on, or do something on 13.
Okay.
I don't think it's worth upgrading our king at this point. Let's just like play on the aggressive.
Wow, this guy sends off every round.
You cannot escape us.
Good morning. Don't worry. I'm on your
My blade thirst.
All right.
Yeah,
on wave 13.
Yep.
You should probably send ogre again.
On my way.
Like literally just like 2 ogres is probably good, or ogre pack leader, and then I'll send 4 eyes.
Got it. Oh, I'm really behind on workers. I hope that's okay. So I said now, right?
Yeah, send now.
I'm gonna reroll.
All right, send whatever you can, and we pray. We're probably gonna send a lot here.
I pity the fool.
Yep.
Oh, I received they sent a lot.
Yeah, 320.
I'm happy to say I'm sure that my teammate Scarra's got me.
Oh God, Albert.
You have me, right?
What? Oh no. I was just really behind on workers this game. I couldn't stabilize correctly.
Defeat.
Ah, that's okay.
Yeah, we gotta own that time.
Yeah,
I think they just rode the line better. Let me see. We're actually like really far up in workers.
Wait, really?
I don't know about really far up, but like slightly up.
Wait, this guy had 19 workers.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about the end. At the end, the game was clearly over.
Oh, yeah,
I'm talking about in the early game.
Yeah, they said every round and we leaked every round. Unfortunately. That's cause oh god, the cost of my units was so weird. I don't know if I can pilot Priestess, man. I
think she's not worth taking until you like really know her.
Yeah, she's really hard.
But yes, that's like a thing where like you need to choose units where you can see like a realistic path to like having an answer to each wave.
Yeah, I don't know the damage types yet, so it's really hard. I re-rolled because I was like, I'm missing something, but I wasn't able to establish
don't worry
stuff.
about the damage types. Just try to mix it up and like not have your whole team be the same unit.
Yep. Also, did you get the queue?
I'm in queue, yeah.
Great. Yeah, I bought 5 workers one round because I felt I was Giga, and I was not Giga. I was very bleh. And it sucks because the consecutive rounds I was off by about 50. 20 to 50 gold. I just didn't get it correct on the line, and it was really bad. It's okay. It happens. I'm a new player. Please be kind. When do I lose this new player tag? Wait, Albert, when do I lose this new player tag?
When you stop taking YOLO.
Oh, that I'm just gonna have to keep it then.
Welcome to.
I got Radiant Halo. It's lit.
Yeah, take it. Halo's sick.
All right, I'm just gonna play. Oh my god, Albert, I have Halo is my cheapest unit.
Consider it done.
That should be impossible. If Halo's your cheapest unit, you probably.
I have a Poliwag, and then I have Boar, Firelord, Banana Tank, Millennium.
Oh, did you YOLO and you didn't get a choice?
What? No, I just random me some stuff.
Oh.
Status on.
What is? How much can the Halo solo? Albert?
What's up?
How much can the Halo solo?
Ready for
I think waves 1 and 2, and then you need to give it like some tank for wave 3.
Got it.
Alright, sir.
Alright, sir.
I let the dogs out.
You don't feel like they're gonna send a fucking snail here, right?
Hey, our opponents both started pyro. We can punish that.
What do you want to do?
Save up, and we send a dragon turtle on 4.
Yeah.
4 is pyro's weakest wave. The damage types counter it, and then dragon turtle is the counter to like all the damage types are really premium for the dragon turtle.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So don't send anything here, and we just turtle them on 4.
Yep. It's very convenient because I missed. And so now.
Oh, like you didn't have enough.
Yeah. Well, I don't have enough for a devil shark. Should I just make 2 polywags? Fuck it.
Sure. Yeah, so the nice thing about the Halo is that it's pure. Oh, peculiar thing. The nice thing about the Halo is that he's pure damage, so like he has no weaknesses. His only like weakness is a lot of weak units, because he loses damage when he has to attack multiple units. Wait a second. Scarra, your tanks weren't really. Uh-oh.
I mean, you got me right. I pro league.
Is that a pro week? I mean, it's not bad actually. It's manageable. I have you. Send your turtle if you can. You definitely needed to build like 3 or 4 polywogs, but it's fine. We don't lose much here.
Oh yeah. I built 2 thinking it might be enough, but it was not enough. So you want dragon turtles this wave? Albert?
Huh?
Dragon turtles?
Yeah, dragon turtles. Okay, Pyro's next weak wave is 6. So yeah. we can just like it's 4, 6, 8, 10. Really all their weaknesses. So we can just send every other wave.
I have this weird thing where like I need to just build another Halo, man. I can't fucking econ.
Oh.
Because like my money is so weird or my units are so weird. Like I had to save and not build workers.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The bright side is 2 Halos is like good enough for a long time. That's all the damage you'll ever need. You can just incrementally add frontline.
Cool. I'm gonna just buy workers for like 2 waves.
Yes, you can buy workers for a long time. You're very behind right now.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to waste econ, man. Wait, they sent 40 here?
Alright, sir.
They're like upgrading their king. They're not really trying to make us leak.
Wait, they sent a snail at me, man.
Yes, my lord.
Alright, we're sending it for 6, right?
Oh shit. Don't send. Sorry. You are correct. We're supposed to send, but I didn't realize in time.
How do you want to do this?
Down to bomb them on 8. Actually, could we bomb them on 7? We would have quite a lot.
Alright, sir.
How much Mythium do you have?
81.
81. Okay, I'm down to bomb them on 8.
Did you say 8?
Off to work.
I'm a little scared. I'm probably gonna save up for a fucking boar.
Scarra, I'm gonna leak really hard here.
Oh, I can't really help you. I have no gold. I built a tank, but
yeah, that's perfect. I like messed up and didn't have enough money, so.
Oh, are we sending?
I'll just get
next?
a huge send next round.
Wait, are we sending next here?
Yeah, next round. How much do you have? If we just send like ogres, we'll crush them.
I can get to ogre next at the end.
Okay, let's do that. Ogre will destroy both of our opponents because both of our opponents are playing pyro.
Oh, this is not good, Albert. I'm gonna leak a little bit. Okay.
Hey, you have me, right?
Bro. Wait, it's good because I said the ogre right before. Holy shit.
Oh, you made it to ogre? That's huge.
Yeah. Alright, what do I do now? Do I just build another halo?
No, it's frontline. 2 halos is plenty.
Can you send me 5 gold?
No, I cannot. But send whatever you can afford.
Oh, I forgot to send snail.
Okay, this should destroy them.
I'm gonna send the boar, right?
Oh yeah. Nice. Oh.
Oh. Well, we made them leak more.
Yeah.
But they have king upgrades.
Okay, it's fine. We'll get him again on 10.
Yep.
You can probably afford to buy workers. Your double halos are so strong.
Oh, I leaked. Oh, I was gonna buy. Is a banana tank better than a great boar?
A banana better than what?
A great boar.
I think the banana bunk is better. Yeah. I don't know. They're both like the same. They're both fortified tanks that are really expensive. Okay, save for 10. Wait, it's actually such an interesting game. It's like really tied up. If I wasn't so greedy with my econ, we probably would be way in the lead. I leaked so many times.
Go back, yeah. Oh, the banana bunk is awesome.
All right, get ready to send something.
All right, what am I sending?
Probably ogre again. How much do you have?
Oh, I can't send till next round. Yeah, I'll just wait. Yeah. Oh, I actually perfectly had enough gold. Okay, I'm feeling really good now about my board.
Extinguish.
Wait, I don't think I can get ogre in time.
How much do you have?
I'm at 196.
Oh, I mean, you'll make it easily.
No, I will have 196.
Oh, then send a mimic. Mimic in something else.
Okay, I sent a box mimic.
Okay, good. Make sure it's a box mimic.
Yeah.
I hope this makes them leak.
I'm gonna go look. Please, mimic.
Okay, yeah, my ogre destroyed him. How's your mimic destroys him too? Let's go!
My mimic did work.
Let's go. Nice, neither of us leaked.
Oh my god.
Wait, they're almost dead.
I'm saving.
Yeah.
Focus.
Let's do, you want to do both embargo and then... Let's do both embargo and then kill him on 13.
Yep.
It just doesn't let you send anything for now, but like that's totally fine.
Oh, I upgraded one of my halos, so I'm feeling good. I'm assuming these halos own, right?
Yes, the halos are super good. 2 halos is like all you need for a while, and then you should build frontline.
Yeah. Giga Halo. Wait, it's 3 times as much damage? That's so much. You want to save until 13 then completely?
Yeah, we're kind of forced to save because embargo prevents you from sending, but it gives you a boost after 12.
Yeah, we're just chilling.
Eventually, once you're more experienced, you can just like look at your opponent's board and then figure out what sends will destroy them. You should like think about how it interacts with the wave. Look at how it interacts with the wave and like how it does against what units. Like the really obvious one is send a 4 eyes when they have a super tank.
Yes, that's the one I know. Oh, I feel unwell. Do I just build a banana? I feel like I should just build another banana.
Yeah, just make sure we don't die this round, so if you have to. Wait, I feel like they've been like consistently sending, so...
Yeah, like...
Alright, let's get our sends ready. So, once again, I think Ogre is really good. I think Shaman is really good through 20. I think Pack Leader is good. I need to not send any 4 eyes. They have a few spoilers.
I'm sending a Shaman.
Yeah, down for Shaman.
I don't want to send a 4 eyes, but I don't know if I can afford
All right, sir. Consider it done.
It's a safety mode with everything. They said 140. Uh-huh.
They send a bunch of snails. All right, let's see if we make him leak.
Oh, the Shaman looks kind of good.
Right away.
Buy workers. In case we don't kill him, we need to like... This might kill him, but they have a fully upgraded king.
No, they're
Oh,
dead.
nice. Your Shaman's still alive, so it'll buff my wave.
They're dead.
Oh.
They surrendered.
Wait, I'm surprised they didn't at least wait to see, because like...
Yeah.
31% king, fully upgraded. I feel like that could have survived.
Oh.
Wait, were we just like so far up in econ that they gave up? Let me see.
I don't know. No, they were... Oh, wait, they were behind as hell.
Oh, yeah, you and I were super far ahead.
Oh, yeah, I felt like we owned that game. Like, it wasn't even close.
Yes, we both didn't troll. I like kind of trolled, because I went for like 5 workers aggressively early, and then I leaked a bunch of waves, but the econ kind of made up for it.
Yeah, no, I played it really safe that game, because I was like, I didn't know what you were doing,
yeah.
so I was like, okay, I'll just save. Mishy Wishy,
Playing
thanks
it
for
safe
supporting
is
this
definitely
stream.
better than the opposite.
Halos make it really easy, I think, because that's like such a good all-around unit.
Yes, it makes the game really easy because it's pure damage, and you only have to play tanks.
Yeah. Yellow, hell yeah, thank God. I just don't want a yellow egg sack or priestess. I'm down to yellow the Ari girl, the cat, the fox woman. I like her. She's great. I also like that's pretty much my favorite opener, I think. I also like the little plant opener, the Soraka plant, but like last time I did it, Albert griefed me. So ideally, it's like I like it when my teammate doesn't fucking leak and get it killed. Okay.
Welcome to Nova.
Wait, is this built into Sakura? Yes or no? I forgot. Does it? Sick. Alright, Albert. I know you like doing this to me, but please, you cannot grief me this game.
Oh! Wait, I got Halo.
Okay, great. This is like my favorite opener. This and Halo and the Fox Girl that you have as an avatar are my 3 favorite openers. Dude, do you think they'll send a snail on wave 2 and kill my Sakura? No way, right? No way, right?
Seconds.
I do kind of want to play Fiesta a little bit. I feel like that's way more my playstyle than YOLO. Wait, if we receive nothing, are they gonna send something next round?
What'd you say?
If we receive nothing, are you gonna send something next round?
Yes, my lord.
Usually it's a brute on wave 3. Both of our, if you look at our opponents, they both built really expensive units. Well, sorry, my opponent built a really expensive unit. So he doesn't have any Mythium. Your opponent might send you a brute to try to kill your flower.
Okay, I'm going to work on next round.
Okay.
Do you think I build it exactly on the same area? Or do I build it like 1 hex up for Warg?
I probably build same or 1 lower.
1 lower? You got sent 2 snails, man.
Wait, I didn't build. I didn't think I had to.
Surely you don't grief my Sakura, right?
I didn't think you would send 2 snails specifically.
Surely I don't get my Sakura.
I mean, you're fine. You have this. I had the option of building something, but I was like, I'm sure that the Halo wins this.
I smell blood.
I think he's gonna send something here. What do I do about it?
Meat.
Man, so the reason why I said you build it like 1 back. Wait, why'd you build this guy so far back?
Oh, I thought he was like I thought he was like, you know those units that shoot from really far back?
Oh, that's not a big deal. But yeah, so the reason why you built the Warg like slightly behind, it's because it
it's melee, so
like it comes into contact at the same time as your Sakura and slightly optimizes.
God, trying to figure that out is weird.
There's a trick. Basically what you do is you see if the Sakura's range lines up. If you click on your Sakura, for example, and you were to place the Warg right here, they would come into contact at the same time.
What? Okay, so if I place a Warg here, do I do it 1 row behind?
Sure.
Like this, right?
Yeah, I like that.
By the way, this guy hasn't sent. I'm gonna get fucking rolled here, I think. Yep.
Oh yeah, he sent the turtles. It's a good thing he built a lot. That was a good read.
Yeah. I was like, this guy has not. I cannot get my Sakura to die, man.
Consider it done.
You can work her up now. He sent a lot. He has,
Yeah.
like he has less pressure on you now.
Yo, can you leak one? I need 5 gold. Oh, I haven't sent anything. Is that bad? Oh.
What are you looking at?
I smell blood.
Wait, Albert.
What's up?
Consider it done.
I haven't sent anything. for like 4 rounds.
How much do you have right now?
80.
80? Okay, wave 6, we can go for a kill on them. Or like, we can try to make him leak.
Yep.
I think you want to send safety mole on 6, and you'll just destroy them.
Will I get it in time?
You probably have to wait, like, you won't make it in time for income, but your guy has like a lot of multi-target, so safety mole counters that. And then I'll just send like a brute or something with you.
How does this work?
Yeah, send your safety mole and I'll send a brute, and I think this should make him leak pretty hard.
Got it. He said 80 to me, huh?
Let's see if we made him leak.
I can't even see my safety mole. But he's owning it. Surely.
Wait, I just destroyed my opponent. He leaked the entire wave.
I think I kill him. It just takes a while because his mole is.
Wait, holy shit! Let's buy some workers. Let's celebrate.
All right. Okay. Say less.
Wait, they actually. Oh my god.
Oh,
we just destroyed them here.
A lot.
They missed out on so much money, and we get so much money here.
You buy 1 worker or 2 workers?
I'd probably lean on like the more aggressive side because we're so far ahead.
Yeah, you're right.
Like we've got so much king health. Even if you screw up, it's fine.
I smell blood.
Oh. I fucking bought too much. Shit.
I smell blood.
Oh, I should not have done that. I'm saving then. Fuck.
I smell blood.
This will be a blood. You looking?
Okay. I think we just send on 8 or 9, and then we win the game.
Okay.
9. Both of our opponents are bad in 9.
I might have leaked this way. Fuck my sock girl, man. I leaked a lot, by the way. Sorry. I don't know if you clear this. Oh, it's not.
I cleared enough of it. Oh, hey, they leaked? Interesting.
Wait, they leaked?
Meat.
This will be a blast.
They've been sending consistently for econ.
For the hunt.
What is considered an expensive unit and what's considered a non-expensive unit? For like
units that cost more than it. So it's like it was like 280.
Oh.
A lot of like 100+ units when upgraded are more expensive, if that helps you.
For the hunt.
I fucking knew this guy was gonna set a shit like here. God.
A lot of people send tanks on 8. It's really strong. And it's like easy because it's income. Hey, get ready to send.
Yep.
I think we send, or I'm sending an ogre. I think if you send...
something that, is it ogre as well? Wow, I leaked a lot.
I don't think it's ogre for you.
It's something that does a lot to multiple targets, right?
Maybe pack leader. Centaur if you somehow have that. Something that does magic damage. Imps maybe? Like 2 imps?
Oh, I think I can get the pack leader. Or centaur. I think I get the centaur. Is this gonna take a while here?
Wait, no, don't send the centaur. Send 2 imps. Send 2 imps.
Really?
I think 2 imps is better. Yeah, it counters his tank type.
Okay. I need more tanks, man.
Let's hunt! Let's hunt!
Oh, I'm told that the right play was Hermit Safety Mole to counter his AoE.
Hermit Safety Mole?
Because he's all multi-target. So Hermit heals in an AoE and then Safety Mole
I see Safety
damage.
Mole did well last time I sent it.
Safety Mole just does really well against any multi-target. Okay, my guy just got owned.
Wait, my guy did not get owned.
Yeah, that's my fault. I think I gave you a bad send.
Okay. Learning experience. Yeah, I'm gonna need a reroll and get rid of Sapling, Bazooka.
Okay. We should at least get some king
Ward,
damage here.
Probably Honeyflower. Soon, but maybe not yet. Actually, it's probably now.
Oh wow. Okay, almost a kill.
I took Priestess. Am I fucking trolling?
Let's hunt!
I see my prey.
Fuck, this is so good. How do I...
Can we make them leak on 11? 11's like another all-ranged wave. How much Mythium will you have on 11, Scarra?
A Mythium I have on 11? Probably like 250?
Maybe we should just go for 13. Save like 500, 600. Kill him on 13.
Do you want
I'm down.
Do you want me to save?
Yeah, let's save Mythium.
Dude, I can't believe I didn't... Do you see how close it was?
That's fine.
No, my soccer keeps dying. Oh. Thank you. Oh! Oh, you got it.
I am not a gnoblin.
For the hunt.
Alright, are we taking...
I'm probably just taking Pulverizer. None of these are good for me. Divine Blessing might be good for your thing. Your Sakura.
Okay, how do I give it to her? I see, okay. It better not fucking die. Do you see what I gave it? A fucking Vamp Aura?
You can definitely greet some more workers, Scarra. Especially now, they just sent a lot.
Oh no, I was looking every round, so I got really nervous.
Oh.
But now it's good.
Alright, we saved for 13. Just look at your opponent and think really hard about what you want to send. I think 4 Eyes is good for you. 4 Eyes and maybe Pack Leader. Oh yeah, and then do the Safety Mole Hermit combo from earlier.
So it's 13 or 12?
13, so wait one more.
Yep.
I think there's a good chance that our opponents are like shitting their pants and they built a lot. So like, we might not actually kill them, but we should at least be ahead on Econ if that happens.
I will cut you to pieces.
Alright, get your sons in.
Okay. Safety Mole. Where the fuck is Hermit? Hermit? And I'm gonna send the 4 Eyes as well.
A gnoblin. Looks like meat is back on the menu, boys.
Yes, my lord.
Is it 4 Eyes or Centaur better? I think it's 4 Eyes.
Okay.
And then I send the snail.
All right, I hope this kills them. They have a fully upgraded king, 41%. This will be close.
They said nothing here. Uh-oh. I'm watching my 4 eyes.
If this doesn't kill, we should respond by fully upgrading our king.
Yep. I owned my side. Like
I owned him.
We won.
45% king health is kind of a lot.
It's 150% leak though.
Okay, you're right. It wasn't close.
Oh my god. Nightmare Butcher's broken? Yes. They're really good.
I'm almost purple. If we win this game, I'm purple.
You upgrade Butcher, upgrade cast everybody. Oh, what the? Oh shit, okay. I'm getting 50 points a game, pretty much. He said purple. Oh, it's Fiesta time.
What rank are you?
Gold.
Oh, you're gold. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm getting 50 points a game. So, like, that's a lot of points. Hold on. Excuse me. The ranks of the game, I don't know. It's like fucking something red, diamonds, purple, red, diamonds, green, gold, silver. Oh, 2 reds. I think that's right.
Oh shit! Red, baby.
That's just free LP.
You're probably the scariest person they've ever seen because they list you as Diamond 1 here, and then it says new player. Imagine in League of Legends you saw a Diamond 1 player with like 20 games played. It's like, is this a challenger smurf?
Yeah,
That's
that
what
would
they
be
probably
crazy.
think about you.
Welcome to Nova.
Oh, I have some really interesting. Okay, I'm building a Yuzoro.
The winter has come.
My favorite units.
On my way.
Oh, I really wish I had a Butcher with Nightmare. That sucks. I did not. Naruto 2 is really good. What does it do?
20 seconds.
Oh, cool. But how do I position it to... Okay, so I would just do... Nar would be here? Or it would be here. It would be here, and I can put the Nightmare in the back so it doesn't get hit. Okay, that I like that. How much can she solo? It's 2 stages, right?
Yes, my lord.
Oh, it's looking a little sus. Can I do 2 stages? Yo, Albert, can this girl do 2 stages?
What do you say?
Can this Ari girl do 2 stages? Or this?
Yes, she can. She
okay,
can.
okay. I forgot to fucking upgrade. Whoops. I lost income.
Both of our opponents are weakened to 5. After this wave, you want to save for it?
Yeah. Upgrading here, and I'm done.
Not enough material.
Let's hunt. Meat.
I don't think I split here, right?
I smell blood.
Yeah, I realized I had it in the wrong spot. Whoops. I just need to split the stuff, right? Because... Alright, we're saving till 5. They sent nothing.
Yeah, save for 5.
I'm gonna get rocked this round, I think.
No, I think they didn't send. They both sent 0. Just overbuild next round.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, your Ari girl got it.
Please. No, I don't have a... Oh, it's fine. It's still this. Alright. We are sending... What did they have? What am I playing against? I'm playing against Pack Rats and a Daphne.
I'm pretty sure it's Brute. Oh wait, no. You want to send something with natural defense?
Oh, they said 80. Oh.
Dino or Imp.
Wait, I want to send something with natural defense?
Yeah. It's good into both of them. So yeah, Dino or Imp. Great news, I'll be leaking this round quite hard, so...
I think I got mine, but I don't have yours.
That's totally fine. I need to figure out what I'm sending.
Aye, sir. Consider it done.
Probably also sending an Imp. Yeah, let's both send Imps.
I don't have enough.
Oh, how much you have?
Oh, well, let me think. I need to see next rounds, but they'll be kind of close. Oh, I have enough. I have exactly 100. Holy shit. I wish I built this over here and surrounded with gargoyles. Fuck. I'm actually a dumbass or what? I want to save gold because I want to build a nightmare next round. It's working time. No, I can't overbuild because I don't have...
Send whatever you can. Just click the thing.
Yeah, I did.
Not enough Matthew. Not enough.
Oh, nice. It actually just gets sent in perfectly.
It's literally like exact... Oh, he sent... I'm leaking. I'm leaking a lot, man. I am sorry.
Oh, don't worry. So did they. Oh, yeah. Let's go, baby.
Okay, here.
Oh, Scar, are you down to do the legendary resend?
Oh, next round?
Nobody expects it, but they're actually pretty weak in the next round.
Okay, I'm down. Wait, what are we sending though? I got nothing.
Just like Brute or Imp.
Yeah, okay, I can save for Brute.
I almost had you. Wait, do I have you?
Wow.
I have you. Let's... Oh, I don't have you.
Well, it's like, you had me pretty much.
Yeah, I had you.
Together, forever.
Let's hunt.
Alright, I'm waiting for Brute.
Yeah, both of our opponents are pretty weak into 6, so I think like just sending a Brute will just like casually make them both miss some gold.
I will maul you.
And then after this, I guess we save for 9. Both our opponents are pierce damage, so like look for any wave that has fortified defense, and it's just like they're weak into it.
Oh, I got some nothing. Perfect.
I got it. I think I got my guy.
I did not get... Oh! I did not get my guy? Wait.
Oh, yeah. Oh!
It's so
Get her up!
close.
Come on!
Oh my god, she has like literally 2 life, man.
It's fine. This is actually a very successful resend. All right, we saved to 9. If you look at our opponents, they're both really good into the next 2 waves. So we don't We don't fuck with that.
I don't have enough for Ocean Templar? No way. What do I do here, guys?
Yeah, we just send on 9 and we hopefully destroy him. I think you just send an ogre. You send ogre and then say it's ogre.
I see my prey.
I'm gonna leak a god
click workers, I'm pretty sure. Click workers because they sent a lot.
Oh,
I think I have you.
I was gonna upgrade something here. So wave with an upgrade double. Oh, that would have been interesting.
I mean, you only leak 94%.
Yeah,
it's all good.
It's okay. Yeah, this was on my bad.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, the problem is upgrading the stupid ass doppelganger and the other tank is so expensive.
What's your situation?
I went to upgrade Ocean Templar and then to upgrade the Fox Girl and then upgrade my doppelganger.
Oh yeah, it's really pricey, all the upgrades. Do you know what you're sending on 9?
You said a tank, right?
Well, I mean, it's just anything. But like, it's more like, look at what he's weakened to. It's probably Ogre if you can afford it. Ogre will destroy these guys.
Okay, but
I think Pack Leader is fine. How much Mythium do you have?
I can send it, but I have to wait. Okay. Also, this guy is definitely gonna send at me soon.
Yes, we're also weakened to this wave, I'm pretty sure. So expect to send here.
What do I build here? Another nightmare or? Huh.
Oh, they didn't send. I guess they're sending on 10. Just overbuild for 10. Okay, he leaked more than the full wave. Oh, it's Ogre! Just don't leak on the next round. We just gotta overbuild. I'm down to upgrade King. Okay. Expecting a large send. Look at this, it's beautiful. It's actually Ogre, Scarra.
Oh my god, wait. He's not dying.
They don't have enough upgrades.
They're not dying. But it's gonna...
No, it's incredibly hard to one-shot the King. Alright, let's upgrade the King attack. King attack is good against bosses, King spell is good against large waves.
You want it so you can't attack? I got you. Dude, they are gonna swarm this round, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get on this round, it's fine. Gotta counterattack them later.
Wait, no, I got my Arctera up.
240? Oh god, it's Ogre! Okay, I got a lot of it. You also got a lot of it. Wait, you kill the bot?
Dude, this bullshit. Oh no.
Alright, well, click workers. They sent everything they had. I mean, thank God we upgraded the King. We'll be fine.
Consider it done.
You want to do Venture?
I did Villain. You should do Villain as well for this aura. It stacks super well together.
Oh, wait, on the middle guy?
Yeah, Villain on one of these two. Whichever one's gonna be surrounded by more important units. But like, I would do Villain on your back guy because you already set up. He's yeah, because he's already like got the health regen aura.
Oh, I did not. I mean to press auto. Okay, I'm just saying. DPS do you keep dying early? I don't know. It's because like the way the thing works is like.
All right, Scarra, you already know exactly what wave we're going in on, right?
13.
13, baby. And for you, you should send honestly like maybe the box mimic. He's got so many rats. If you look at your guy, he's literally got 10 rats in the corner, or maybe ogre.
Wait, you said the mimic? I was in the league. I have the freaking 350 gold, man.
Oh, you should click some workers.
I clicked one. I need to save gold for one upgrade.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Can I give you 2? I don't know how much it costs.
That's fine. Just do your upgrades first, and then use whatever you have left.
Wait, they didn't send last round, right?
I smell blood. Meat.
I don't want to sell because does it work? Sell for a decent amount? Oh, this sells for 90%. Or for butcher? I kind of want to. Oh, they sent 160.
Wait.
What?
Is Villain not an aura?
It says.
Oh no! I thought it was an aura. I just griefed both of us. I thought we were giving it to our auras, and then our auras was buffing everyone around it. Oh fuck! We just gave Villain to like the most useless unit on our team.
Albert.
Oh shit! Get your send in. Get your send in.
Wait, what am I sending? Oh fuck. Oh, I didn't know.
Sorry, ogre pack leader.
Oh. Wait, pack leader. Where is the pack leader? Albert, no, I believe in you. Albert, I sent 2 box mimics. Literally look at these guys.
Oh, I didn't send my lizard. I'm trolling! I didn't send my lizard in time. Oh god! Please tell me it still kills him.
Wait a second, these fucking mimics suck.
Oh god! Alright. We should upgrade our king. Just max out the king, and then let's go defensive and try to out-econ them.
Wait, you upgrade the king?
Yeah, upgrade the king as much as you can.
Oh no.
They're gonna try to one-shot us, so full upgrade king will mostly prevent that.
Yep. Alright, is Curse Casket good? I cannot tell. Lord of Death.
Join me. Join me.
Is anyone there? And take where?
Sounds cool. Sounds cool. Yeah, you're right. All right. There's nothing to upgrade. I guess I just save.
Yeah, let's start saving up.
All right,
Hope that we don't die and get him on the counter attack.
2 doppelgangers.
Oh, here it comes.
480. Oh my god. My casket missed. The fuck?
I got rolled. We got rolled.
That's probably fine, right?
I mean, we're surviving. Like, I'm just so scared of how much econ we're behind because I told us to both go villain, and now we're playing very inefficiently.
Oh wait.
Wait. We're fine. That wasn't even close.
Yeah.
All right. I say we go for a wave 17 kill.
Okay, I kind of like it.
Everything joins me in time.
Consider it done.
Okay, I'm down so many workers, but I'm at 13. Where are you at?
22.
Oh my god.
Where am I?
I think there's a decent chance they resend here.
Yeah, I upgraded to a Hades, which I'm assuming is a good unit.
Yes.
Oh, I'm spooked. We're killing at 17, or what was it?
Yeah, I think we sent 17.
All right, so what do we send here?
Actually, they're weakened to 18.
You want
to just try to survive? Go for the miracle comeback?
I'm down.
All right. Let's just try to survive this next round, and then we can maybe kill him on
18. Okay.
Yep.
My helmet is here to flatter.
To the hills.
I'm here to see.
All aboard!
Pack leader is a good. Where's what pack leader? Is there any chance we don't get walloped here? Oh my god.
Wait, don't even look at the wave. Figure out what your sends are in the options that we survive this.
Okay.
Shaman is good on 18.
Safety mole, I think.
Yeah, Shaman pack leader. Not safety mole for you. It's not that good.
Oh, so Shaman.
All right, don't worry, Scar. Don't even look at the wave. I'm sure that we survive this.
Oh,
don't even look at it.
Okay.
Just focus on your send.
Okay, I'll send Shaman and then
I'm sure that we survive.
Maybe like a centaur and
Yeah,
then like a hermit.
Defeat.
All right, I take full responsibility for that. I didn't know how villain worked. You can literally see the win probability go down the moment we both take villain.
Oh. Dude, we were still doing well, but then yeah, at the end, like I was so far behind econ wise. All right, you want you still you gonna keep going? I queued up.
We got one more hour. I'm gonna hit at least purple today.
Okay. When I was reading villain, I was like, this sounds like a single target damage buff. But you know, Albert would know better than me. I'm not gonna question him. Kiwi, welcome back for 26 months.
Mm-hmm.
So the urge for Legion. I mean, Albert wanted to play with someone, and I'm down. It's a fun game.
Wait, Plu?
Huh?
Plu? Wait, we're against the streamer Plu. Oh, I don't know if it's the same. She's a Valorant streamer.
Oh, she plays this game?
She does actually. She DM'd me once talking about.
To Nova.
She DM'd me once talking about Legion TD, but I don't know if Clue is her username. I'm pretty sure it's something involving cats.
Okay. All right, I got Sakura. See you in 2 rounds. Oh, I think my hand is actually pretty balanced. Right? What's an angler? What? Oh, interesting. Wait, is an angler a scaling thing as well?
Yes. You place them and they're like pretty weak. And then eventually they become, like when you upgrade them, the longer you wait to upgrade them, the stronger they become.
So like if I place it on like round 2.
And then upgrade it round 10, it's like one of the most efficient tanks in the game.
So where do I put it?
It's a tank, so in the front.
Well, but...
Upgrade the king.
You're right, sorry. Alright, what are your thoughts on double Sakura? Stupid idea. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Make sure to spam click your workers. We're both overbuilt.
Oh yeah.
Oh, speaking of masks, both of our opponents are playing masks, which means wave 6 is the big wave to send on.
Okay, so we can just save till wave 3?
Yeah, just after wave 3 we save. I think it's a mole. Mole on 6 will destroy the masks.
Okay.
If they're good, they will have an answer to it, but like we should still try.
Surely I'm not gonna get sent something stupid here, right? I'm dead. He killed my Sakura, right?
No, your Sakura clutches this.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yep. She clutches this.
Wait.
Oh. 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 Let's go.
Oh my god.
You got some god tier RNG there. You killed the Sakura immediately.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're supposed to like control like who it hits, but the fact that it hit first was amazing.
On my way.
Yeah, probably not gonna use an angler at all. I'll re-roll it. Is there something that's tanky that's not the fucking...
Now we save.
Gnarl, man? He set me 40 again? Bro.
I mean, I'm sure you got it this time, though.
Actually, yeah, I have him.
Wait, what?
Wait, who?
Well, he leaked to a lizard. He leaked to my auto send.
Oh, you're still sending? Oh, I stopped sending.
Oh, I mean, it was last round.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay, I'll take it.
Dude, I need 4 gold, man. You're overbuilt. I know, but I need... Oh, I thought...
Oh, if you ever are in that situation, you should just send the snail. Like, it's hard to know if it'll come up unless you've played a lot.
Ah. I'm not gonna send until after. This guy did not send... Oh. I'm not gonna build. This guy's gonna roll me next round, I'm pretty sure.
Sakura's good into the next round. It's natural armor, and Sakura's magic is good into it.
Play forward.
Alright, sir.
Not enough gold.
Okay. Are we sending in 6?
Yes, safety mole on 6, and it should destroy them. How much Mythium do you have right now?
65. I don't have...
Do you have money to buy workers?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it. You should be fine.
Alright, sir.
You can be like a little under and still win this because you have a type advantage.
Yep.
Oh yeah, also you should build a unit here to do an aggro split.
Wait, next round I'm gonna get rolled, by the way.
Oh, he sent 0 for so long. Yeah, we'll just overbuild. It's all good. Yeah, try to send your safety mole in.
I will not get it in time. Well, can you take a little bit longer?
Oh, I barely didn't get my mole in time.
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
Yeah, I don't have it.
Then Hermit.
Oh shit, this is gonna be bad.
Swiftly.
I'm gonna get rolled here, I think, pretty sure. Save me, Albert. It wasn't actually even that bad.
On my way.
Oh my god, they did not leak. Okay, my guy leaked a little bit. Come on, little guy. Come on, little guy. Come on. Sheesh! All right, bring it on. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. 9 is our next wave to send.
We go on Ninja. Okay. Oh. 9? Yeah.
You can just build workers. You're like kind of weak into these waves. So you
Yeah,
should
no,
overbuild a bit.
I'm building a Gnar for sure. I didn't know he can upgrade. What's Ninja do? You pay. Is it 1 gold per shuriken? So you can pay like 30 for 33 shurikens? Is that how it works?
I think our opponents are doing the exact same thing. I think they're saving for 9.
I am fucked. What?
Yeah, this wave, Sakura's really bad into it.
Damn, I full build for this too.
I think it's fine. It's fine to leak a little bit on your weak wave. It's okay to lose by 1 Krug.
Oh god. Not when I have a Sakura, man. I want to build here. What are your thoughts?
Huh? Yeah, you should definitely build.
I want to get this Shadow Dancer and upgrade, but it seems so hard, man. It is real time. Oh, I fucking knew it.
It's okay. Just pog the pain away, Scarra. Just pog the pain away.
Pog.
I'm gonna leak a lot as well. Just pog the pain away. Oh my god.
Oh.
All right. We gotta send a lot here.
All right, so we're sending right now, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send
like ogre and stuff.
Yep.
I was massively underbuilt for that. Holy shit. Alright. I'm sure that we'll get them back just as hard.
Yeah.
I'm sure that we'll get them back just as hard.
Oh my god, a wave I did the fucking weekend.
Okay, I own my guy. Okay, and you own your guy?
Okay. I definitely forgot to send a snail.
Okay, let's just overbuild and not leak on 10. I think that's
Yeah,
here.
I'm gonna build a lot. That's why I'm not fucking using anything. Do you guys think it's better to upgrade to Ocean Templar or just build a Shadow Dancer here and upgrade next? Probably Shadow Dancer. I think I need more damage.
Vengeance is ours.
I have this feeling I'm gonna need this unit. Oh yeah.
Okay, Scarra. What do you say we bomb them on 13?
I was
I actually
so
almost passed.
close, man.
I'm surprised I almost passed. This is like a really bad wave for me. Don't worry, if you don't kill it, you get partial credit based on how much damage you dealt.
Oh really?
Yeah, you get like whatever percentage. So like I got like 120 there.
It is not I.
All right, what do I want? I kind of like Glacial Touch.
Yeah, especially if you have a multi-target unit.
I don't.
Oh, I think this guy might because he clones. I'm not sure if it applies on his clones. You could just put on him.
We await your
All right.
orders.
I'm down to bomb them on 13.
Okay.
So I'll tell you exactly what we need to send because both of our opponents are playing like the same thing. They're both playing like a lot of AoE and multi-target. So we both send Safety Mole, Hermit.
Hermit, yep.
And then probably Pack Leader.
Oh,
Pack
you
Leader
guys
has a type
sent so
advantage
much
against them.
here. What the
As
hell?
like Ogre. I mean, this snail just immediately died. I'm not concerned.
Wait, my Shadow Dancer.
You should click some workers. You're pretty far behind.
Alright, sir. Consider it done. Yes, Lilo.
You got your expensive units out, so now you can just enjoy free econ.
I don't know about free econ. I feel like I'm gonna get slammed here.
The winter, it's so
We await your. It is not I, but we.
So 13?
Yep, we sent on 13. So
Rapid,
after this round
yep.
starts, we can begin.
I'm worried. Yep.
Okay, so Safety Mole, Hermit, that counters their multi-target.
Okay.
And after that, the Pack Leader. And like Ogre, whatever you can afford.
I'm in trouble.
I have you this round. Yeah, we won't lose this round. Next round's my weak wave though. You'll have to have me. You're strong into it.
Yeah.
Magic damage very good into 13.
I have 380. What do I do? Oh. I got it. Buy shurikens. Does it actually do a lot? I feel like I didn't upgrade the unit, so it feels kind of meh.
Yeah, make sure you spend all your Mythium as well.
Yeah, I got a snail. Boom.
Nice.
I said 120 here.
Oh, they got the read. They maxed out their king attack. I mean, oh fuck, it's probably not gonna kill, huh? We can click workers by the way, because they don't have, they spent their Mythium. Okay, they leaked a lot. They did get the read and they fully upgraded their king though, so they might survive. But
I mean, that's still good. We like equalize, right? And I have workers now.
Let's save up for 15.
Wait. 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 Oh my god.
It did it! Do you see that health bar? There's one HP health unit right there.
Wait, the snail won. The snail diffed it right there.
The snail that you said made the difference.
Oh my god.
What? You literally won by like 1 auto.
Yeah, I knew that would happen.
Yeah, the confident snail, boom, and then we win by 1. What a comeback.
Oh.
Wait, I think we're actually so far behind there.
Yeah, I was really... Right, like I went from buying so many workers, and then now I'm buying no workers. And it's like really like nerve-wracking. I'm like, oh shit, I went too far like defensively.
Oh.
Let Trashy thanks for subway.
I see what happened. Their yellow player went from 10 workers to 19.
In like what, 3 rounds?
After wave 10, they're like, oh, we got this, and they went to 19 workers.
Oh my god.
If they had bought 1 less worker and a little more defense, they'd probably win that. Yeah, I think you are on the you're on the too safe side, and I might be on the too aggressive side. I've leaked so many rounds.
Riding the line is very difficult.
It's very hard. You have to like, because every game you get a different hand, and you have to figure out like how closely to the line can you match it.
Yes.
Oh, there's a global chat. Pog.
Welcome to Nova.
Guys, which one? I got a fucking egg sack. God damn it. Which one did I build? Butcher? I got Butcher and Berserker, which I think is good. You Buckler?
Scar, have you been taking YOLO every single round still?
Yeah, it's OP.
Okay.
This?
On my way.
I've never used Royal Guard before, so I'm assuming it's pretty decent.
I think the game is very well balanced. They've had like enough like time, and they don't. It's not like TFT where there's a new set. They just like add new units every few months.
Oh.
So like everything's like roughly in line. I've seen their patches. It's pretty funny. The patch is like, we are nerfing Radiant Halo by 1.5 damage because it's been doing too well.
1.5 damage. Oh my god.
Yeah. Wait, what?
What?
Why aren't you my partner?
Who do I have?
What? Wait, what?
Wait, I have someone.
Did we somehow get into different lobbies? Wait, you're in a game right now as well, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Huh?
I'm so confused.
All right, I guess we'll just play out our own solo queue games, and then we'll meet back up in 10 minutes.
I'm so... What?
But yeah, I've never seen this happen before.
Guys, can the Royal Guard do 2 rounds?
On my way.
It better be, because, well... I've never played solo, Albert.
No, you'll be fine. Just use the right-click pings to communicate with your teammate. You'll be fine. We'll both win our games, and we'll meet back soon.
All right, guys, you have to teach me. Okay. They opened a Oathbreaker and a Gate Guard. What are we thinking? No, oh, my bad.
All right, after we both finish our games, we just gotta make sure we're both in queue together.
Yeah, that was weird. Wait, the enemy leaked 67%.
Fiesta player. Although that's definitely like a Fiesta blunder.
No, my teammate leaked 67%. They leaked... What? Guys, how do I build this Eternal Wanderer? It's like here? Because it comes back to life, right? So how do I do it? Here.
Their bones will wet my blade.
This, probably. Play the front. Oh, it's too late for that.
Yes, my lord.
What do I do? Do I just keep upgrading? Wait, what's on wave 4? Do you lose all money if you leak? Yes. If someone leaks, 100%. Oh. How to own it?
Simple geometry.
Does this get vamp when it reses as well? Yes or no? Any knowers? Oh, it starts next to it.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, I'm very worried that this should have been not here and somewhere behind. Actually, it's kind of tanky. Wait a second, it kind of owns.
Right away.
Wait, 3 might be the perfect amount on the right side. Wait, I think I have this. Oh my god. I need a butcher. I need a butcher.
I am not a
Perfect, perfect. I just got perfect amount of gold for this. I'll be awesome. And then I guess we send. Oh, he just keeps sending snails. What is the front line this guy has? Dragon, Devilfish?
Off to work. Yes, my lord.
Let's go, boys.
Oh, I got it.
I take your geometry.
I was gonna send a mimic.
Simple.
I fucking was worried about this wave. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Oh, we're looking pretty good. Oh, we are looking pretty good. Go to death in my ass. Wait, he summoned his stupid dragon. Wait, I actually lost.
Going down, big boy. I will cut you to pieces. Chaos.
Do you think they'll send here? Same battles, I'm down to send here.
Let's go, boys.
It did not fucking go through. I'm very sad.
On my way.
I'll make a Giga Berserker soon. Oh no, that's not good. I don't know how much more I need, so my bad.
I will cut you to one target. 1v1. I will cut you to pieces. Fresh meat.
Right away.
You know, oh no. I feel like I'm just upgrading the game. Fuck it. Are those any early rounds?
I will cut you to pieces.
Where's my Berserker?
I will cut you to pieces.
Where's my fucking unit? I can't click it. Is he alive?
On my way. Yes, my lord.
Hey, but you get a second one? Yeah.
Looks like meat is back on the menu. Rumble.
Right away. On my way.
I'm gonna just econ our way back up. I'm feeling not bad. And another unupgraded butcher to the left of him. And I'll have 2. Okay.
Let me give all this
Wait, my butcher is good against this, right? But I may not have a tank strong. Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
Just you and me. Fresh meat.
We await your orders.
For tanks? Oh yeah, I will. I need a. The thing is, I don't really have a tank.
It is not I, but we.
I think I need to re-roll my shit. I'm gonna toss out Eternal Wanderer, Buckler, and Exact soon.
It is not. You cannot escape.
Fresh meat.
Not enough material.
I think I need workers. How do I tell the difference in workers from everyone else? Wave info, okay. Except it's fucking bad. That's all you need to know. I'm gonna re-roll in now, actually.
On my way. Consider it done.
Not enough gold.
Gains additional damage reduction when built next to a white mate. What is the... Oh, okay. Was an aura?
Horizon. Yes, Lord.
Okay. to do this for now then. Actually,
On my way.
Not enough gold. Not enough gold. Not enough gold. Not enough gold.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Off to work.
guys, what should I set on 16? Oh. Am I not strong enough to win this? Oh, it's kind of close.
All right, sir. Consider it done.
This a little bit far. Okay, I got it. Do why me behind my carry?
I am a one-man army.
I need Shaman, Saving Mole, 4 Eyes, Hermit, Pack Leader. And then I need, oh, actually maybe I don't upgrade that. I need the white main, right? So like, fuck it. He said, I received 1120. Wow. Well. I leaked 180%. Oh, we're dead first. Shit. Are we dead first? No. Wait. Yes! 1%? Oh.
Fresh meat. I pay you for fresh meat.
Send more, right? Sure, 18. We might not live to 18, but we'll see. For the stack, don't worry, I will. Oh my god. Shaman, Safety Mole, Hermits, Pack Leader. I've never seen this late into the wave, by the way, in my life.
I am this lizard is bloody raw. Come on, come on.
Not enough.
Okay, fuck this. We won. I think we won. Never mind. It's really strong. What the fuck?
All right, Scar, are you live?
Dude, you have no idea. This game got crazy.
Yeah, I just had an interesting game as well.
Like, Albert, I'm on wave 19. My interesting game.
Wait, you're still in game?
I received a 2,000 send, by the way.
Wait, your game's so close.
Yeah, it is. We got to 1% 2 rounds ago.
Wait, you're against a guy named Lol W. Scar, why is the round still going on? What have you built such that you can survive 4 eyes for that long?
My board is my board is insane.
Your ally leaked 120% though. Do you clear for your teammate?
Yeah, I think. Actually, I don't know. 2 Shadow Dancers, double vamp Shadow Dancers, 2 double vamp Executioners.
Oh, and did you give him the buff from the antler as well?
Yeah.
Are you just clicking random sends, or do you actually think it out?
Oh, well,
10,000 gold.
I have so much gold.
Yeah. Just make sure like everything is antler RA'd. Oh my god, you have 1 billion boars surrounded by. Oh my. Disciple is really good late game. Yeah, fill up your butcher aura. I'm down.
We await your orders. Vengeance is ours.
Assuming the game goes on to the next round, you should set up an upgraded disciple with a ring of unupgraded disciples around.
Wait,
it.
I forgot what I fucking sent. Did I send this?
Yeah, it's easy to get dizzy at the end.
I don't even fucking know what I sent, man.
Just press 3 and see if your opponent leaks.
He has 3 Hades.
I don't know if you're supposed to send on 20 or 21. It's like 20 is just like a giant boss, but I've seen it like one-shot the king before. But I feel like 21's like insane.
I think I won.
Oh, yeah, I think you killed him. Oh, by the way, when they have this many like summons, you should send witches, like literally like 10 witches.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure. Are we on?
Because yeah, the witches like counter summons. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Oh my god, we won.
Victory.
Apparently, you sent 2 pack leaders and 2 moles.
I was lost track, man. Like, I don't even know what happened. Okay.
Wait, I'm gonna look at your match history really quick. Were you the top frag? Were you the MVP?
That's why you get stronger on killing a unit.
Workers.
Oh.
Guy in your game had 67 workers. Wait,
How
you
many
got
did
to 42
I have?
workers so early. That's crazy.
67 workers is crazy.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
We got time for one last game.
Yeah, we got it. Wait, I only had 42 workers. That guy did more than 20 workers than me. Also, yeah, once I get Butcher and like Shadow Dancer and the other guy, I feel so unstoppable.
Oh, rematch.
Oh, was this the guy that beat us?
I think we won.
Oh.
It was one of the games that I think we beat them.
Okay.
Welcome to Nova.
What is my oh no. Do I have to re-roll my fucking thing?
What are you looking at? This will be a...
I need to start Pyro. Alright, I'm starting Pyro. Fuck it.
Now.
I forgot I had to upgrade. Alright, Albert, I have a Pyro. Wait, what did you build? Oh, you built a cat?
Meow.
Wait, you gave it fish?
I fed my cat. Meow.
Oh.
Yeah, Scar, you use like full workers here. Your only weak waves are 4, 6, 8, 10, which is half of them. But you can greet a lot of workers.
What?
I don't know why it's like this. I think it's one of the strange things of Legion TD, but they just like made Pyro really weak into flying units specifically, which is specifically like wave 4. So everyone always tries to counter you on 4. So you have to overbuild.
Yeah, but until then I can just build workers.
Yeah. Wait.
Okay, Pierce is good into flying units, right?
Pierce is good into Arcane and Swift typed.
What is good into...
Did I fuck up?
Oh, I don't like how you said that.
Well, my bar's just really red. Which makes me think I fucked up. But like, there's no way, right?
Alright, sir. Right away.
Ah! Come on! Come on, you little cat! Do something!
Oh, Pro League.
Come on!
Wait,
I wasn't scared.
you actually
I wasn't
got
scared
it.
at all.
Am I dead here? I just built only workers.
I'm pretty sure you clear it.
Assuming
You're a beast. You clear this.
I don't get brooded here, right? All right, I think I'm gonna build a sea serpent next round. You sent 2 snails to you?
I think they were supposed to send a turtle, but I'm pretty sure the counter is to send a turtle on 4. That's what I'm told. Because turtle double counters you. Its damage is good into you, and its defense is good into you.
Oh.
And then 4 is your weak wave. So like the counter is turtle on 4, but they didn't do it. So I think you're fine. That means you can't die next round.
Cool.
I would still build something though.
Yeah, I'm gonna build a sea serpent.
I think we're supposed to. Can we save for 6?
Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna send them.
I think if we do that, both of our opponents are like multi-target again.
Okay, save to 6. Multi-target, so we go just drop a Herman on them or a safety mole. Left side.
Yes, I think you specifically want to drop a safety mole if possible. I'm gonna try to do both. I don't think I can afford it though. But yes, the general idea of punishing
this guy sent me a fucking.
Oh, they still sent the turtle.
Doesn't look that bad. Oh, it looks kind of bad. Oh my god.
Oh, they're all one shot. No. On the bright side, I easily have you.
Oh, you got me? Okay, that's not even a big deal.
Consider it done.
Yeah, the cat is like super good into this wave.
Yeah, I feel like I could have won that, but like the fight RNG went a little weird.
I mean, this guy doesn't contribute anything for 5 seconds. Though. It's like a self Zephyr.
Yeah. Oh, do you think I can build a Zeus?
Yeah, I like that. Well, I think you should build tanks.
Well. Okay. I'm about to get rolled. I'm sending a safety mole now.
Me too. And then if you can, send a hermit, that's like the nail in the coffin. That just destroys them.
On my way.
Wait, I actually won. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, you counter this wave. Natural's weakened to magic.
Okay. No. Oh, you don't want to split because. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's like here. Here.
Send whatever you can. Yeah, build your thing. Send whatever you can.
Oh, I forgot to send the. Oh, I'm griefing. I leaked, man. They're kind of low.
Wait, both of them leaked 100%. We destroyed them.
Oh.
Okay, and I'm sure. Wait, what the hell?
Dude, I am sorry.
Come on, little fish.
I'm just gonna send
when can we
snails.
send again? Oh, we're sending in? Okay.
No, I'm just sending snails. Because I didn't send some of my econ, which ended up being awkward.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
I don't like this.
Keep them coming.
Wait, this guy really sent. I leave. Whoa!
Hey, I got a big leak from him.
Oh wait, he leaked too.
Yeah. Nice call on the resend, Scarra. I'm sure that was your read on the situation.
Yeah, you know, I knew these guys sucked up.
Now we saved for 10. Oh, actually, they're weakened to 9.
You want? I'm down to just send 9.
Yeah, let's send on 9.
Lock and load.
I said the 120 me again?
Alright, sir.
Alright, yeah, send your stuff. Ogre if you can.
Dude, I am leaking like every wave, man.
We're actually still in the lead.
My
really good.
snake got targeted. I fucked up a little bit. Can you like deal a little bit? Yeah, we're good. Thank you. I got the ogre in.
Keep them coming. Excellent. Playing heavy metal.
Snail sends? Oh, I can do better than that. I can send one of these. All right, we're sending. We got an ogre and then you got a brute. Wow.
Oh, I forgot to send. Oh fuck! I forgot to send my anti AOE units. Okay, I'm sure that ogre is just so strong that it doesn't matter, right?
Dude, they're sending every wave.
Yeah, they're building up income. If we get a big leak out of them, we're in the lead. If they hold this, we're definitely really far behind.
They are not holding shit. They are so far behind, it is.
Off to work. Yes, my lord.
Does it kill? It probably doesn't kill.
Oh my god.
Wait, ogre?
Wait.
No, there's no way it kills. But ogre?
Wait.
Wait. Oh, it just straight up kills. It's ogre.
Victory.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Wait, I did not expect that to kill.
Wait, you got your red.
No, because I lost the game just now before we played.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Your average leak percentage was 0.
Oh, wait, I mean, the cat's like so OP early game.
Oh.
If you ever face a cat player, just know that brutes counter them really hard. Because the brute, it has impact damage, which is good against it, but also the brute lowers the attack speed of whoever it hits, which is really good against like bruisers like the cat. Yeah.
Damn, you beast.
So if they brute cheese you, you just die.
Oh.
But I went unpunished, so I got to get like super workers. Every unit kind of like has like those kinds of like weaknesses, and if your opponent is not aware of the weakness, you get to like econ really hard.
Oh. Okay.
Right. Thank you for joining me, Scarra.
No problem. GG's.
Yes. Have a good rest of your stream.
All right. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye for now.
Okay, guys. I think I'm down. I'm done. How long did I stream today? I feel like I streamed 10 hours. That's quite a long time. Times for 3 hours solo queuing. Oh, I feel like I'll tell you what. Let me go play some ads. I'll watch the OTV video to end out the day, okay? And then I have to pee, so I'll be right back. What? All right, no, I need water because I'm actually dying. So you're gonna give me another 3 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, welcome back. 1 second as I inhale and figure out how to set up everything. So, watching OTV vid. Just chatting. Okay, sorry. I'm being distracted right now. Guys, I'm trying to get people to watch Barbieheimer. Open Barbie. I don't really know. But people are like, man, it's like 5 hours. I'm like, yeah, it's like 5 fucking hours. Barbenheimer, yeah. Okay, let's watch. Full disclosure, I have not seen this video. I was not a part of this video. Was not even close. I have no idea what people did, which is why it's exciting.
What's up, guys? This OfflineTV. Nope, just the two of us. Everyone else left at 1 a.m. Left. They pulled out of the shoot for until later.
And nobody else told us that they pulled out.
It's the Yvonne and Michael show today.
Today we are learning parkour and we are challenging the other team to see who can make the coolest parkour video.
Well, you guys are. I'm feeling pretty sick, so I brought my pinch hitter, Will Neff.
Ah, I fucking love Will Neff.
Old fat guy for the jumping activity. Thanks to our two favorite things, Vortex free running and Maple Story.
Maple Story.
Whoever can make the sickest parkour video wins. Containing 3 skills, the TikTok, the catalytic converter,
The cat back?
King Kong.
The convo? Are those real things?
What was it? That was good.
I know what all of those are.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I have no idea either. Broden just told me.
Okay.
Just read the script.
What are these shirts? What is the point of these shirts?
Come on.
Why is there a maple leaf flower?
Alright, let's go inside and see our teacher.
Does that say
Let's go
ERP
inside,
expert?
Teacher.
Ooh.
What's up, you guys? My name's
Okay.
Dante. Welcome
Dante?
to Vortex Free Running.
Wait, where's our teacher?
Dolly! What's up, you guys? Welcome to Vortex Free
Oh my
Running.
God.
My name is Dante. I'm gonna be your coach today.
That's Maple
We're gonna
Story.
get you started on some parkour skills that look a little something similar to what I just did just now. I'm gonna get you started on a 3-station warm-up to make sure you're ready for what I'm about to teach you today. Okay?
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, let's do it.
Follow me this way.
But this guy's fucking rad.
All right, you guys. Welcome to station 1 of your 3-station warm-up.
Okay.
For station 1, if you look right behind you, you got this wooden obstacle course area right over here. So starting over here, you're going over, over. Try not to use your knees to climb things. You're using your hands and feet. After you do that, you're gonna go under. And there's 2 more here that you can't see, but you're gonna go over, over. You're gonna come back, and you're gonna do it again. Does that make sense?
Feels like endgame material.
Usually when I feel like you're being taught parkour, like I would want to be taught how to jump first and how to land like correctly. And like they just kind of got thrown in to be like, all right, fucking obstacle course, guys, let's fucking do it.
I'm already tired after looking at one.
Michael, I'm gonna have you go first. Yeah!
And jump.
Over,
okay.
perfect. You're
Oh,
going
okay.
under, over.
I mean, Michael's pretty athletic. He looks
I'm
good.
just gonna yeet my body.
Yeeting is not the term you want to use.
Hands and feet. Let's go.
Let's see
Muscle.
those hands.
Muscle.
Jody?
Oh, shit! You got it. Yeah!
Okay. Avon?
Doesn't matter how.
Great. Any way you know how to, as long as you don't use your knees.
Dude, that looks sick.
All right, let's pick it up a little bit.
What?
Run a little bit faster.
He said, yeah, pick it up. You're on a fucking wall.
Dude, this is like border patrol, like jumping practice.
Come on,
What?
you guys, it's just the warm-up.
I'm kind of tired. I don't like this scene. He just has to watch.
I do kind of like this
I'm having a great
scene.
time. 5, you got this.
Hey, I'm trying to do the course. Can you do the
All right, great. Cool. Freeze right there. Awesome. All right, you guys ready for the next station? Station 2? We're not done yet.
Yep.
Whoa.
Whoa!
What's this? Looks like I've been teleported here to tell you about one of the most legendary MMORPGs of all time.
It's
that a
true.
lot of us spent our lives growing up playing. Whether it's your first time discovering MapleStory or you haven't explored the Maple world in a while, the Summer Savior update added a ton of new content and is the perfect reason to jump back in and play. First
It
off,
is.
the Collie class was recently released, and you can earn a ton of amazing rewards for...
Okay, no joke. I'm pausing because I want to see the damage numbers. So this guy this girl whipped you and did 789, 472, and she did it 6 times in the whip, right? 1, 2, 3. How do you tell how much damage you're doing in this game? I feel like the damage is just like ridiculous.
For leveling this class up. There's also a limited time hyper burning event where players can gain 2 additional levels for every level from levels 10 to 250.
Oh.
So you can progress literally
250?
3 times as fast. In addition, a new area, Shangri-La, was released with Kaling, a brand new endgame boss. Exploring all of the new content is a great way to
only doing
reignite
like a
that
couple
spark
million
of leveling a
damage.
new character
Oh
and
my
take you back
God.
to the good old days of questing, challenging bosses, and sharing fun times with friends. MapleStory even added guild castles, which is an entirely new way for guilds to operate with a home base that can be used for interactions, decorating, enhancing equipments, and more. We also have a solid group of Maplers who play and boss together every day in the OTV Discord. Come join us. If you're like me and have been looking for a game that has a sense of community, satisfying progression, and thrilling boss fights that test your mechanics, let's dive back into the world of MapleStory together. Visit the MapleStory website today, download the game, and play to your
Maplers.
heart's content. Now let's go back to the real world.
All right, you guys, welcome to station 2 of your warm-up. So we have 2
Oh.
blocks. You can see you have this green, yellow, and red block right over here, and then across the gym you got that blue block all the way down there.
Okay.
So you're running up, again over the block. You run down this way, Get over to the other block.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's as tall as you.
No, you got
Wait.
that. Really? Yeah, I got like 6-year-olds.
He's like good.
Clear it. Clear it.
Okay, that's sick. Okay.
We're coming, Jody. We just go.
Oh, okay, that's a clean one. Okay, I like that jump. Okay, whoa. I like Will. I like Will. That was good.
Perfect. Awesome.
Dude, how did he do that? Okay.
There you go. Very nice. You guys are killing it.
Nice, Jody.
I like that shot, Jody. Keep going. Keep going. Great.
I'm not clearing anything, bro.
You gonna do that?
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Run. Oh, let's go, bro. All right, wait. Let's freeze for 1 second. You guys want to play a little game? Let's play a game. I want you
I feel like they're winded enough from the normal thing, man. What about the
guys to try and tag me. And if one of you guys can tag me, I'll do 10 push-ups. But I'm going to try and chase you guys. And if I can tag you guys, what, 10 push-ups? Do you do 10?
He thinks I can do 10 push-ups? You guys tired?
That's so
How's
funny.
everybody feeling? You're feeling good out there?
Shut up. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, start running.
Oh, we can. 3, 2, 1, go!
Start! Wait, he's going!
Oh.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yes.
Dude, this is not fair. Oh my god, this is not fair. What the fuck?
Oh, fuck your life!
Get away from me! Get away!
John, run! You're catching up!
No! You guys are pretty fast.
I could just do 10 push-ups right now, you know. We could
Same.
speed run this.
Same.
2, 1, go!
Okay.
I'm already scared.
Oh. Dude, the way he vaults it is like how they do it in the movies. We're like, damn, that was super cool, but no one really does that. But he does that. Oh, Will, okay.
Oh, there goes a mic pack.
Oh god, he's so fucking fast. All right, give me 10, give me 10.
Wait, so it was a side quest that was unwinnable. It was it was like one of those quests where you meet the level 99 boss at the start of the game and you have no chance of winning. And they just ate 10 push-ups. Scripted loss?
I
Yeah.
haven't done a push-up since PE in 7th grade, man.
Really? Oh my god. I've done push-ups like within the year. I feel like just at some point you just do a push-up. Either like you want to yourself or somehow you're just in a position where you have to. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know if this happens with you guys, but like, does something happen where you just do a push-up? I don't know how to explain this. Yeah, like within the year, like just randomly you're just doing a push-up. It's like I don't know. Like I don't know if it's like bets or it's like just like something happens and then you do a push. Some of you guys know what I mean.
Yeah, hit those knees if you need. Okay, so I feel a little bit guilty. Shut the fuck up, Sydney. I feel just a bit of guilt for this entire thing transpiring. But you guys know me. I love physical activity. If I was not sick, I'd be right there with them. Do my 10. Like, I'd love to.
Do your 10 then.
I can't. I have a cough.
Sounds like an excuse.
Welcome to your last station of your warm-up. This is station number 3. Station number 3 is the least movement. And all the stations,
fair.
all you're doing is you're grabbing the bar and you're hanging for as long as you can, or you see you can hang the longest. You ready? Okay.
This is like Squid Games.
Okay, wait, real quick. I like their shirts. Both of their shirts.
3 is the least movement
I love
in all the stations.
shirts.
All
like
you're
this.
doing is you're grabbing the
Sick
bar
shirt.
and you're hanging for as long as you can, or you see you can hang the longest.
T-shirt.
You ready? Okay.
This is like Squid Games.
Because they're all doing it together. You're hanging all together. 3, 2, 1, hang. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Have you guys tried just raw hanging from a bar? I thought it would be really easy, but especially you find out that like you're just hanging your body weight, and that's kind of hard. It is so hard.
Is this one better?
Oh, he's already hanging.
You fucker. We have 2 overhand grips, and we have a mixed grip coming in from Jody. Excited
Oh,
to see which
mixed
technique
grip.
is the best.
You like the ref?
Yeah.
Does this hurt anyone's hands?
We got some closed eyes in our.
You rock it all the time.
Will is reaching Zen.
I think it's really
Two more,
hard.
two
I
more.
would
Who's
I would
gonna
have
hang the
fallen at
longest?
like
Detach my
the
bones.
20-second mark.
Stretch your backside.
I don't feel the pain. Oh, this is working out my slip disc in my neck. Like, I could go long.
Is it harder if you're heavier? Like, I imagine it is. Like, I'm like 300, right? So is it like I'm just fucked, right?
Or, you know, but like,
Yeah, no, you can go longer.
but like my pride isn't that big.
Don't give up.
Oh, it's ratio?
Nice.
Probably.
Cool.
Ow.
All right. Yeah, keep
That
going.
is how gravity works.
Nah.
For $100,000, I can't let go. OTV will give me $100,000, right?
You guys are at 1 minute.
Not even. 100 grand? Who's getting paid in OTV, huh? Who the fuck is getting paid? Our production's getting paid. No one else.
Oh, nice. Well, you want to come on down here for glory? There you go. Cool, cool. 1 minute and 8 seconds. Very nice.
That hurt.
What'd I get?
I think you were 108.
Oh shit.
Okay.
If I had known their times, I would have gotten lost.
I will say this. I love Will. Will is like a person. I don't know if the right way of saying it, content machine is the right way of saying it, but he's just someone who's always down to do stuff, and he's also someone who rallies people. So he energizes the room when he's in there. Really cool guy. Fucking love Will.
First thing we're doing is we're gonna do some vaults. You guys know what a vault is? Have you guys ever seen a vault or
Big jump, big jump.
Big jump. Do any of you know what a vault is or what you?
Yeah, he's
use a
definitely
vault?
charismatic, but like
Storing money.
Okay, that's fuck you, Will. I was just talking you up. Why would you say a Lily joke? That's but it's like there's some people who like constantly get you to rally and do stuff, and maybe it alternates for your friend group. But my friend group, I know people who are like, let's fucking go do this. You know, usually Sid is like down to be like, okay, let's go do this. Or Jamie especially, if we're somewhere and it's like a vacation or it's like we're only there for a short amount of time, it's Vegas. She's like, we gotta fucking do this, guys. Like people who are like consistent people who rally people to do stuff.
To get over.
I feel like that's Will.
To get over things. So I have a couple vaults that you guys are gonna learn today, and the first vault that we're starting with is called a safety vault or a step-through vault.
Yeah, Danny shots. Yep.
You're gonna run up to the block, and what you're doing is you're gonna put one hand on the block, just like that, and then you're gonna put your opposite foot. So right hand, left foot.
Question. Why? Okay. I imagine this is how you learn parkour at the very beginning. So instead, they were told to jump over stuff and vault without learning how to do it. And now he's going back and be like, this is how you do it. And I would be like, wait a second. What?
Bottom leg is gonna pick up and step through the middle, just like that. After you do your vault, you're gonna do a barrel roll.
That was a warm-up? I mean, but like the warm-up was just the exercise.
To do a barrel roll, it's pretty simple. You just gotta pretend like you're holding a barrel. You're gonna kind of tabletop your back, onto your back, kick.
What?
Gotta pretend like you're holding a barrel. You're gonna kind of tabletop your back, onto your back, kick. You're gonna roll over the block. After you do your barrel roll, you're gonna come in for the big finale. You're gonna do a wall run. You're gonna run down, foot on the wall, push. What the?
What?
Fuck. Touch as high as you can.
What the
Wall run as high as you can.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm speechless too.
I'm so sorry, Will.
Go first. You got this, kid.
You just called me a kid.
So one hand, one foot, step through the middle.
This guy is like just sending him to the wolves,
Come
man.
back around, do the barrel roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
that-
go a big
okay, that
wall
didn't look that
run, run. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, he had great TV. 1 by 51 months.
Step through.
Nice.
Just like that. Perfect.
Okay, good vault.
Barrel roll.
Yeah. Kick the leg. Legs over.
Good attempt,
Push
man.
down as hard as you can. You're gonna run up the wall. Nice. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Whatever. The effort is what matters. Okay. Cool.
You
Awesome.
hit it too hard,
Top
bro.
on the foot on the wall. Push.
Oh! Wow.
Wall run.
Don't hit that barrel as hard as I did. I feel like I just got hit by a car.
Let's go one hand, opposite foot. Perfect. The next
Cool.
vault we're gonna do is called a speed vault.
But you just showed me how fit the OTV members are? Oh, yeah.
For your speed vault, you're
We're
running up to the
gamers,
block.
bro.
You're gonna put one.
Except the only person that is relatively fit in the house, actually, it's Sid. I think Sid is very, very fit. But she unfortunately had that thing that we're gonna get to at the end of the video. Yeah.
One hand on the block again, but this time you're not putting your opposite foot on top.
Oh yeah, Michael.
You're gonna jump, get your hips up as high as you can, and clear the block. So running up, big jump, just like that.
Wow.
So you're running up, one hand, hips up high.
Yeah, you just beam it.
Just like that. Yeah, let me just do that real quick.
You did a fucking Matrix move.
What did he do again?
Oh, you did it.
Yeah.
Let's go team. Let's go
Let's
team.
go. One hand, big jump, big jump, big jump.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I think he left the ground before he even worried about the plant. So I think that's what I'm gonna at
I like
least.
the technique.
Oh, that was so good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
the coaches.
I already have the water.
Is he passing out?
It's gotta be the beanie, bro.
You're losing too much liquid through your head.
Yeah!
Oh, that's a good one.
The next vault you guys are gonna do is called the Kong vault. Your Kong vault's gonna look like this.
Oh!
It's your Kong vault.
What the fuck?
Wow.
That's a
What
Kong
the
vault.
fuck?
I
To do
feel
a
like
Kong
you
vault.
can eat it
I'm gonna
so
eat shit.
hard.
Don't spoil it. But
Don't
after you do
spoil
that,
it.
you're coming back this way, and you do what's called a monkey up. Same thing as before. Same thing we did there. After you do your monkey up, you're gonna run down this way. You're jumping, getting both feet in front of you, and you're gonna do a wall pounce. So
What?
feet in front, hands
What's a
in.
wall pounce?
Pounce the wall. Land on your feet.
You should. I think you give this a shot.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, this is totally like a me thing.
I will say this: if you feel like you're falling forward, turn.
Send it.
Send it. It's a good one too. If you clip the block and you're falling face forward, you want to make sure you're ready to turn out, so you land on your side and not your.
I'm not gonna lie. If I did this, I would be in an ambulance.
The spine is the strongest spring in the human body.
That is such a good
Land
lie.
on your head and neck.
Hips up high, like you're diving onto something.
Oh,
Not bad. You actually got so much higher.
Holy shit!
that was good.
Oh Jesus! I felt my fucking life.
Nice.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, yeah.
Okay, Will. Okay.
Hips up.
Oh,
Recover.
good effort.
I'm
Good
gonna
effort.
eat shit. Okay,
You got this.
there's a pad on the other side.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Trust your body.
Try your best. Try to just pull the knees
Trust
into the
my
middle.
body. Trust your body.
There you go.
Hey!
There you go. All right, Michael.
This is scary.
Oh, okay, Michael. Okay.
Eat shit already.
Big jump.
Oh. It looks. I think visually it looks kind of easy, a little bit, but like I know it's not easy.
Yeah, good luck. That was a little scary.
I think it just looks like a natural movement.
Want to sit around out? I feel like you're really struggling.
Maybe take a little water break.
Are you actually lightheaded? Because you look a little like peaked.
Is he
Pale.
pale?
Yeah.
Did you eat today?
No.
That's not good.
I had a coffee though.
That's not good either. That's like worse. Not eating anything and having coffee. Eat something. I think they're bringing in some stuff for you. You gotta eat something.
You're like a kid at soccer practice. Have your granola bar.
Get him some orange slices. Get this kid a Capri Sun.
Let's fucking go team.
I'm light. I'm light.
Yeah, you're light.
I'm
you're
like
light. Light on your
jelly.
feet. Like
I'm like
Aang.
jelly.
You're
I'm a
Aang.
balloon.
Yeah, let's
I'm a
fucking go.
balloon.
You're gonna float away.
Let's go.
Did not do it. Something just do.
Elevate.
Just do.
Elevate. Oh Jesus!
Yes!
Yes!
Let's do this again. Let's do this again.
Yeah, you'll try again. You can try
That
again.
was so close.
Just gotta remember the trick is. Have you ever dived into a pool?
No, I'm actually scared of diving into pool.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
Too much hip. Too much hip.
Finish strong. Wake up.
Jody.
Wake up.
Pounds.
Let's go.
Pounds.
That's me though, for real.
Very nice.
That's
High five,
literally
high five. You did
respect.
awesome. You did great. Good job.
I would be dead.
Good job. Take a sip of water. That concludes
Wait.
your ball training.
I gotta do one Kong.
Oh, You sure, man?
I don't know.
Yo, no pressure.
I got this, coach.
You've been out of breath for like.
For the
10
montage.
minutes.
Okay.
Okay, one con. A John con. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh my god, I thought he sprained his ankle.
Yeah, but you cleared it.
Yes.
You go so high.
So now you guys are gonna do a cat hang. You're gonna have hands straight, feet bent, just like this. You're gonna move one limb at a time. You're cat hanging across the wall, and you're trying to get to the red block. You're trying to get to the other side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Cool.
I played that
Who
game.
wants to go first?
High up over here.
Feet on the wall, you're gonna cat hang across. There you go. Get to the red block. Very nice. There you go.
I do this in video games. I can't do this
just
in
like
real
that.
life.
Good job.
Okay. All right. So full hang.
Yep. Cat hang across just like that. Perfect. Awesome.
Okay.
Wait, but onto the block. Yeah! You wanna try it on this wall first?
No.
Oh, it does remind me of Prince of Persia.
Yes.
Yep. Cat hang across. Oh.
I'm going again.
Let's go. You got it.
Okay, Vaughn.
I'm scared.
Yep. There you go. Cool, cool, cool. Put the foot on the wall. Great. Yep. Other foot. Oh, go, 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 go.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking
go. Almost there. Get to the red block.
Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Vaughn's kind of owning it.
Awesome, awesome.
I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up.
You got it. So feet up,
Michael's
feet up.
so
There you go.
funny.
Take your time, take your time.
This feels like so much arm strength. And I have none. I'm going on the small wall.
Yes.
How?
Wait, did y'all know to eat before doing athletic things?
Yeah, I've heard that once or twice.
You've heard that?
Yeah.
I didn't even know Sid was here, but now that I hear her voice, she's been watching these guys fall the whole day. She's having a blast.
I'm good now.
Yep. Yep. Put the other foot on. There you go.
Jody's shoes will be buffing. Oh.
Fucking felt that, man.
All right. I'm going to say something that I know no one else does this but me. I have had this really bad thing since COVID. I have one pair of shoes. I have literally 0 pairs of other shoes. Like literally I have 1 pair, not 2, 1. Why would you have more than that? I feel like everyone has more than that, dude. I'm in the house and there's 3 shoe racks. And I'm just looking, I'm like, holy fuck, man. I have used Ultra Boost for like 5 years. Not sponsored, it's just my best every day.
Man.
For the montage. For the montage!
What do you guys think? You want to move on to the next thing? Next skill?
Realistically, though, I think all you really need is like one pair of dress shoes, 1 pair of slides, ideally, or sandals. I prefer slides because that's just how I am. And I would have 1 everyday shoe, and then I would flip the color for the other one because I like having a pair of white shoes and a pair of black shoes, like darker color shoes. I feel like that is the most optimal way, and then you can do, and then anything more than that is just whatever you feel like, you know. But it allows you to do a lot in terms of your outfit if you have at the very minimum like pair of white, pair of black.
The only one left. So.
Hey, I'm here. I'm here. I just can't physically do it. But I'm here, man.
Oh, I killed the mosquito.
This is
Nice.
making me overthink it. The more crash pads, the more I feel like.
Oh, this is just the runway.
I like a pair of flats of heels for dress shoes. Yes,
The
I think as a
runway.
woman that makes
This
sense.
isn't to save you from anything.
I think as a dude, I've never owned more than 1 pair of dress shoes, and I've never really wanted to own more than 1 pair. And I think that's just normal for guys. I'm thinking if there's ever a situation where that's different, but not really. I think.
This is to get up to what's happening.
Gollum.
Is that a Keith Haring skateboard in the back? Yeah, skateboard. Yeah.
Yes.
You guys got a big challenge, okay? For your challenge, you're gonna run up the block. You're gonna jump into a cat hang, which in parkour is what we call a cat leap. So, you're running,
leap?
You're gonna jump up the wall. You're gonna have feet in front of you. Cat
Spirit
hang.
Dresses, that's your
From
one for
here,
dancing, one for fans.
You're gonna do a skill called a cat back. You're gonna drop one foot. So I'm gonna drop my right foot, push with my right foot, and turn to the left.
Are you gonna sub your furniture anytime soon? I tried to do it while I was sick. I started coughing and I started so pissed that I did not finish it. I will soon. Yes.
And go back to the block.
Surely.
That was sick.
So from here,
Hold on, I missed how he
and
did
go
it.
back. You're gonna drop one foot. So I'm gonna drop my right
Okay.
foot, push with my right foot, and turn to the left. And go back to the block.
God.
That was sick.
So from here, pull, push, turn. And you're going back to the block.
That was fucking lit.
So this is a cat.
Isn't that cool?
Yvonne's like,
Let's do it, Michael. Come on. So run, cat leap, hands straight, good. Drop one foot. So you're gonna turn to the left. Push. Perfect.
I am 200 pounds.
I don't know, man. You surprise me every time.
All right, easy.
All right, feet up. Yep. Push.
oh my God.
Nice.
I think I should go first so that like Will's like impresses, you know, after I fuck up.
This cadence is funnier though.
She's the fucking worst cheerleader. Why is she here?
Let's go team. Let's go team. Let's go team. You want to kind of stand there, kind of look at it first. It's not as big as you think it is.
Oh.
That is a fucked up edit. Who the
Stand there,
fuck
kinda look at it first.
edited
It's not as big as
this?
you think it is.
Steven, this is fucked, man.
Run up, big jump, big jump. You got it, go. You got it, come on, yeah. Yeah, there you go, you gotta get that feet up. Drop a foot, drop a foot. You're gonna turn to the left, you're gonna pick that foot up and push and turn.
Oh, wow. He was on Twitter,
Make sure
yeah.
that when you
Steve-O
feet
and
in
Donner are
front of
two
you,
main channel
right?
editors.
Because right there, you kind of just went into your face.
Like a bug hitting a wing.
It's a high jump I gotta grab.
I can spot you.
No, I got this.
All right.
Oh,
I don't remember.
wait,
So
that
we're
was
like,
almost,
you're
that was
almost there,
sick.
You're missing one step.
You're just missing the, once you drop
Okay,
the right
hold
foot.
on.
Yes.
Jumping up.
Yes.
I'm
okay.
here.
Okay, drop the foot.
Yeah.
So you're dropping your
Yep.
left foot.
Okay.
There you go, yeah. That was
Yeah.
That was it.
That was good.
What is this music?
There you go. Oh, good save.
Let's fucking go.
And that's why we wall bounce. I can make it a little closer. Do you want me to make it a little closer?
Oh, maybe a little bit, yeah. A little bit.
Here you go. Run up, run up, run up.
fucking
There you
go.
go.
Let's fucking go.
Jump. Yeah. Drop the foot, drop the foot, push.
Oh my.
You okay?
I like how Michael doesn't help her up. He's just like, yeah, let's fucking go.
It's fun.
That's why we do parkour.
That's why we do it.
With the gym, we have a curriculum where you can level up in levels.
Okay.
And this is a level 2 skill. So I am having you guys do something that's harder. To get to level 3 and do even harder stuff, right? You have to jump your height and cap back your height. You wanna
Let's
try
do
that?
it.
All right, cool, lay down. Let's measure you.
6'2".
Oh, snap. Let's get it.
You have
Definitely
to
not 5'11".
jump your height and cat your
That's
height?
a little far.
It is a little far.
Oh
try it.
my
I'll give it a shot.
God. That is.
Oh!
Oh!
Cool push. Perfect, stand up. So you gotta.
Game Rat 7, 1 for 4 months. Wow, Michael's a
No need to
beast.
show me, coach.
All right, you got it, man.
I respect that.
Remember, feet in front of you. Drop the foot. Pick it up, push. Oh!
Oh my! Dang! That's a boy!
That's my pinch hitter.
Do you think you can go further?
Let's do it.
One of my feet further?
Yeah. Okay, don't psych yourself out. Don't psych yourself out. Don't gather, just...
Nice. Look over the right shoulder. Pull. That's the left. There you go. And you pull that foot up and push. Yeah! One last one. You think you go one foot further?
Yeah, okay.
You think you can?
I feel like comfort is the death of sending it. You know what I mean?
That's the most like...
I know what he means.
It's the most daredevil thing I've ever heard.
Will Neff, 2023.
I know. Gonna be on his gravestone this year.
That's fucking far.
Oh! Yeah.
Go do it! Okay, that's it.
Wow.
He's crazy.
What a beast.
That was actually terrifying.
But do you think
Yeah,
you
that's
can
so
go
impressive.
one foot? I'm just playing.
I was literally...
Go grab a sip of water, take a break.
I think
No.
2 more strawberries, I'm good to go.
Sean?
What do you think is your strongest skill so far?
Fear seems to be pretty strong right now.
Oh.
Jumps. Sweet
I mean, Michael
jumps.
is owning.
Doing sweet vaults.
We have combined chaotic spirit.
Together we create the ultimate parkourist.
Exactly.
What I do know is our video is gonna be sicker than theirs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Your next skill is called the tic tac. You're running down to the cheese mat. It's kind of like a wall run. You're gonna run up, put your right foot on the wall. You're pushing down off of
Wait,
this
did
foot.
John get the strawberries? Is there an update
Your
on that?
chest
Is he
straight, you're
okay?
going up, but you're also gonna go out.
What
If you
does
watch
that
me,
mean? I
you're
need to
gonna
see
run,
him do it.
right foot on the wall, push, up, and out, just like that. I am gonna have my pool noodle here. It's gonna be like a pretend electric fence that you guys are going to have to tic-tac over.
This is sweet. I feel like I'm just learning more skills to hop fences the entire day.
Over here, you guys are going to do anything you learned today. Same thing on my red and yellow block. You can do whatever you want to do.
Oh yeah. Probably cat
Okay.
hang that. Yeah.
Yeah, cat hang it. I want you guys to use any of the skills you learned today. I just want you to go for it, get it done. Make it look pretty. Don't make me look bad.
Okay.
What?
Just so I don't burn out again, can I just do like some rolls?
Yeah, just totally. Whatever you want to do.
He said, make me look good. And you immediately said, I'm just going to do something.
He's like, go fuck yourself, coach.
Let's go. Yeah, tic-tac over the pool noodle. And get close to the wall, push, and just like that, perfect. All right, and then keep going.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, and then vault.
I kind of like the roll on your back.
Yeah.
That looks
Show me
kind
the
of
meaning of
interesting.
speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Way to go.
Awesome.
All right, you can come in too. Push. Yeah.
Wow,
Let's get
Will
it done.
cleared
Right
it.
foot on the wall, push.
And a
Perfect.
motherfucking
All right, ready?
barrel roll.
You guys want to go a little higher?
Sure, yeah.
You guys are gonna go a little bit higher.
Okay, all right.
Went up a foot.
Nice.
There you
Oh,
go.
good.
Let's go.
He should go up another.
Nice. Oh,
God. John, you killed it.
You're like your arm grabbed the block.
The cheese man is
Some more
dead.
strawberries.
You fucking nail this, dude.
Okay.
Right foot.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
very nice. Right foot. Yeah. I'm gonna put it up a little bit.
I like this. Let's get to silly height.
What
You
the-
got
you cleared
this.
that. You
Fly.
cleared that.
3.5 is. Oh,
That
wow.
was so close.
That was really close.
Yeah, John could raise satchel
You're
this
just
for
gonna go around the
sure.
block. I can see you.
That's so funny.
Ow.
I thought he'd be distracted, man.
There's a mirror right in front of me.
Wow. Oh, what the
No, I
fuck?
think you clear that.
I'm pretty confident.
Oh, Will got it? Will got it like that.
Dude, that means you could literally jump over my head.
Take it up.
Take it up. Oh, you wanna go again?
Oh, go, go, go. You got it.
Will is amped right now.
Will wants to
Let's
keep.
go. Oh, very nice.
I'm gonna juke this noodle so hard it's not even
Oh, you didn't even know.
That was it.
Close.
That was
Stop
it.
going around the blocks. Oh, you guys are cheaters.
Yeah, John, what the fuck? Go on the block.
What do you think, like right here? Do you think you can do this?
6 foot?
But only one way to find out.
All right, let's see.
Will?
One more.
Fuck you. I gotta get you ready, man. I'm the coach.
Wow, okay.
Let's try one more time.
I mean, Michael's vaulting his height already, man. Wow!
Let's go!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, that's my goat.
That's my go. Hell
You
yeah.
just brought a pro on our team to replace you. Like, he really is just a fucking
I'm really
mess.
doing you all a favor right now by sitting out.
You just jumped Broden.
Pretty good, not too bad.
Dude.
Now remove the pool noodle, put Broden, I'll hold the camera.
Oh yeah, you want to do that? You can like get the camera facing up.
One take.
I'm Broden Plant. Welcome to OfflineTV. This is the wall jump.
What?
Oh my god!
I cleared him.
I can't wait to see that angle.
That one was like not the best one.
That one was a little
Your foot
close,
went,
man.
Like, right here above his head, like barely cleared.
Broden, you're actually pretty short. He cleared your ass. That was
I
great.
have full faith in you.
What do you think?
I could clear that. I'll make it look pretty, coach.
You're gonna go under.
Check this shit out.
Oh my god. Is he okay?
That look pretty?
It was something, man.
Oh my fucking god.
All right, you guys, it's time for your final test.
Here's
You're
the-
gonna put all the skills that you learned together in one big course. It's gonna look something like this.
Oh my god.
So I think we missed that step where you see the front flip he did?
No, we learned that when you were sitting down over there.
Oh, you did that already, yeah.
Coach, I don't know.
Dude, that was sick.
That was awesome.
That was fucking cool, dude. That was fucking sweet.
He's about to leave the
Michael, where are you going?
That was, dude, that was tight.
That's me, man.
Let's go.
Sick. That's fun. All right. See you later.
All right, bye.
All right.
Oh, wait, you gotta film the video now.
We're filming right now. This is the video.
No, you gotta film like your parkour video, like the challenge.
What?
The challenge part? We introed it at the beginning.
All right, you guys. How do you guys think you did?
About how I expected to do.
Cool. I'm gonna take that in a good way.
I think as a team, we elevated. We started very rough, and then with the help of some strawberries and some words of encouragement, we found new heights.
True.
What he said.
Yeah.
In a little bit, you guys are gonna take it into the real world. You guys have any
What?
confidence in that? Hearing that you're gonna go outside?
The video's not done?
You kind of made a noise like you were scared for us when you heard we were going outside.
Never.
Which hurt the confidence. You went, they're going outside with the inflection, which makes me think one of us is getting hurt.
One of us did get hurt. Is that smelling salts? Oh my god. Okay.
Oh shit. Oh. Are you okay?
Yeah, that's fucked. I can move it. It's not broken. Okay. Oh god.
What? Is this Aiko okay?
Oh, they put sprinklers here. Ah.
The sprinklers. What do I do?
Right, Aiko,
honestly, if Sid and Toast don't injure themselves, they didn't try hard enough.
Yvonne, you're gonna have to carry the rest of this video.
Me too. Me too.
What the fuck?
Oh, it hurts.
She's playing dead so well.
This hurt all of a sudden.
Yvonne, you have to carry on without
I
me.
can't carry it.
Yvonne.
I'm also injured now.
Oh, continue my legacy.
You didn't have much
Please.
of one.
Wow. That's so funny. Oh, nice hang. Oh, that was pretty cool. I kind of like that. Jody, John, and Will's sick parkour video. Why is this in 180p? Oh, there we go.
What if I wanted to break? Laugh it all off in your face.
Did he do the thing? He did the thing? Ah, he did the thing.
What would you do?
Oh, shit. Okay, this is John. This is so good.
What would you do?
Oh my god. Okay. Oh, 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 oh!
Okay, so I'm gonna put a little support under it. Don't put any weight on it.
They showed this?
Yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, the way I rolled
You were
on
supposed
it,
to
I
take
think
the day
I think I broke it. I literally.
Dude, she's such a trooper. You know, they say women have much higher pain tolerance than men, and I fucking believe it. If I fucking broke my ankle here, I would be crying. My mom would hear me crying in China. I'd be crying so fucking loud.
Ankle went like that.
So
like completely parallel to the ground.
So the good news is usually when you break it, it looks broken. It doesn't look broken.
Do you have health insurance?
Yeah. For the next month.
Hey,
before
no,
I turn
this is
26,
perfect.
this is great timing.
Broken any bones? I've never broken anything, surprisingly. I injured myself playing soccer. I injured myself playing tennis. My brother slammed the car door on my hand, but I've never broken anything, which is shocking. My brother got his kneecap broken when playing soccer.
Perfect timing. Okay, let's put some ice on it. Just take me home.
Interesting play.
You're gonna want an X-ray probably anyways. Like
Can we just use this as our highlight?
Are you recording?
I am recording, yeah.
I can't believe they're just chilling like this. Dude, she was in immense fucking pain, but the adrenaline must just be good.
I mean, I never hit cut, and I'm just letting it go.
Check out Maple Story.
Damn, he shot out the sponsor, dude. Fucking Will's the best.
To be honest,
If you can-
that is so much more
That's
promising
good.
than
That's
you
good.
think it
That's
is.
looking good.
Was in fact broken. Down, maybe you fuckers, man. Oh my god. Dude, Sid was so. I'm telling you, I would be crying. That is crazy. Dude, I still feel really bad about this thing for Sid. I do hope that like the prognosis does. I like, you know, if you break it like that, there's like a high chance you get arthritis or something, like in your life. Like you can't prevent it, and I'm just like, that's so fucking crazy, you know? Yeah, it's definitely gonna take like 6 months plus to get better, and it's nuts. Like I am so, yeah. She had already pre-injured the ankle, which is the problem. If it was her first break, it would have been fine, but it is not. Dude, it's crazy though. She injured herself stepping off a skateboard. Like, can you imagine? It's just fucking crazy. And I see skateboarders fucking no helmets, no fucking pads, just go crazy. And I'm like, you guys are nuts. I heard that Tony Hawk always wears protection. Always. Doesn't matter like how old he was. He's doing sick fucking nasty tricks. Always has a fucking helmet on. That's his thing, yeah. Okay, anyways, I'm out. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for the last parts of my thing. I appreciate you guys a lot. I streamed a long time today, played a lot of 2v2s, hoping I'll be able to check out Remnant later, as well as probably the new TFT patch. Have a great night, though. I am going to go ahead. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and host Will. And he's offline. Let me see if it's just temporary. Because it looks like it's like a temporary thing. It says it's okay? Potentially? Question mark? Possibly? Cause number, I'll be 100% honest with you guys. I don't have the number of any of my friends. Almost not a single one. I am so like Discorded. Like if you need to reach me, just call me on Discord. It's really bad. I should have numbers of people. It's just really weird. Oh, he's back. Oh, holy shit. Okay, he's back. I'm gonna go ahead and rate him. Give him some love, guys. He did a great job. As usual in the fucking videos. I'm out, guys. Have a great night. Will you give your fans your number? Yeah, nice try. Okay. Nice try.